FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you until 10 a.m. this morning. We are with you for the next 4 hours. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Nobody's saying no, Seth. Nobody is saying no to the possibility of J.J. Watt returning. There has not been a definitive no from J.J. Watt. D'Amico Ryans had a chance to kind of stem the tide yesterday. He did the complete opposite of that. Even Nick Caserio on Pat McAfee's show last week didn't close the door on it. Nobody is saying no right now to this.
Yeah. I think that it's really... I would be surprised if this happens anytime before October, maybe November. I would put the over-under on JJ going to play somewhere at November 6th.
Okay.
I think that
you're putting an over-under on it seems to indicate that you think it's got a better than a puncher's chance of happening.
The biggest thing about it is that JJ said that he's, this is the last year that he's going to be available to play because he's not going to be working out like this.
Big tell.
So, why on earth would he be working out like this then if it wasn't specifically to prepare for a potential return?
Yeah.
So I think it's very much out there. And yet, he doesn't – I would – whether it's ring chasing or anything else, I think, the ideal scenario would be coming back to play for the Texans and to go win a Super Bowl with the Texans. But – I think if he's got one more year of football in him for now, that if I were him, I would wait and be sure.
Yep.
And I would wait and be sure that I was going to a team that was at the very least almost definitely going to be in the playoffs.
And I agree with that. He's at that stage for sure. And we've seen more and more veteran players doing that. So what are we talking about here? People, if they're just waking up and they didn't see online yesterday, D'Amico Ryans met with the media at the Texans charity golf tournament. We'll get to D'Amico in a second, but just to reset kind of where we are on all this, this all really stemmed from Saturday at the softball game, the J.J. Watt charity softball game, in which J.J. Watt and D'Amico Ryans were teammates, so they had plenty of time to talk about this in the dugout. But J.J. Watt was asked by our Brandon Scott about the temptation of coming back to play football to fill that competitive void, and here's what JJ had to say.
How do you resist, JJ, with all of the names that you listed, and D'Amico, obviously D'Amico, having played with him. How do you, the competitor in you, resist the not being that far removed from playing? How do you resist the temptation?
I'm a very fortunate, lucky man. I got a beautiful wife, I got a beautiful son. I've had 12 great years in this league, and I'm very thankful to have walked away healthy and playing great. I told D'Amico last year, I said, don't call unless you absolutely need it, but if you ever do call, I'll be there. And he knows not to call unless he absolutely needs it. This is the last year I'll tell him that because I'm not going to keep training the way I've been training, but he knows that if he ever truly does need it, I'll be there for him, but I don't anticipate that happening. They got a very good crew.
Okay, so that was Saturday. So you and I talked about this plenty yesterday, Seth, at least once an hour. We're going, okay, well, that was a move by JJ right there to put the ball in D'Amico's court. Hey, it's up to D'Amico. Yeah. If you need me, call me, right?
Mm-hmm.
So D'Amico Ryans meets with the media yesterday at the Texans golf tournament and was asked about J.J. Watt and what J.J. had said on Saturday, and here's what D'Amico had to say.
I love to hear J.J. saying he's ready. I got his number ready to go just in case we need it. J.J. playing in his softball event this past weekend. It was fun to see all the guys. J.J. looks good. He's in shape. He's ready to roll, so I may need to make that call. So I'm happy that that it's open from him. J.J. is an outstanding player, man. He's been an outstanding player for a long time in this league, and I'm proud of him for what he's able to do in the community. Still reaching back, and the people that he's touched here in the city of Houston is outstanding to see the response and all the people that showed up to support him this past Saturday. So, man, really proud of JJ.
Under what circumstances circumstance would you, because he said call him only if you need him, but under what circumstance would you actually call?
I need him now. I need to make that call right now. Anytime you get J.J. Watt's ready to go, I'm ready to go.
All right, there you go. A little volley back on the J.J.'s side of the court.
I think that, honestly, because I've seen some people, raise the point, and a valid one, that I saw Cody Stutes say this the other day, which was, look, if the Texans didn't call on him last year when they were so banged up on the defensive line and making a playoff push, like, when was a better time to call J.J. Watt? I think that a plausible scenario in my mind is this, that J.J., like everybody else who retires and thinks that they know exactly what they want, and they feel like they're done with it, especially after a whole bunch of injuries, that sometimes that either that fear of missing out or that regret or whatever doesn't sink in maybe until even a year later. And if JJ had broached the topic with D'Amico last year during the season and he said, hey, just call me in case of an emergency, I think that maybe at that point JJ was just starting to realize, okay, you know what? Boy, my body feels good. I'm watching these other guys play that aren't as good as me, around the league. But it wasn't something. It's hard to just jump in like that when you haven't actually prepared and worked out the way you want to. He said that last summer, remember? Mm-hmm. He wasn't doing football workouts.
That's right.
He was doing just kind of aggressive middle-aged man workouts just to look good. And now, these last couple months, we've seen Instagram photos of JJ squatting deep squats, like with looks like a lot of weight on the bar. Mm-hmm. I think doing more of the football type stuff. It might have been that, it might have been that trip back to NRG last year for the induction into the Ring of Fame, the Ring of Honor, where he started working out with the team and everything again. But he wouldn't have felt like he would not have felt ready to go at that point. No. He would have felt like, yeah, I'm in great shape, but I'm not in football shape.
I remember him saying, I'll need to look this up. I remember him tweeting out at some point during the season, and if I'm misremembering this is on me. But I'm.
Is it pictures of his cleats or wearing cleats?
No. It was when he went to go visit TJ up in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
To go to a game of TJ's up in Pittsburgh during the season.
Yeah.
And he was watching TJ go through the whole process that weekend, including just getting up and going to the stadium that morning. And I remember JJ tweeting something about him, like that being the moment where he realized how much he missed just the process of playing football every weekend.
Yeah.
And it was in season at some point, and I would say maybe the trip, Seth, that it really started to hit home with him back here to Houston was in Thanksgiving, when the Cardinals and the Texans were playing the week before Thanksgiving. He was back here. He went to that game. He probably stayed at Cushing's. He was in the building all week that week with those guys. Look, only JJ knows the answer to it. We're just speculating based on clues on social media and things like that. But I 100% agree with your sentiment that he has a much clearer view of what retirement and football mean to him right now than he did a year ago.
Right.
Than
Yeah.
he did 3 months after retiring. Now he's at a year and 3 months.
And he's been steadfast and always said, last summer and before that it's to get ready to play a season of football. He feels like he's got to work out a certain way, and he hadn't been doing that last year. He looks like it's conceivable that he has been doing that now, just by reference to him talking about the workouts that he's been doing. And I think that's, Chad Johnson yesterday on what do they call Shannon Sharp's?
Is it Club Shay Shay? Is it Club
It's
Shay?
not Club Shay Shay. It's something different. But when it's those two together, he swears that he could go back and play right now. I think he's in his 50s by now. But he said that he works out in the offseason with Jamar Chase and Stephon Diggs, and he mentioned a few other people.
Yep.
And I couldn't tell whether he was being serious or not, but he was claiming he could come back and play. I guess that would be the other big clue, is if we actually saw JJ taking pass rush reps against current offensive linemen at some camp somewhere. Or some workout facility.
Yeah. Chad Johnson, 46 years old, so you're close. November 8th, 2023, headline: Steelers made J.J. Watt realize he misses football. The FOMO was quick, but the All-Pro got those feelings when he was at his brother's Steelers game. So that was November 8th. And then 11 days later, he's at the Texans and the Cardinals game, and he's here all week long for Thanksgiving working out in the building. So, and that was about the time where we started kicking that around as a topic, too, like late in the season, So that's, I don't know if it matters where the exact inflection point was where he realized how much he misses football, but it seems pretty clear that as of, what's today, May 7th? May 7th, May 8th, whatever it is. It's pretty clear to me everybody's open to this right now, including, look, this is Nick Caserio when he was asked about it on the Pat McAfee show last week.
Yeah, I think JJ's focused on softball. No, I have a lot of respect and appreciation for JJ. I mean, when I took the job in February of 21, he was one of the first players that I actually spoke to. So certainly respectful of JJ, his career, what he's done for the organization, what he's done for the city of Houston. I'm not going to speak for him about what he wants to do relative to playing football. I'll let him disclose that on your show. But
pretty much already did. Hey, what's everybody's talking like around this? Yeah. Isn't it? It's weird. Everybody. D'Amico?
It's May. It's very early. It's May. And season doesn't start until September. Between him and Brady, we'll see who jumps back in first.
How much did he raise in that, $43 million or something?
That's good. We know. Yeah, so we're good there. No, nobody has said no. Everybody's had a chance to shut this down.
Right.
In the last, so what was that interview with Nick? Thursday on the McAfee show or Friday? It was Friday. I think it was the day after we had him last week, so maybe Thursday or Friday, whatever, last 5-6 days. Everybody's had a chance to shut this down, and nobody shut it down. Everybody's just dropping little breadcrumbs everywhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and it's also, I don't know, it's one of those things that you don't want to shut down necessarily, even if it's not even if it's not an imminent reality. Who's going to be the person that says, nope, JJ's not welcome here? It's like Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans or Cal McNair, any of them going to say, oh, yeah, the guy that we just inducted into the Hall of Fame, even if they privately felt that, no, that's not right for right now, I don't think they're going to say it. Yeah. And then there's always, the whole matter of pay. And it has to be brought up at some point.
Absolutely. Yeah, JJ would be the one to shut it down if there's anybody who would do that. You're right. And he didn't shut it down. It's out there. It's kind of fun. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll circle back to this. There's plenty of questions about this still. This is a nice little nugget and kind of a dead part of the season here as we await the schedule release, which may or may not be this week now. I saw over the weekend May 9th, and now we're seeing maybe next week. Who knows? But we'll get to all that. Let's circle over to the Astros. This is a really, really, really important stretch of games coming up here. 3 at New York against the Yankees, 3 in Detroit against the Tigers. What's the real length of this season right now for the Astros? We'll explain and discuss coming up next. But first, West Point Lincoln, westpointsales.com. I want to give you that right out of the chute.
SportsRadio.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Two big series this week for the Astros. They're 12-22 right now. It's May 7th. I double-checked. I didn't know what the date was when we were talking about J.J. Watt. It's definitely May 7th today. They're 12-22. I was doing a little math yesterday, Seth. The trade deadline is July the 31st.
Okay.
The Astros have 62 games until the All-Star break, which begins on July the 15th. So they've got 62 games until the All-Star break. That's 2 weeks before the trade deadline. My layman, like outsider looking in estimate on when they would need to kind of figure out who they are. What I mean by that is, are we buyers or sellers at the trade deadline?
Right.
Is probably the All-Star break, because then that gives you a couple weeks to float guys out there to other teams and get the best that you can for them. You don't want to be deciding on July 29th that we're sellers and now you're in late with everybody else trying to sell your best assets here. I can't believe we're even having this conversation about the Astros being sellers at the trade deadline, but you're 12-22. You're tied for last in the AL West. So there's 62 games between now and the All-Star break, and then there's another 12 after the All-Star break leading up to the trade deadline. In my mind, I know everybody, when they started out 2-7 or whatever, that's a 162-game season. Well, that assumes that you're just staying in the race the whole time. We're at a stage now where it's a legitimate conversation as to whether or not they should be going for it here. I think they're still going to go for it because that's Jim Crane's mentality. I don't think they're going to be sellers at the deadline, but if that topic has come up in the building over there, they've got 62 games to figure out kind of who they are. So it's really like it's a 96-game season with the 34 that they've played and the 62 they've got to figure out who they are. Am I off base on that, do you think, as far as that timeline goes?
It's impossible to be off base with it, right? Because it's that's the trade deadline. So, you're not off base with it.
No, the All-Star break part of it, where we got to figure out a couple weeks in advance of the deadline kind of who we are.
Right, no, I know, but you're basing it on the deadline.
Yeah.
No, I don't think you're off either. I don't think they're going to make the decision 2 days before the deadline unless they've gone on a 10-game losing streak or something.
Right.
No, I think that's fair. If you look at that, the 12-22 doesn't seem that daunting. If you look at it as, okay, all they really need is one 8-2 stretch to get very close to within 500. Then if they play a little bit above 500 ball the rest of the way through, then it's achievable. It feels achievable. And I know the daunting odds about the number of teams that have made the playoffs with starts this bad and what have you. But look, this is the Astros team that lost a World Series to the 2019 Nationals, who had been an abysmal team all the way up through the All-Star break. So we've seen firsthand the types of comebacks that are possible. So I guess if they're 10 games below 500 when they get to the All-Star break, that starts to be the panic mode. I think that's when you really got to start maybe trading away assets that even never say die Jim Crane wouldn't have previously considered.
Yeah, 500 is what it is for me. They'll have played 96 games when the All-Star break hits. To me, if you had to ask me, I get it. There's some nuance to it. Like, hey, if they've got everybody, if they've had a bunch of injuries, but they're getting a bunch of guys back, I get it. There's little details that nothing's perfect. If they're 2 games below 500, does that change the world as opposed to being 500? But I think 500, you go, okay, you get to the All-Star break and you breathe and you go, okay, we're 48-48. Means they probably played some pretty good baseball over the course of the months of June and July. They're ascending at that point. That to me is it. If you're a 500 team at the All-Star break and you're the Astros, because you probably to be in the playoff race at the end of the year, you probably need to win 88 to 90 games, somewhere in there. 90 won the division for them last year.
Yeah.
They got to play some good baseball, man.
They have to play some good baseball, but they have. Look, there's been at least a little bit of an element of bad luck. The fact that their batting average and OPS is as good as it has been, unless they are just so mentally weak that all of a sudden a bunch of guys who used to be able to get hit with runners in scoring position can't now do it. I think some of that is just simply bad luck, and then obviously the bad luck of the pitching staff. And that's just No, like that's more of an X factor for me than anything offensively. Yeah. They've started to climb back up on total runs scored and everything offensively. It's just the consistency and the health of the pitching in the back end of the bullpen. So the pitching is the biggest wild card, and then is it your top three relievers that really are they're the biggest disappointment right now. You have to wonder, all right, is this something that is it something that's the pendulum's gonna swing back the other way? Or is it like Josh Hader was in 2022 when he just had a horrible year? But it was pretty recently that Josh Hader had a horrible season. Is it that Ryan Presley is finally at that age? Brian Abreu is the one that you could most say, all right, well, he's a young guy with no apparent injury, then he can work through some of this and he'll be all right. The other two guys, I wonder about. I wonder about.
Yeah, that to me is the biggest concern is the back end of the bullpen. Like that's because to your point, they're going to hit at some point. They're going to hit. They're already hitting, but situationally, they're going to hit at some point here and score some runs. And the schedule, if they can get through this road trip, I know they're 12-22. I'm like, they can just go 4-2 at New York and at Detroit. New York, a really good team, and Detroit, a team that's been a pleasant surprise this year. I would say they're above 500 right now. They can just go 4-2, no biggie, no problem. They are expected to get Christian Javier back here at some point, maybe during this road trip. That would be good because then they would then at least have the full complement of the top three guys plus Ronel Blanco. Like at that point you can go to war. You know what I mean? Like at that point, if the bullpen can just stop pooping on themselves, now if you got Verlander, and I know Framber wasn't great the last time out, but you got to trust him at this point. You don't have much choice. But you got Verlander, who's been really good since he came back. Not total hammer Verlander, but the numbers are very good. Framber, who, you just have to trust at this point, scary as that is. Javier, who was good before he got hurt, before this mysterious neck injury. And then Ronel Blanco, who's been one of the best pitchers in baseball so far this year. If you've got those four and you got a bunch of games against Oakland, who's going to come back to earth here at some point, you got some games against the Angels coming up here as well. You got a trip to you got Milwaukee coming here, which is tough. They're leading their division, but the schedule, you've got some patch on the schedule here where you can do damage, especially if you can get a little bit of momentum on this road trip here. 3-3. I'll take 3-3, but they got to start winning series. Like, I don't know what the point is. Like 12-22, but it's only May 7th. Like, okay, what if they're still 8 games or 10 games below 500 when Memorial Day rolls around?
They just 2 series ago they won a series against a good team. Yeah. They at least played this last, and they played the Mariners down to the wire, and they blew it for all of the reasons that we've talked about. But they played that down to the wire. So yeah, winning a series versus the Yankees. Aside from, set aside all of your historical feelings about the Yankees, the thing that really matters right now is, okay, a win in the series versus the Yankees would be 2 out of 3 series won over the last 3 teams that you played that were good baseball teams.
Baseball teams is the key, right?
Yeah,
right,
I won't really include the Rockies in it because they're the Rockies and it was in Mexico City. But, yeah, the two series out of 3 against playoff baseball teams would make me feel a lot better about how they can sustain this. And they're not back up. They're not at full strength right now.
No. Ken Rosenthal of The Athletic and Fox has the Astros in an article last week as a surprise seller at the trade deadline. If their record is still hovering around where it is right now, winning percentage-wise, then I don't know that they're a surprise seller. I think the surprise part would be that Jim Crane's the owner and he's selling, Rosenthal in this blurb about the Astros being a, quote, surprise seller calls him Jim, the window will never close, Crane in the article.
Right. Yeah. I like that philosophy. They also cite what's his name from The Athletic, is Keith Law's baseball prospect rankings and how low the Astros are on it. I ignore Keith Law because I think he's had the Astros at the bottom of the pipeline rankings through their last 2 World Series opinion. As all of these pitchers that are current studs on the staff, they were all ranked as part of the Astros' decrepit pipeline. So I don't really follow Keith Law much anymore.
Yeah.
The biggest one There's only one team that has started a season 7-19 or worse and made it to the postseason. It was the 1914 Miracle Braves. So
1914, not 2014, 1914.
Yeah, 1914.
Yeah.
But that was before expanded. Back then, there were two teams. There were no playoffs.
Yeah.
It was the World Series. It was the best team from each league, and then boom, there you go, World Series.
Expanded playoffs. Yes.
Yeah, the expanded playoffs to where now, your great-grandfather would just shake his head in disgust at how easy it is to make the playoffs. Yes, there's a very good chance. There's a much better chance that the Astros could make the playoffs now than back in 1914.
Yeah. Rosenthal says, interesting thought, but barring a complete collapse, 2024 and 2025 free agents Justin Verlander, Alex Bregman, and Ryan Presley are probably safe, as are future free agents Kyle Tucker and Framber Valdez. So we'll see. Barring a complete collapse. Now, if this is their winning percentage in June, this is a complete collapse, or July.
I'm wondering, getting into the head of Jim Creighton, though, do you think there is at any point where... Is there any point where he says, nope, that's it for this season? I think if he looks at the team on paper, now, granted, if there were just a boatload of injuries and it continued to sustain and a bunch of guys were lost for the year, then they don't look like the same team on paper. I always try to remember that this is an outlier business. To win a World Series, in any given year, there's multitudes of reasons why it's impossible for your team to win a World Series.
Sure.
It's just... There's and every single day something happens that's never happened before. So it's not as daunting, I think, to most people in sports to say, well, the team has never won a World Series when they've started off with this record. All right, well, the team that you're citing, that was the first time that had ever happened.
Yeah.
Whichever team set the bar low for lowest record and then going to the playoffs, before that team did it, it was unprecedented.
Okay, so
I think Jim Creighton doesn't ever let go of he doesn't stop trying to strangle the frog who's trying to swallow him.
Okay, well let's workshop this then.
Okay.
Let's say if they're 12-22 now. Let's say they go 500 between now and the All-Star break, which is that's more likely than them going 10 games over 500 right now.
All right, so if they go 500,
they would be.
I feel like
they would be 43. And when you and I come into this studio on Monday, July 15th, if they go 500 between now and the All-Star break, at the All-Star break they would be 43-53.
Yeah.
What are we saying that Monday about what they should do over the next 2 weeks if they're 43-53 at the All-Star break?
They got to go on a 10-game win streak. That's my mentality.
What you're saying?
Yes.
Well, of course they need to.
Now, this is where it gets interesting, because if they play at a 500 clip and they're still beleaguered by the pitching injuries and what have you, but there's reasons for optimism. Maybe Lance, who's good for a half season when you only need a half season.
He has a bullpen today, Seth. 10 to 12 pitches in a bullpen today.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think that playing at a 500 clip, when you're injured and banged up, it's very easy to look at it and say, well, all right. And what does that 500 pace look like?
Yeah.
Has it been with improved run scoring and all that? I think then it's always a matter of, man, going on a 10-2 run or something like that doesn't seem like all that far off.
No. You're right. The right answer is I need more information on what 43-53 look like. Just empirically, though, at that point, we're well above halfway through the season, and they're still at that point, I'm probably saying they're just snake. If injuries are a big reason why they're still there, I'm going, they're just snake bit this year, and Alex Bregman's not coming back. I got to know what Bregman's doing at that point, too, though. If the trade deadline were 2 weeks from today, I don't know what you're getting for Alex Bregman at the trade deadline. He's been abysmal this year, and whatever team trades for him is getting a rental for a couple of months,
It's not like when the Astros traded for Verlander, he wasn't having a vintage Verlander type year. He had started turning it around, but it wasn't anything like Bregman's performances right now.
Right.
It wasn't like Hader's performances right now, for instance. So when you're picking up a guy on a rental specifically to try to win this year, it's hard. I think the disparity between Bregman could have an awful year, and he's still gonna get a good contract in free agency.
Probably.
It's just the way baseball works. People just bet on the upside.
Yeah.
And show in what you've done before. But for a trade when teams need you right now, they're not going to do it.
No, and look at who the Tigers got for Verlander. Like they're all gone. Like they were, they weren't. The Jake Rogers, the catcher, was the only one who was even still playing for the Tigers as of a year or two ago. So it's that's. Yeah, I mean it's and Verlander wasn't even like a rental. He still had a couple years left on his deal at that point too. All right,
but by way of just to remind everybody that Bregman will get a contract in free agency. Like Josh Hader 2 years ago played for two teams. He had a 4.24 ERA with the Brewers and a 7.31 ERA with the Padres.
That's fair.
It was and then he had one good year in 2023, and then there you go.
Yep. Well, Bregman better get it in gear because he doesn't have a year to. He doesn't have that year that Hader did to kind of get his groove back.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying though. Baseball people look at Creighton and these guys when they signed and Dana Brown when they signed Hader, they were not like, well, let's look at 2 years ago when he was absolutely atrocious. Like, nope. He's just back to the norm. That was just a blip on the radar.
Let's see, man. We'll see.
I think there's a lot of people that'll say it's a blip on the radar for Bregman.
Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Let's get to headlines. D'Amico speaks on J.J. Watt. We'll lay out who exactly is trying to help fish out the Astros season here on the mound in New York. And a whole lot more we'll get to in headlines coming up next.
Bayway Chevrolet on Broadway in Pearland is your absolute best place to get a brand new
SportsRadio.com. This hour is brought to you by Bayway Chevrolet.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to it. D'Amico Ryans was at the Texans charity golf tournament yesterday. Talked about a bunch of things. J.J. Watt among them. Was asked about J.J.'s comments at the charity softball game on Saturday, where J.J. Watt said, hey, D'Amico knows we had a conversation last year that if he needs me to call me. D'Amico Ryans was asked about that. Here's what he had to say.
I love to hear JJ saying he's ready. I got his number ready to go just in case we need it. JJ planning his softball event this past weekend. It was fun to see all the guys. JJ looks good. He's in shape. He's ready to roll. So I may need to make that call. So I'm happy that that it's open from him. JJ is an outstanding player, man. He's been an outstanding player for a long time in this league. And I'm proud of him for what he's able to do in the community. Still reaching back, and the people that he's touched here in the city of Houston is outstanding to see the response and all the people that showed up to support him this past Saturday. Oh, man, really proud of JJ.
Under what circumstances would you, because he said call him only if you need him, but under what circumstances would you actually call?
I need him now. I need to make that call right now. Anytime you get JJ Watt's ready to go, I'm ready to go.
Hey, by the way, like the one very basic, obvious thing that we haven't pointed out is that's the right answer to the question. Like, J.J. Watt obviously belongs on the too deep for the Houston Texans if you're strictly talking about how good a football player he is. You know what I mean? Like,
right, yeah.
What would be the circumstances where you would need J.J. Watt? I don't know. He's better than Derek Barnett. Like, okay, if he wants to play, like, yeah, we could use, sure. J.J. Watt sounds good, you know?
Right, yeah. And then he also, J.J. talked about the conversation he had last year with D'Amico about if you really, really need me or what have you. And like that, if we're going to read really into it literally as possible, that feels like somebody that, if he's saying that now, even though that was a conversation then, it would make sense that maybe JJ doesn't want to sign just yet. Yeah. In that maybe he doesn't want to sign until midway through the season when it's clear who the playoff contenders are and who can make a deep run. Yeah. John Crumpler, I just tweeted out the point you and I had made earlier in the show, which is that, last year when JJ would have had that conversation with the Texans, it was, he had not prepared or worked out like he was getting ready for football at all. He was very open about how he was just doing, middle-aged man type of workouts, not trying to get ready to play football. And in the middle of the season, if all of a sudden he realized that he missed it, like he had said in Week 9, that was the first time he really felt that pang of missing it, that it might not have been the right time because he doesn't want to go in and play football for the first time in his career without having actually prepared for it. Yeah. But then he brings up that, man, he's been working out kind of crazy so far this year. It sounds like he's been working out like he's ready to go play football. And then John Crumpler made the point, too, that even the Texans at that point last year, when JJ might have been having those conversations with them, they were a fringe playoff team. Yeah. And at that point, when JJ, I don't remember the exact timeline, but the Jaguars were like 97% guaranteed to win the division at point last year before they blew it.
Yeah.
So this is a different team this year.
Yeah.
And if you're ring chasing and you want to do it with the team that drafted you, it makes a lot more sense this year than it would have last year.
Yeah. Look, the Texans, I know we look back at last season and go, boy, they won the division and they won a playoff game. They blew out Cleveland in a playoff game. Yeah, and if Tyler Goodson catches a 4th-and-1 ball in Week 18, there's a good chance they don't go to the postseason at all and they finish 9-8 instead of with double-digit wins,
Right.
It was that close.
And they went out, too. I don't think JJ wouldn't have changed the outcome of that Ravens game.
No.
He could have changed the score potentially, but not by much.
They're not winning that game.
Right. That was just, that team was not the same football team. This year, theoretically, if Tank Dell goes down, you've still got, you've got Stephon Diggs and Nico there. So it's just more built to, their strengths are more built to withstand injury. You've got another year on CJ. They've made upgrades to the defense that, it does make a lot more sense. But I just wonder if JJ, like most veterans, wants to come back anytime before late August at best.
Yeah, that was my next question for you is okay, what are the odds he sees one practice of training camp. Like, it feels like an in-season kind of thing right now, maybe more than a...
Yeah, and especially, I mean, if he's going to look at it objectively, in any given year, there's plenty of teams that are favored to do well that end up having disappointing seasons. Mm-hmm. I think and if he wants to ring chase, if part of it is, part of it might just be wanting to play football again, part of it might be that regret of not having a Super Bowl. But if you want to ring chase, then you want to be damn sure that you might wait until November to really sign with a team that's on the right path.
Yeah.
To it.
He's never played in a super duper important football game. Like
never played in a conference championship.
That's what I mean. Yeah. Like, he's never been among the final 4 teams standing, and when he's been among the final 8, they've never been close. Like they've not. It's not like he stood. It's not like they played a divisional round game like Buffalo and Kansas City did 2-3 years ago, where it was a classic, just trading blows the whole game. Like, no, they got to the divisional round, and every team JJ was on. It's not JJ's fault, but every team he was on got overwhelmed in the divisional round. So I could definitely see where the big picture is. That's something in the last 24 hours I've probably started to come around on more, that it's not just the Texans that he would come play for. It's not just a D'Amico thing, It's a football thing.
It's probably the one that feels best and most comfortable.
For sure.
And it would make it would be the fairy tale ending and all of that.
Yep.
So I would imagine that's his preferred outcome, but I just try to put myself in JJ's cleats. If I'm JJ Watt, yes, and I want, for multiple reasons, maybe I want to come back, one of which is to win a Super Bowl, then the Texans are my ideal scenario, 100%. Mm-hmm. But I might want to wait until November to be sure that, C.J. Stroud is healthy and that the defense is doing all right and that you're stepping into a situation where they've got a reasonable chance to win the Super Bowl. If this is indeed going to be his last year, his last and genuinely final year.
Yep, that schedule's tough, man. Speaking of the schedule release now, Florio tweeting out yesterday or putting up a post yesterday that it may be next week now. I had seen over the weekend that May 9th was the date, but nobody knows when the schedule release is going to be. It's the most amazing thing to me, Seth, for a league that is like amazing at promoting things. And this must be a conscious decision they make to do it this way, I guess.
Kind of tease you.
I guess.
A little bit of it gets people talking about it.
Maybe. Yeah. I don't know that they need that sort of buzz. I kind of like knowing that I have a date I can circle on the calendar, You know
what? I bet it's this. They've just given up on trying to. They know that they can't prevent leaks.
Yeah.
So they try to keep a moving target as much as possible. Maybe they're putting like fake schedules out there and internal memos and everything, just to keep it from being. So the more, I guess, if they were to have a specific set deadline a couple weeks in advance, maybe the fervor for people digging for the information and everything is that much more intense. So they try to keep it more of a soft moving target that's harder to hit.
A lot of rumors floating around on the old X.com this morning about the Texans and the Chiefs opening weekend. I've seen nothing to substantiate that, but a lot of people talking about that.
And to be clear, the NFL has never said anything specifically other than it's coming this month, right?
Right.
They didn't set this Thursday.
No.
I don't even know where that came from.
There were a few people tweeting it out. They cited Fox Sports as the source that it was going to be. You know what that could mean? That could mean some jamoke on their national syndicated radio network saying that he's heard something.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden that's Fox Sports. So, yeah.
Like that guy that's always saying untruths about the Astros. Can't think of his name.
Ben Maller.
Yeah, Ben Maller.
Ben Maller, yeah.
He just spews stuff like with zero regard for whether it's true or not. Including like stuff that the Astros did that was admittedly wrong. He just amps it up 400 times what it was. It's disgusting.
Yep.
Yeah, I bet it was him. I bet it was Ben Maller. Let's just say that it was.
Yeah, that's what he would do.
We'll pull a Ben Maller and say, this Ben Maller claims that 3 attorneys told him.
WWBD. What would Ben do? All right, Astros, Yankees starting tonight. Justin Verlander on the hill for the Astros tonight. We got Spencer Arrighetti on Wednesday. Looking forward to Thursday. Ronel Blanco versus Marcus Stroman. That'll be fun. A little late afternoon game. So this is a big series, man. Big regular season series. Astros got to get it going. NBA playoffs last night. Knicks beat the Pacers 118-115. Jalen Brunson is awesome. He had 43 points. And then the Timberwolves, no Rudy Gobert, no problem. They beat Denver by 26, 106-80. Rudy Gobert stuck around in Minnesota for the birth of his first child. and missed the game last night, but they did not miss him at all. They won by 26. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So let's circle back to J.J. Watt. We talked about this earlier. Seth brought up a great point about why maybe this didn't come down last year because you don't have a real clear view of how you're internalizing retirement. Maybe didn't realize how much he missed football. He's now had a full year to think about how much he missed football. When was the exact point where football re-entered the radar for J.J. Watt? We've got the audio. We are going to reconstruct the timeline for how we got here with all this J.J. Watt conjecture, and we will do it next. But I want to get you guys down to Sugarland right now if you're in the market for a new vehicle. Let's start with the internet here. Before we get you down to Sugarland,
CFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's reconstruct the timeline here. Before we get to the moment we think that JJ kind of revealed where football crept back into his psyche here. For those of you getting in your car, may not have heard D'Amico Ryan's comments yet. Let's skip straight to D'Amico. We've heard JJ from the softball game plenty of times over the last couple of days where he left the door open to coming back, said that he told D'Amico Ryan's last year that if he needed him to call him. We know that didn't happen last year. Here was D'Amico at the Texans charity golf tournament yesterday when he was asked about the possibility of JJ coming back, and what circumstances would there need to be for you, D'Amico, to say we need JJ Watt?
I love to hear JJ saying he's ready. I got his number ready to go just in case we need it. JJ, playing in his softball event this past weekend. It was fun to see all the guys. JJ looks good. He's in shape. He's ready to roll. So I may need to make that call. So I'm happy that that it's open from him. JJ is an outstanding player, man. He's been an outstanding player for a long time in this league, and I'm proud of him for what he's able to do in the community. Still reaching back, and the people that he's touched here in the city of Houston is outstanding to see the response and all the people that showed up to support him this past Saturday. So, man, really proud of JJ.
Under what circumstances would you, because he said call him only if you need him, but under what circumstances would you actually call?
I need him now. I need to make that call right now. Anytime you get JJ Watt's ready to go, I'm ready to go.
That's the right answer, D'Amico Ryans. You brought up this morning, Seth, I think the best point as to why is it different this time around than last year?
Right. Yeah, because Cody Stutes had made the point, like, hey, if the Texans didn't try to sign him or bring him back last year when they were banged up on the defensive line, why would they necessarily do it right now when they've got depth and all of that? I think that last year JJ had been very public. He talked with you and I about it, in the pregame that one day about he's been doing work. Last year he was doing workouts for a retired football player.
That was in week 4. We should point out. Yeah,
he was staying fit and wanted to fit into pants off the rack and all of that stuff. And he was still big. You said he was only 4 or 5 pounds below his body weight, but he hadn't been doing a lot of the more explosive, aggressive types of training that he's always done to get ready for a football season. And he had said that too. He said that in multiple places. He said it with Chris Long on his podcast, that he just had not been one bit ready to go play football. When people were asking him, "Are you going to return?" He's like, "No, you don't understand. I haven't done football drills." Until about midway through the season, rounded up the Ring of Honor induction, you saw him you saw him wearing a pair of cleats at the facility. Week 9, he says that was the first time that he felt the pang of not playing, that pain and/or pang of not playing.
Yeah.
And now, just last week, he referenced, or at the softball tournament, he referenced that it sounds like he's been working out like he's ready to go play football.
And this is the last year he's going to do that.
Yeah. So I think that it might be as simple as that. He was not mentally or physically prepared to play football last year,
right?
At least the way he would feel comfortable doing it. Going into this season, it very might well be that, he is mentally and physically prepared to play football if that bat signal goes up.
Yep. If we're reconstructing the timeline, why is this different now than it was last year? You laid it out, Seth. Ring of Honor, week 4, he's working out like a normal civilian. He's not thinking about playing football again. Week 9, he goes to visit his brother TJ for a Thursday night game. And they're staying at TJ's house. TJ comes back from the hotel from the night before to get ready for the game. And here was JJ back on November 8th of last year, week 9, on the Pat McAfee show, signaling this is the exact moment maybe where the FOMO really started to kick in.
I will say that Sunday when we were at his house and he was getting ready for the game, he comes home from the team hotel because it's a night game, or I guess it was Thursday. So Thursday he comes home from the hotel and he's getting ready for the game. He's getting dressed. He's putting on his music. He's got his coffee. And as the music starts going and it gets closer and closer, he's getting ready to leave and we start talking about the pregame. That was truly the first time where I was like, man, I wish I was doing this right now.
Oh.
Like, I do wish, like, for that moment, I was like, I do wish that I was getting ready for a game. Just that feeling, that adrenaline, and being able to see it and feel it in the house. It was the first time that I actually had that FOMO about it.
Okay. 11 days later, he's back here in Houston for the Cardinals-Texans game in Week 11. And he's here all week in town because it's Thanksgiving, probably staying at the Cushing's house, I would imagine, maybe, or an Airbnb somewhere. But he was in the building all week. I think that was when he had the cleats on, was that when he was in town that Thanksgiving week.
Yeah.
Because that's where it really started to bubble up some there.
Right,
you know?
right. And it is, you had asked me during the break, okay, did I ever think about coming back? And I did 100%. I actually talked to Tom Coughlin about it. Because you'll recall, I turned down an offer to go play for the Giants the year they won their first Super Bowl. So that was dumb. And so I don't think about that once a week, every week. No, never. Not when you bring it up during a break and then I hate myself for 12 minutes afterwards.
Bring up the Giants specifically.
Yeah. Just real quick. I was coming off an ACL. It was my second ACL. I was 32 years old. Like, it was probably going to be it for me. And Tom Coughlin told me, listen, Seth, you're going to be on PUP to start the year. We don't want you to even start practicing until October. And I was like, nah, I'm going to go somewhere where I can play 16 games. I got cut. And that was it for me.
Well, it wasn't in vogue at the time to do a Coughlin. Coughlin was a visionary. Like that,
I know.
You would have been the first Linval Joseph and Ndamukong Suh.
Jerry Reese had just become the GM, and I kind of envisioned, I overthought it like I do everything. I was like, man, I know Tom's telling me this, and that's what he wants to do with me, but I could totally see this being a power struggle where, like, oh, Coach who might be on his way out brings in an old guy that he likes, and the GM flexes by not doing it. So I overthought it. But then, you know what, I probably would have, yeah. Anyway, so the part, it's not, you asked if it was like the adrenaline rush, and I don't think adrenaline rush is the right word, or phrase. I think it's just the matter of, like, it's something that you're, like JJ's an extreme example, but any football player, like you're in the best 0.1% of people who play football. It's fun to be good at something. Yeah, it's fun to go back and just there's that element of, man, you've been in a job where you just get to hang out with the guys all day, every day, and be part of like a common focused goal all the time. And there's a big absence in your life when you lose all that. And, like people, I'm not making a direct comparison to the military, but a lot of military guys share this. Say, well, I've talked to them about it. It's like a lot of that same sentiment of, man, some of the things that you used to think you hated, you actually really miss. You miss the structure of it.
The structure is big, yeah.
Yeah, you miss having that clear, concise goal, and you're part of a group effort towards that goal. You miss getting constant feedback. Like, that's a huge one. You go 10 years of your life getting constant and immediate feedback as to how you're doing, and then think about what JJ's doing now. And I heard Tom Brady describing his like day a couple of weeks ago, and it's very stressful to all of a sudden be very, very busy and yet have no actual measuring stick of how you're doing. Like, okay, so JJ goes and he does the Sunday studio show at CBS. How'd you do? Did you win? Did you lose? What did you do? There's no way to tell.
No.
There's no direct comparison. Yeah. Burnley, okay, what are my benchmarks that I'm comparing myself to as being a minority owner on a on a struggling British English soccer team?
Right.
You don't know.
There's no
like the competition isn't there. So yeah, all of those things I would imagine, not to mention just the pure emotional side of, just like anybody listening right now that played high school sports knows this, just that thrill of going out into a competition like that. You miss that. You don't get that same thing by going out on a jet ski in Barbados.
Right. No, the measuring stick is big, man, for sure. A lot of people talking about this, man. McAfee, as you can imagine, this was a big topic on McAfee's show yesterday.
Yeah.
Because that ant pile had kind of coalesced of JJ coming back. It was just a big mound of mud with a bunch of holes in it. and then I feel like it got kicked on the McAfee show last Thursday when they asked Nick about it, right?
Yeah.
And so when McAfee comes in on Monday and he's got this amazing answer to Brandon Scott's question from J.J. Watt, they talked about it yesterday on the show.
And
right?
McAfee does a great job, because we'd been thinking about it all analytically, and then McAfee just does the very smart thing to do, which was he painted a picture of what it would look like.
Yep.
How about D'Amico just being like, all right, JJ? Well,
didn't need him. Kind of wild.
Don't need you, JJ. Or is it like, hey, guy gets hurt on Friday, okay, and you need somebody, and we can't sign anybody, I'll be there. And if he gets dropped into a game down there in Houston next year, week 15, what if it's against probably will be against the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah.
Could you imagine that stadium with him, C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson, them all coming out of the tunnel? It would be insane. It would be a Houston Texans wet dream for the Texans fan base.
I'm glad you pulled this. I watched it yesterday. I'm like, I need to pull this. I'm glad you got this audio.
I forgot to ask Ben if it was okay to use that last.
Well, there's the dump light's not blinking, so I think it's okay.
Good.
Yeah.
It would be a dream, kids. Just a dream. It would be a dream.
You'd be sweating when you wake up because it's so.
So this is the thing. The scenario he painted was very WWE.
Yes.
Like somebody gets hurt on a Friday, they sign JJ. And you know who else? Who I was thinking of as I was painting that picture in my mind? Greg Grissom, the team president.
Yeah.
The merch sales, my God. Can you imagine?
Dude.
Can you imagine they call an emergency Battle Red Day?
They need to put. Boy, can you imagine if they put the new uniforms in the store with a Watt number 99 jersey in there?
What if they don't announce that JJ is signing? They just put the jerseys.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like this is where, and that you're right, and that's the flair. That's McAfee. That's Monday Night Raw McAfee right there in that cut. Can you imagine the crowd when they're coming out? It's Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud. Oh man,
I'm surprised JJ hasn't. Has he ever done a WWE appearance?
No, not that I know of.
Come out and just come in. Usually the football players just come in and give a forearm shiver to a couple guys.
Kittle did it at WrestleMania this year, one of the pay-per-views, and Gronk had signed with them for a little while.
Yeah. That's right. Didn't Gronk have the Anywhere belt or whatever?
The 24/7 he may have. Yeah.
Yeah.
He may be Anywhere belt. Yeah, the 24/7 he did. I like that.
So speaking of Gronk, I got thinking about him when he signed those 2 one-year deals at the end of his career with the Bucks. And I don't have a Spotrac subscription, so I don't know what the only thing I could see is this last year he had a 1-year $8 million contract, because that was the other question we had was, okay, this is all fun to talk about, but it's kind of hard to talk about what kind of salary is JJ expecting and what are the Texans willing to give up. Where the rubber meets the road on this for me is right now, as good as I feel about Kamari Lassiter, if the Texans signed Stephon Gilmore, I would be really excited, because Lassiter, you never know. The second-round pick, you don't know if he's going to start week 1. You don't know about the Okudah and Henderson and all of that. Stephon Gilmore could step in and be good for you immediately. If you had to make the choice between paying a 1-year $20 million contract to Stephon Gilmore or a 1-year $20 million contract to J.J. Watt, because J.J. was playing at a higher level than Gronk was when he signed with the Bucks that last year. Which would you prefer?
Does it have to be 20? I don't think Gilmore's a $20 million player anymore.
Right, okay, I just threw that out of there.
Yeah.
Let's say $12 million. Let's say it's $12 million. 1 year, $12 million.
Boy, it's a good question. JJ, probably. JJ. Yeah.
I would say for right now, for pass rushers on the inside, because I think JJ would come in and they would probably plan on him playing 20 to 25 snaps a game.
Yep.
And I think JJ is likely, I'll say any 30, how old is JJ now? 34?
33, 34, yeah.
Any 33 or 34-year-old defensive lineman who had transitioned into being more of an edge player than an interior defensive lineman, I don't think he wants to be down. I'd be surprised if he had an appetite to be a 3 technique on first and second rundowns.
Yeah.
I think he wants to be on the edge on first down and come inside to rush the passer. So I think he becomes a situational pass rusher where you got from left to right, Will Anderson, J.J. Watt, Danico Autry, Daniil Hunter on 3rd and 10. How do you feel about that? Well, and this is the other part. Like, usually to get your best pass rusher singled up, you got to blitz. Like, when J.J. was here, Wade Phillips would rush 5 a lot, which they call a blitz these days. It's a dog, but whatever. They would send 5 guys because then you can engineer a way for JJ to get singled up on an offensive lineman. Mm-hmm. You have a situation there where you have 4 guys who have legitimate reason to double team, and you're either going to double team one of them, and 3 guys are going to be free, or you're going to max protect or use heavier protection and have fewer guys out on routes. It's basically you're calling a blitz. You have the effect of a blitz, but with a 4-man rush.
4 guys.
Yeah. Because you can't, who the hell are you going to double it? One of those guys is coming free. It's crazy. 2 of those guys are coming free.
Okay, well, you're
or they're max protecting, and you only got 2 or 3 guys out on routes.
Right. Does that answer your question? Are you a JJ or Stefan guy in your hypothetical?
I'm JJ now.
Yeah. I was trying to say, it sounds like you talk yourself into it.
It's that scenario where he can be a part-time player. Like, my rookie year, I played with Clyde Simmons.
Mm-hmm.
And Clyde was strictly limited to 20 snaps per game. And he was awesome. It was so fun to just watch. And Clyde was not in the kind of shape that JJ is.
Yeah.
Clyde would just come in and just put it on people.
Fresh legs.
Yeah. And that was that. And he stayed healthy. Mm-hmm. And he probably he went on to do it for a couple more years after 1997, I think. And he was very productive as a situational pass rusher. I think that's what JJ, that would be the ideal scenario, is you use him as a situational pass rusher.
JJ's 35, by the way. Turned 35 in March. Yeah. Well, we forget, he had a long college journey. He went to Central Michigan and transferred and walked on, and he was not he wasn't a 3-and-done guy back in the day. So, you and I off the air were talking about this yesterday, like a who says no kind of scenario. Put the Gilmore versus Watt scenario aside for a second. Let's just focus just on JJ, Seth. 1 year, $15. Who says no? JJ Watt, D'Amico Ryans, Nick Caserio. Who says no in that scenario?
I think JJ says no because he's waiting. I think JJ says no because he's waiting either to find the right team or he's either waiting to find the right team or he just wants to give himself the best chance to stay healthy and fresh the whole way through. Mm-hmm. But I think that for 1 year, $15 million, D'Amico and Nick would both feel like, we're going to get, the guy's going to come in, he's going to work hard, he's going to do all the right things, he's going to be a great example for the younger guys. It's culturally, I think it's really good for the team in a lot of ways. I don't fear any kind of, and I think also one of the big differences, as we've discussed, but if you guys are just tuning in, if you ask why didn't they do it last year? I think multiple reasons, but also that JJ had not gone into the season mentally or physically prepared the way he usually is to play a football game.
Yep.
So I think that this year, D'Amico has already established himself. If there was any worry or concern about hey, we want this to be a new Texans team with our culture and all of that, I don't think you have to worry about that now. I think you got that out of the way with a successful first season.
I think even little things like the softball game this past weekend where JJ's out there chopping it up with 10 or 12 guys that are on the current Texans. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Little stuff, just as far as social interspersing or interaction with them.
And I can't remember if there was CJ or Will when they were doing their Super Bowl rounds. I think it was Will that talked about how a lot, Andre's around a lot. No, it was CJ. Andre's around a lot. JJ's around all the time. Will has talked in the past about how cool it is that he can ask JJ for advice. Will and JJ may have already been texting all last season about, various things. I don't know how frequently or anything. I don't. If there was any concern about like, hey, we need to establish our culture and do it the right way, I think they've established that.
Yeah.
You've already got Will Anderson telling guys at the Pro Bowl that they might not be Texans.
It's not for everybody, man.
Yeah.
It's not for everybody. I love that. I love that. We'll get to some updates on Tank Dell here in a second that we got from the golf tournament yesterday from D'Amico Ryans and from Cal McNair. We'll get to that in just a second. As long as we're talking about the softball game, I have one quick legit softball take that I need to float past you here about this game, because the legends who are all JJ's age or older, they were all 35 or older, and the current Texans who mostly, other than Case Keenum and John Weeks, skewed like 27 and younger.
Yeah.
The legends were all like pretty good or really good at softball.
Yeah.
The current Texans, most of them look like they'd never touched a bat or a glove before. Is this an indicator? Of the popularity of baseball with the younger generation waning right now?
Okay.
Am I reading too much into this?
No. I don't think you're reading too much into it, but it's nuanced because, look, youth baseball participation had been on the decline for a while, up through 2015, when you looked at the numbers over the previous 5 years, there was a 14.5% decline in youth participation. And that's when Manfred, in his first year of commissioner, created the Play Ball initiative. And it's been really, really successful. More and more kids are playing baseball. There's a much higher, like the number of people who have played baseball even casually in the previous year, number of youths that had done in the previous year is like 100% higher now than it was in 2015. But the guys that are out there playing in that charity softball classic, those guys were in that period
zone
where everything was on the decline.
Yeah.
And remember, too, everything still is moving towards specialization, unfortunately. It's one of these things that's an unstoppable train. Yeah. Everybody knows it's good for kids to play multiple sports, and yet it's just the intensity of competition has created more specialization. But, yeah, I would bet that the guys who are young players right now, they were right in that window of declining baseball participation, and they might just never have. Yeah, a lot of them might never have played Little League baseball.
No, that's how it looked. That sure is how it looked.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if Will Anderson had played baseball as a kid? What that would be like pitching to him? Like he's that's like Jordan kind of stuff right there.
Right? Yeah. It's the biggest indicator, Sean, I think, of how it had changed, at least with that age group culturally, is that, like, honestly, Will being able to go out there and just have fun with the fact that he's awful at softball.
Yeah.
In my mind, I'm thinking baseball. I couldn't. I would be mortified. I feel like for me, it'd be like, man, I don't want anybody to know how bad I am at baseball.
When I tell you that Will Anderson, who already might have been my favorite player on the Texans, is now number one with a bullet. We watched him take BP down in the batting cages in the basement there at Constellation Field. A handful of us were down there. And you could tell right away, like, okay, Will's never picked up a bat, which is it's not his fault. It's not a problem. It's just,
right.
And he's laughing about it. He's got reporters in there filming him, and he's laughing his ass off about how bad his swing was. When we all go back up to the press box after that batting practice is over, now they've introduced all the players and everybody's milling around on the field, and they list the 10 guys up on the big screen there who are going to take part in the home run derby. And one of them is Will Anderson. I'm like, he is a gem. He is the best. And then it went about how you expected it would go. He had a couple literally swings and misses on slow pitch softball. Now he got his legs under him and did, started to get comfortable and hit some pretty far. For a guy with a bad swing, he was hitting it really far. He didn't hit any out, but he was getting better as he went along, which tells me, like, if he just put a little time into it, he could probably come back next year and win the damn thing. But then when he got introduced, he had already kind of embarrassed himself a little bit in the home run derby. He could not have cared less. Like, he's laughing about it. They introduced him. He's batting second for the current Texans team, and he gets in the batter's box, and he's holding up his bat like a scepter, like he's the king of the place.
And he's ready to just – did he point where he was going to hit his home run to or anything?
I don't know if he pointed or not. He's just waving his bat. Like, he's just – I'm with you. Like, I would have been, like, if someone had told me, if I had Will Anderson swing, and someone told me you're going to be one of the 10 guys in the home run derby, I said, I got to go home. My kid's sick. Something. My horse is sick. My dog is sick. Somebody's sick somewhere that I got to go check on.
I was trying to put myself through the test of, like, okay, is this a generational thing, or is it just a Seth Payne thing that I would be that embarrassed? But I thought about it, like, no, I'm not afraid. I would go out and shoot free throws and suck at it, and I'd be fine with it. Like, I wouldn't worry about it or anything. Any other sport, if I went out and sucked publicly, I wouldn't worry about it. Baseball, yeah, there's just something in me, the way I was raised, and just when we grew up, that it just feels like, no, I don't want people to know how bad I am.
If the Astros asked you to throw out the first pitch, would you throw out the first pitch in baseball?
I would. I have a hard time, though, because all of my shoulder injuries and surgeries, I have to kind of I got to re-engineer. I have to, like, throw sidearm or underhand.
That would be awesome if they gave you, like, a month to prepare and you went out there and threw submarine style. That would be, dude,
I might get
you'd be
signed.
A legend. You might get signed. Yes. So, Tank Dell. Well, let's get to the Tank Dell update. We told the people.
No, I want to talk about Pat Neshek.
Oh, good pull. Dan Quisenberry for the oldies out there. Kent Tekulve. Tank Dell update. Let's do Cal first, because Cal went first with the media yesterday. Cal and Hannah met with the media. Good to see them out at the golf tournament. Here was Cal McNair on Tank Dell.
We're just grateful that I believe no one was seriously hurt, but it looks like Tank will make a full recovery. We saw him in the office the other day, and he looked good in good spirits, and so. But he'll have to rehab and get back to where he was.
Okay, so he'll have to rehab and get back to where he was. So that's the first hint of anything right there, that there's rehab. Rehab, look, he got shot. So I would imagine there's some degree of rehab involved with that.
Yeah, right? And, D'Amico was asked. Oh, we have D'Amico.
We got D'Amico, too. Yep, we got D'Amico. Yeah. D'Amico did not want to answer with much specificity on anything timeline-wise with Tank.
Yeah, I talked with Tank. We had a good conversation. I talked to him several times, and Tank will be fine.
So you expect him to be ready for week one?
Tank should be fine.
What's your emotions like when you get a phone call like that from a player of yours?
Yeah, it's the thing about being in the head coach's seat. It's always, you don't know what type of conversation you're gonna do. You know what phone calls you will get, but for me, it's just always being ready to adjust, always being adaptable with things that may happen, and just being genuine in every situation we have. And for me, as a head coach, I'm always real, upfront, honest with our guys, and that's the communication that's the way I like to keep the communication with our guys. Let them know if anything happens, they can call me with anything.
What do you hope he learns? Sorry, what do you hope he learns from the situation?
I've talked to Tank. That's more a personal situation, and we'll leave it at that.
Coach, that's a question, but will Tank miss any time?
As I've said, I think I've answered all that about Tank. He'll be all right.
Tank will be fine. Anytime people were looking for a timeline, or is he going to miss time? The answer was Tank will be fine. Tank will be all right.
Coach speak. But I think also carving out a little time for, best case scenario, it's that Tank will be fine in like 2 weeks. But you never want to hurry things along, especially at this time of the year. I mean, the worst case scenario ever was an RG3 created an ad campaign around his expected return date. Remember that?
Yes.
And immediately I'm like, oh, this is the dumbest thing ever, because you do like that thing. You can have you want to have your positive attitude. You want to manifest this, all that. Yes, 100%. Sometimes when it comes to medical issues, there are setbacks, and you got to deal with those setbacks. But once you publicly tie yourself to a date, it can create undue pressure, especially right now at this point in the season. So the way I would interpret it, just given that he said 3 times he'll be fine, but he didn't want to put a date on it. I think that's D'Amico just understanding the reality of any kind of injury.
Yeah.
They're going to be very, very careful with it. If it was just a flesh wound and it just, he just needs to have the wound heal up and everything, then yeah, there's reasons that it shouldn't be any issue at all, but you just never know, I guess.
There's nothing urgent.
Things get infected out of nowhere, you know?
No, that is true. That is true.
Yeah.
There's nothing urgent on the calendar right now where we need dates for anything on Tank. You know what I mean? There's nothing that I've heard that makes me feel like Tank's not going to be ready for week 1 or something like that, you know?
Right. Yeah, there's nothing is leaked out at all.
Yeah.
If anything, the at least whatever news has been reported and whatever the speculation is, it seems to be as benign as it can be when you're shot in the lower body.
Yeah.
Yep. I can think of the worst case scenario.
No more little tanks. Yeah.
Or little tanks.
No more little. I say no more. I don't know if there's a little tank out there.
There's right, but little tanks, right?
Tiny tanks.
There's already a little tank.
Yeah.
Little tank is fine.
That's true. He's number 3 on the Texans.
It's the littlest of all future tanks that we want to be. We want to be sure.
The
all
teeny
right.
tanks. Yeah, the tiny tanks. A lot of questions rolling in about J.J. Watt. If J.J. Okay, this one's funny. If J.J. comes back, does he get his name taken down from the Ring of Honor, and then we have a second induction ceremony down the road? That'd be a J.J. move right there, LOL.
Or what if they
saying?
A J.J. 2.0? If who's wearing number 2 on the team right now? That would be the good one. That would be the good joke. Now that defensive linemen can wear single-digit numbers.
Robert Woods, I think, right?
Oh, okay, yeah. Maybe he buys. I like the idea of a J.J. Watt 2.0. Buy the number off of Robert Woods.
J.J.
and he
Watt
comes back wearing number 2
in a single-digit number. Yeah, like Kobe when Kobe switched over to. I forget was he 8 first or 24, but he switched numbers around. Yeah.
The merch sales, Sean.
Oh yeah.
J.J. can justify his salary not from a salary cap perspective, but just from a pure dollars and cents.
Yeah.
He might be able to justify his salary just by changing his number and creating all that new merch and the new font and the new colors.
Would he look sleeker in a single-digit number?
Yes,
I think so too. I'm
trying to think of. Remember, Lewis Nix wore a single digit.
He wore number 1 at Notre Dame.
When it's a chubbier guy, I don't think it actually helps slimming. If anything, I think it almost accentuates all the flesh that is around.
Look at all that Baron jersey there.
Yeah. For JJ, who's much leaner than Lewis Nix was, I think it does have a slimming effect.
Text message: if JJ has not signed his retirement papers, then he is 100% coming back one last time. Can you get the people up to speed, Seth, on retirement papers in the NFL? I feel like there's a lot of guys who are all the way out, but just wait to sign their papers for whatever.
Yeah. You just wait to sign your papers. You do get a nice little bonus. You get paid a certain amount of money for each year that you played. And I want to say it's a new collective bargaining agreement, so I don't know what it is now. I want to say when I retired, it was like it's not bad. It was like $10,000 a year or something.
It's pretty good.
Right. But it's nothing that's gonna. It's not like JJ's worried about the high inflation rates and time value of money. I got to get those papers in now. I got to get this into a money market fund. You know.
Plus, paperwork sucks.
Yeah.
Paperwork
and
sucks.
there's an element of finality to it. I remember when I had called my agent to say that I was ready to sign my retirement papers. That was when it really hit me. You know, like, crap. Yeah. I just made a decision, didn't I?
I was at the press conference where JJ said the things he did on Saturday. I was standing right next to Brandon Scott. In retrospect, now that we've had 24, 48 hours, whatever, since then, a couple days, that's the one regret I have is not asking JJ if he signed his retirement papers yet. I feel like that might have gotten some traction.
I think the other thing about signing your retirement papers is that it gets you off of the drug policy list. So which isn't like, I'm not saying they don't test for marijuana anymore or anything, but it gets you off the PED test list.
Gotcha.
So, which again, it's not that, oh man, I just got to retire so I can do some steroids. It's that they could call you at any time, like you're on vacation, or like, hey, you got to take a drug test, and then all of a sudden you got to coordinate a drug test with somebody that can show up at your rental condo and watch you pee into a jar. It probably gets a little bit old.
Picturing you signing your retirement papers, flopping down into a hammock and jamming syringes into both of your thighs, finally,
I can get shredded.
Jamming it into your shoulder and into your traps, Seth just looks like a pincushion sitting there in a hammock,
I'm telling the bar, I'm going to Mexico where I'm guessing you can buy my Diana ball at various bars down there. Hey, crush a few Diana ball into my margarita.
I'll take an old-fashioned, a margarita.
Bring me a kettlebell.
and some Diana ball. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. So there's your Tank Dell update from D'Amico Ryans and from Cal McNair. Which team should get the most primetime games? This was a debate on NFL.com yesterday, and man, how times have changed in Houston. We will get to that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
I think Cade Stowe.
85.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Which team should get the most primetime games? It was wild, man. Last night, just sitting there watching TV, got the laptop out. I go over to NFL.com. I'm like, okay. If I missed anything today, let's see. It's been a light news day. And the lead, not story, it's not a news story, but the lead article, I guess, Seth, was the graphic was the Chiefs logo, the Ravens logo, and the Texans logo all next to each other.
Yeah.
And the headline was, let me find it here. The headline was which team should have the most primetime games, basically, is what it was. And to see the Texans logo sitting there next to the two teams that were in the AFC title game this year was quite the pleasure, I would say, yesterday.
Yeah.
It's nice.
I was enjoying that you were struggling with that headline because it was the exact same thing that you had written down at the top.
Oh, on the rundown?
Okay. You thought it was going to be some catchy, professionally written headline. Well, no, it was just which team should play in the most primetime games.
Yeah, that's it. So they had 5 of their experts debate this question, and 3 of them say the Chiefs. One says one says the Ravens.
Oh.
But the hero we need is a fellow by the name of Mark Ross. And he picks the Houston Texans. Now, he picks it with a caveat.
Oh.
He says, the Chiefs feel like the one true answer, and I won't be mad if they inevitably end up in more marquee slots than any other team. But my non-Chiefs pick...
Oh, this dude's got a caveat stuck up his butt. What the hell? Okay.
My non-Chiefs pick is the Houston Texans. C.J. Stroud is a budding star who announced his NFL arrival by reaching the postseason, winning a playoff game, and earning the Offensive Rookie of the Year award. He's electric. It bleeds into the rest of the offense the same way DeMeco Ryans' leadership and energy intoxicate the defense. It's easy to root for this young team.
I like him, even though he caveated us.
Yeah.
So this is the thing about the Chiefs. Look, America's had enough of the Chiefs. And they're going to do just fine in Kansas City, okay?
Mm-hmm.
People are going to be Chiefs fans forever.
Mm-hmm.
How about spreading some of the shoving of teams down America's throat? Why don't you throw some towards the 4th largest city in the country?
Give us some of that.
3rd largest city in the country. Right. This is just, we know this. In the NFL, once you win a Super Bowl, that's when you have branded that team onto the soul of its fan base, and you create these generational fans. And I feel like this is the year that the NFL should just try to really hammer that home for the Texans. If they can win a Super Bowl this year and they happen to get a whole lot of national exposure, America's ready to love this team before it gets too old. All the love right now, Sean. The love for CJ is intense, and you know that only goes that turns to hatred over time with success. Right now, they're the sweethearts of the league, and that people they were intrigued with CJ already, and now he's become a tour de force with his Super Bowl interviews and his ongoing friendly feuding with Micah Parsons. That I think America's ready to just fully embrace CJ for 1 or 2 seasons until they spit him out and trample on him after he wins the Super Bowl.
Dude, global. CJ is global now, he and Micah. I mean, they're over in China, and they're over in Japan, and they're doing all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, he's converted way more Chinese kids to being football lovers than Pat Mahomes has, I would say.
Yes.
What's Pat Mahomes done for the actual game of football?
Right.
He's off taking care of his soccer team.
Yeah.
The least American of sports.
Yeah.
Well, meanwhile, you got CJ, ambassador for the sport over in China, trying to convert them to football and capitalism.
He's hawking. Mahomes is just out here hawking insurance. He's an insurance salesman, basically, is what he is. State Farm.
It's un-American. CJ Stroud is the team for America.
He's apple pie, man. He is, yes.
Were you surprised that the Bills had the most primetime games last year?
Yes. Yeah, 7. 7 primetime games for the Bills.
Kind of blows my market size premise out of the water.
Oh, yeah, the 4th largest city thing? Yeah.
Yeah. But they did, look, like Josh Allen is an exciting quarterback to watch. I think Lamar, look, the case for the Ravens would be that Lamar Jackson is an awesome regular season quarterback.
Yeah.
And these primetime games are all in the regular season that we're talking about, that you can schedule ahead of time, that Lamar Jackson makes sense. Although I did think there's part of Lamar Jackson's game last year where he improved in terms of just kind of shifting the psychology almost imperceptibly towards being more of a pass-first guy, like more of a complete and total quarterback. He still did do very impressive things with his legs. Yeah. It's just that a lot of the stuff that he did impressively with his legs was staying alive within the pocket. Mm-hmm. Like it's always hard to get him down, but it used to be easier to get him down in the pocket. Now he's learned to, like, okay, sometimes I can just take 3 steps and shirk off a tackler and stay within the pocket. So he's a little less electric than he had been before. Even when he does run past the line of scrimmage, I feel like there's almost a hesitancy. Did you notice in the Texans game, it was like his head was constantly – it was like he had to look 3 times to be sure before he made a cut.
Yeah.
Which was a different element of his game this year than he had before. But still a hell of a regular season quarterback.
And against the Texans, he still ran for over 100 yards.
Right. No. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
He's still very effective at it. But it's just it doesn't look – he looks like he's still caught in that little zone where he's trying to change his game to one that can survive and endure in the NFL, and he's not quite 100% comfortable, or at least he wasn't 100% comfortable with it last year.
Yeah. I was talking about the schedule with Cody Stutes. Cody Stutes came on my podcast, on the Utopia podcast, last week, and we got talking about the schedule release, and, man, he brought up a great point. We were doing kind of schedule wish list sort of stuff, and most of Cody's were things he was hoping didn't happen with the schedule.
Yeah.
And he brought up a great point about these Christmas games. There are 4 teams that are going to get royally screwed at the end of the season by these Christmas games. There are going to be 2 games on Christmas Day because the Christmas Day games last week did so well ratings-wise, obliterated everything the NBA was doing that day.
Mm-hmm.
So the NFL said, well, we got to do this Christmas Day thing again. Well, Christmas Day is on a Wednesday this year. It was on a Monday last year.
Yeah.
Monday's a normal football day. Wednesday is the least normal football day. Like, it's in the middle of the week. So these teams, keep in mind, this is like week 17 this is happening, right? This is towards the end. Probably week 16 would be when this is happening. That you're going to have the teams that play on Christmas Day, there's going to be 2 games, so 4 teams. They're going to play on Saturday, the weekend before.
Yeah.
Which means they're getting a short week leading up to the Saturday games, Sunday through Saturday. That's manageable.
Oh, I hadn't thought about that part.
They get 2 short weeks in a row, Seth, down the stretch. Down the stretch. Now, I guess the benefit is you get a quasi-bye week after Christmas, right? You don't play for 11 days after that.
So you've got time to ice down all the extra injuries you have?
From 3 games in 11 days or whatever it is.
I hadn't thought about the previous week part of it.
Yeah.
I was very limited in my caveman brain.
I hadn't either.
Like, okay, well, they play on Saturday, then they play on Wednesday. That's like a Thursday night game.
Yeah.
Which nobody loves, but yeah, you're stacking one short week on top.
I don't want
one.
that. I do not want that for the Texans. Thanksgiving, I'm cool with. That's normal. A Thursday game, Thanksgiving. It's also a normal football day, and it'd be the Cowboys. That would be a whole lot of fun. I don't need some rando. Like, I don't need the Texans playing the Bears on Christmas Day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't need that.
The biggest thing about the short week where it really screws teams at times is the concussion protocol. Because if you get a concussion on let's talk Thursday night games. You get a concussion on a Sunday, very unlikely that you're going to be back. Even if you're cleared, I think most coaches are kind of uncomfortable with throwing a guy out there like the day after they get cleared. That's and it seems like this could compound even more than that.
At the end of the season?
What? Yeah, especially at the end of the season when everybody's running on vapors anyways.
You're fighting for a playoff spot, or you're fighing for seeding, and now you got to play 3 games in 11 or 12 days or whatever it is. It's crazy.
I wish the Texans had won the game, but going to watch the Steelers on Christmas Day was a lot of fun. I really
when they played back here, back in 2017,
And was it a night game or a late after? It was a late afternoon game.
I think it was a late afternoon game. Yes.
I remember it being evening as I was leaving.
Yep, it was late afternoon,
and had to walk down because there's always so many Steelers games, home or away. I had to walk down the ramp slowly.
with a bunch of Steeler fans?
With a bunch of drunken, belligerent, and very, very arrogant Steelers
They
fans.
smoked the Texans that day, too. That was at the end of 2017. That was the Deshaun got hurt season.
Yeah.
So
I was impressed that there were that many Steelers fans that stayed all the way through that were walking down with us, I guess.
Yeah. Boy, that was a game Hopkins had that circus catch, though. I do remember that. Yeah, you remember that?
Yeah, that game.
Remember that one
time
catch?
He had a circus catch?
Remember that time Hopkins had a circus catch? No, but it was one that made all the highlights that year. It was a crazy one. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Okay, we're gonna get to headlines or the 8 at 8, the Ocho, the big stories of the day. D'Amico speaks on J.J. Watt. We've got a conspiracy theory about J.J. Watt and the Texans on the text page that I promised to mix into the 8 at 8 here. It's that urgent that I need to mix this in. I don't know if this has legs or not, Seth, but I got to bounce this off of you. Good job, Texter. We'll get to that and all the stories to get your day going coming up next. But first, the Men's Tea Clinic. They get my day going. Fridays is when they...
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's get to it. The 8 at 8. The Ocho is what we call it. 8 stories to get your day going.
One.
Let's start with D'Amico Ryans. He was at the charity golf tournament yesterday for the Texans, was asked about J.J. Watt possibly coming back. J.J. Watt, of course, on Saturday said, hey, I told D'Amico if he needs me, he's got my number to give me a call. Here's D'Amico Ryans on that topic.
I love to hear J.J. saying he's ready. I got his number ready to go just in case we need it. J.J. playing in his softball event this past weekend. It was fun to see all the guys. J.J. looks good. He's in shape. He's ready to roll. So I may need to make that call. So I'm happy that that it's open from him. J.J. is an outstanding player, man. He's been an outstanding player for a long time in this league. And I'm proud of him for what he's able to do in the community. Still reaching back, and the people that he's touched here in the city of Houston. It's outstanding to see the response and all the people that showed up to support him this past Saturday. Man, really proud of JJ.
Under what circumstance would you, because he said call him on if you need him, but under what circumstance would you actually call?
I need him now. I need to make that call right now. Anytime you get JJ Watt's ready to go, I'm ready to go.
All right, so there you go. Conspiracy theory on the text page, Seth.
Okay.
I'm going to float this to you here. Conspiracy theory alert from 4774. What if J.J. Watt was Nick and D'Amico's backup plan after they whiffed on Eric Armstead? That would explain the lack of urgency for a defensive lineman in the draft.
I'm trying to think. Yeah, drafting a defensive lineman in the 7th round like they did with Marcus Harris isn't not quite the same. That wasn't the plan all along. Yeah, we're going to take care of it with a 7th rounder.
Yeah.
I think that I think JJ right now, boy, that's a good question. What if that was their backup plan? I feel like if that was their backup plan, that JJ would have committed to it already. Mm-hmm. I think that JJ, anything right now, it's possible that JJ, even in answering the question the way he did at the softball classic, might have been a good way for JJ just to kind of put it out there that he is open to returning. Mm-hmm. Because that puts out the bat signal to all 32 teams. Well, I guess he wouldn't be putting the bat signal out. There's never a case where Batman himself put the bat signal out, was there?
Hey, yo, if there's any crime out there, here
criminals.
I am.
Yeah, I think that he, it was maybe a convenient way to get it out there without being overly obvious about it. Mm-hmm. I think everything's very preliminary right now. I don't think that they would have used. I don't think they would have used a defensive lineman who may or may not actually want to play as a backup plan of any with any kind of concrete purpose. Their backup plan right now is that they've got a couple veterans that they signed that are kind of they can be gap stoppers or what have you, and then they did draft one defensive tackle in Marcus Harris, who's more of a speedy get-upfield guy. They've got a rookie free agent in Feldarius Payne, who's a speedy get-upfield guy but a smaller guy. And I think that maybe they signed somebody else that's not heralded but is more of a pass rusher somewhere along the way. But it's like backup plan by committee at this point. They would have liked to have Eric Armstead, a 3-down player who has both size and pass rushing ability, but that guy hasn't come to be yet. And I also think I think there's a really good chance they were trying to draft one of those 4 defensive tackles that went in the first part of the second round.
I agree.
We know that the Texans were trying to trade up. We know that, look, they've addressed the defensive tackle position with numbers. The depth chart right now for the Texans, people saying, Seth, what are we going to do? We don't have any defensive tackles. You've got like 11 defensive tackles.
Yeah.
The quantity is not the issue.
You just don't like
all.
any of them, people.
Yeah,
That's the problem.
right.
Yeah.
They can go out and play a football game today and have a defense that's very good.
Right.
One of the weak links, or one of the things that you'd love to have, is an Eric Armstead type of defensive tackle, and it just didn't come to pass this offseason so far. But while I admire the theory, it doesn't pass the sniff test. I think when the Texans were trying to trade up into a band of players, that band of players was probably they were in the band of players for the defensive backs.
Yes.
Was it 4 defensive backs that went in that area? Or
At least 2 went right ahead of them. Yeah, it was 4.
Right.
They got the third of the 4, yes.
Right. But they were trying to trade up. Maybe it was just to get the defensive back of their choice, but it was also very possible that it was the Johnny Newton or somebody else.
Yep.
Arroyo went later.
He went later, yeah.
He went later, yeah. I think the backup plan, if that's what you want to call it, was to get one of those guys, and they were all gone before number 42.
2.
All right, the Astros and the Yankees the next 3 nights. Well, 3 nights and 1 late afternoon. Justin Verlander on the hill tonight for the Astros going against Luis Gil. We get a little Spencer Arrighetti. Welcome to the big leagues, pal. What is this? Probably start 5 for him, 5 or 6 maybe. Yankee Stadium against Carlos Rodon tomorrow. And then Ronel Blanco and Marcus Stroman on Thursday. So this should be fun, man. The Astros trying to exact a little bit of revenge for the first series of the season against the Yankees.
Oh, I forgot completely
the old
about
sweeparoo, yeah.
I was thinking that was 2023.
That was April.
You sure that wasn't the last series of the regular season?
It was April.
Okay.
Or
Feels
March,
like forever
actually,
ago.
yeah. March.
This is the first time I've gotten excited about just seeing. Think about this. Yeah, if 4 months ago you would say, hey, Seth, you're going to be excited about a Yankee series where it's going to be Verlander, Arrighetti, and then Blanco. And I would have acted like it wasn't that big a shock to me, but it would have been a shock to me. And yet now I'm excited to watch Arrighetti's development in that environment especially.
Yeah.
And Blanco is turned on. Blanco is turned into the rudder of this pitching staff.
Blanco is your best shot at getting a pitcher into the All-Star game right now.
Right. Oh, yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Yep.
3.
The NFL schedule release may be next week now. I had seen some rumors, I would say from reputable sources, but I guess not. Mike Florio says yesterday, he put up an article that said signs point to regular season schedule release next week, which really sucks because I love the schedule release, and I was really amped up for this Thursday. As you know, Seth, Amy and I like to take a little trip to an NFL stadium on the bye week, so a little extra for us with the schedule release. We can start to make our plans for the fall and whatnot. And then this season for the Texans, this is the most I've looked forward to. The Texans, you said the Bills played 7 primetime games last year?
According to that article you linked, it was that the Bills had the most primetime games.
I didn't even know that you were allowed to play 7. I thought there was a limit of like 5, but I guess not.
I don't know. Maybe one of their did they have an international game or something? Well,
Maybe,
that's not primetime.
Well, I think
that's
they
like
did.
7 a.m.
I think they did have an international game, the Bills, last year. I know they have recently. But at any rate, it looks like, unless there's some sort of announcement today, I would imagine that we're going to be looking at next week for the schedule release. I know there's a lot of Texan fans that are looking forward to it here because they're planning road trips. This is a team you're going to want to go travel to go see this year and whatnot.
Yeah, it says, last season the Bills played in a league-high 7 primetime games. So I think that is hope for – I think sometimes because teams like the Cowboys get national games, whether they're good or whether they suck, just because they're the Cowboys and they have such a national fan base – I guess I'm guilty of this. Sometimes I feel like, they just screw over the teams that aren't the old mainstay darlings. But the Bills are an old AFL team that's in a very, very one of the smallest markets in the NFL, and yet because they have an electrifying quarterback, and for the first half of the season, electrifying Stephon Diggs, they commanded 7 primetime slots.
Yep.
So it makes me feel optimistic about the Texans.
4.
course, the Atlanta Falcons made the biggest splash in free agency this offseason. They gave $180 million to Kirk Cousins, and we know how that story is playing out. The Falcons, just a month after signing Cousins to that big deal, went and used the 8th overall pick in the draft, kind of shocked the world by taking Michael Penix Jr., the quarterback out of Washington. So they give big money to a free agent quarterback, and then they use a premium pick on a young quarterback, although not as young as some of the other quarterbacks. Penix is 24 years old, thereabouts. Cousins decided to leave Minnesota, as it turns out, according to SI.com, because they had reportedly told him they planned to draft a young quarterback, which they did. They drafted J.J. McCarthy. They were upfront with Cousins about it, about the possibility of selecting a quarterback high in the draft. Even if he decided to stay in Minnesota, they were going to do that. And Cousins decided, well, I want to go somewhere where it's my team.
Right.
How did that work out?
And where maybe that team will say, hey, yeah, we're all in on this year. And, hey, we might draft a quarterback, but certainly not in the first round.
Right.
The way Rossini reported it was that Cousins knew that they were potentially going to draft a quarterback, but that he was very shocked that they drafted one in the first round. This is where, when you go back and deconstruct all of the response to the Michael Penix pick, I think the part that didn't make any sense was the report that seemed like it came from the Falcons that leaked out to Diana Rossini, that they did it because we're going to be so awesome for the next couple of years that we'll never have a chance to draft this high again, which is the dumbest thing ever, which tells you, I know that the people that are in charge of the Falcons aren't the dumbest people ever. They might make decisions I disagree with, but they're not the dumbest people ever. So, no, they did it because they don't trust that this 35-year-old guy coming off an Achilles is necessarily a slam dunk to be good. The problem is, what are you doing to capsize the present in potentially violating the trust of your brand new quarterback? Because trust is huge. There's got to be some level or semblance of trust between the organization and your veteran quarterback, or things can get dicey in terms of what you expect from him in terms of leadership and everything, and it doesn't feel right.
No.
Yeah, I can go by that. I don't even need to verbalize it. It doesn't feel right. And I don't blame Raheem Morris. I doubt Raheem Morris had much say in the matter, but it falls back on him that your quarterback doesn't feel like he can trust you or the team.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. It's, Raheem Morris didn't create the problem, but it's his problem now,
Right.
He's got to manage it. So I found that ironic when I saw that headline, man. Cousins decided to leave Minnesota because they were going to draft a young quarterback. That's wild.
5.
NBA playoffs. The Knicks beat the Indiana Pacers 118-115. Jalen Brunson was awesome again. 43 points last night. And
6.
Minnesota over Denver 106-80. The story from this game was Rudy Gobert missed the game for the birth of his first child. Didn't matter. Minnesota still destroyed Denver, who is they're the defending NBA champs. They're down 0-2 and have lost both those games at home. So we might be seeing a changing of the guard in the Western Conference. We could have a Western Conference final. We could have a Western Conference final of Oklahoma City and Minnesota.
It's just weird to say a changing of the guard with that mainstay, that forever mainstay of the top of the NBA standings.
The Denver Nuggets.
Denver Nuggets, right?
I know.
Wow, who'd have ever thought that the Nuggets might be out of the playoffs?
Yep.
Yeah, so there you go.
Yep.
7.
Who's your team? Who's your team you're pulling for?
I'm a big Jalen Brunson fan. Not obviously. Honestly, I was going to say, but that means I have to root for the Knicks, which I don't want to do. I don't know, man. There's not the Celtics, not the Knicks. I don't know, man. Not OKC. Not Dallas. This is a big question for the NBA, man.
You gamble a lot if you want to get some juice.
I will be gambling a lot. That's okay. There's the answer to your question. Who's my team? Whoever I'm betting on that night. How's that? And that's actually, now that I'm kind of talking this through, the fact that I don't have a team per se that I'm rooting for is actually sheer bliss for a gambler like myself. There's no emotional attachment to any of these teams.
If you had to pick in baseball, if you had to pick a National League team to root for, who would you this year?
Probably Milwaukee. They're benign. You know, they're not going to harm us or anything like that. And like, not the Mets or the Phillies or any obnoxious team like that.
Yeah, I like the idea of Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just kind of
let's do that.
They like a good beer. That's our squad.
If we have to give up on the Astros at some point this season potentially, then let's go for the Brewers.
Let's be Brewers fans. We'll drink old Milwaukee on the on the YouTube here, and we'll.
I was afraid you were going to say any NL East team, and I was going to be disgusted with you.
No. You don't need to worry about that.
7.
The Padres are no. It's
not the Padres.
Brewers till I die. Yeah,
not the
Brewers
Padres.
Till I die.
Brewers for life. Yes. Victor Wembanyama, unanimous Rookie of the Year, 6-1 in history. Ralph Sampson, David Robinson, Blake Griffin, Damian Lillard, Karl Anthony Towns, and now Victor Wembanyama, unanimous Rookie of the Year for the San Antonio Spurs. 0 votes for Amen Thompson by these people. You vote 1, 2, and 3, and zero votes. Not even a third-place vote for Amen Thompson.
Even your guy Chet there got a bunch of votes.
Yeah, Chet got all the second-place votes but 1. Like, he was number 2 on the thing. Yeah.
I don't think. By the way, I don't like the whole. I feel like you should. Yeah, the fact that he's considered a rookie annoys me.
Yeah, that
I don't care
bothers
that he
me
was
too.
Injured. You know, like all right, yeah, your rookie year, you were injured.
Yep.
It's as simple as that. Is that like I was like, wait, was he in the D League? No, he was injured. That was his rookie year.
Yeah.
He squandered his rookie year by getting injured with his little bird-like frame.
Yes.
And also, by the way. Wembanyama's a finalist for Defensive Player of the Year as well.
Yeah.
It's probably a shock to people who saw skinny Omer Asik back him up like he was a heroin chic waif of the 1990s.
Turns out when you stick your arms up and you can block shots just by sticking your arms up, you can be a force defensively. Wembanyama.
8.
Last one. According to one NFL talent evaluator, Shedeur Sanders would have been the number 1 pick, or if that talent evaluator, if it were up to him, Shedeur Sanders would have been QB1 in this draft, this Caleb Williams draft, had he come out. Shedeur Sanders, the Colorado quarterback, son of Deion Sanders, which to me, I don't know, Caleb Williams is going to be the number 1 pick all along, but it just reinforces to me like how interesting the next year's offseason is going to be if Shedeur Sanders has a good year at Colorado, because Deion Sanders is already agitating for Shedeur to wind up with one of about 4 or 5 teams, and that's it.
This is where I get the way this article is written. He was QB1 for me if he came out this year. A longtime NFL evaluator told the Washington Post.
Who is this guy?
You and I are NFL evaluators,
right.
You know. Like, does that? But now there was an actual general manager who said absolutely he was a first-round pick. Absolutely, there would have been 7 QBs taken in the first round.
Yep.
I always take this with a grain of salt because that general manager also says we obviously didn't do as much work on him as the other quarterbacks once he announced he wasn't coming out. But he would have been in the top 3 quarterbacks for us this year.
Yep. We had the Tom Brady.
If he's in the top 3 in quarterbacks these days, he's going to go in the top 6.
Oh, yeah.
In the draft, you know.
100%. All right. The Tom Brady roast was on Sunday, and you and I kind of kicked it around yesterday, Seth, about, okay, if they keep doing these on Netflix, because this one I think is going to wind up being super successful in terms of viewership and buzz and whatnot. Who are the best candidates? I actually sat down. I've got 8 roast candidates for Netflix that I need to float, because I feel like you've got a unique lens on this thing with these roasts.
Oh, okay.
You know, you're good at evaluating the comedic part of this stuff.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So I want to run these past you, and you tell me if these are good candidates for a Netflix roast. That is next.
Oh, are you sure about that, Ben?
Yeah, Ben. There's nothing in the rundown.
Positive,
there,
Ben? All right, own well, baby. Own well. Look, if you pay property tax, then you're probably not super stoked about having to pay property tax. I know some of you are like, that's my duty, and I'm that's my civic duty. Well, yes, that's true and all, but sometimes they are too high and they are unfair. That's why it's awesome.
Entries.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you. Payne and Pendergast, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. I hope you're having a nice Tuesday. Drive safely out there. Tom Brady got roasted on Netflix on Sunday, and the reviews on it are largely positive. People were very entertained by it. Did you get a chance to watch any more of it, Seth, yesterday at all?
Just in bits and pieces.
Yeah.
It's 3 hours long, man. I've got
stuff.
a very, very productive schedule typically in my day. I can't just carve out 3 hours. Sean.
Right. No, I hear you.
I do have to, you know what? No, I did. I had a spell yesterday where I realized, I sat down for 2 hours and watched 19 different clips on YouTube to find 2 pieces of audio. And I thought maybe I should go back to medical school. It's like, what did I just do with my life? I just watched Mike Florio and Chris Sims for 27 minutes. So I should have been watching the roast instead.
You're able to speed them up at least, right? Watching.
Yeah.
That's good. Still.
But no, it was. I think by far, I spend more time when I'm watching the Tom Brady roast of like analyzing Tom Brady's facial expressions because the person. When you're the one being roasted, you've got to put on that brave smile. And there's certain times during that roast where Tom Brady's face was completely frozen in a smile, almost like that old man smile. Like where I feel like it was getting to him a couple times.
Oh yeah,
I feel like it got to him a couple times.
Yeah. I mean, Kevin Hart and Jeff Ross came out firing on him. There was almost like a look of shock on his face, like, oh wow. It's going to be like this for the next 2.5 hours.
But I don't know. I almost think, though, too, that he probably, Tom Brady being who he is, that he probably role-played for 2 weeks ahead of time and had people, tell jokes about the same topics and everything. But he might never – but until you actually get up there and you hear actual comedians doing it in front of a crowd, I don't think there's any way you can simulate that.
Well, and he knew what his set looked like also, and it was definitely fit right in with everybody else's set.
Yeah. No, I don't think he was too shocked by how over the top it was.
I couldn't believe he told a 9/11 joke. I
didn't see that one yet.
Ooh, yeah. Like about two jets running into.
That's right.
Two jets running into Drew Bledsoe. Yeah.
It is. The fun thing about a roast these days, where there's such heightened sensitivities, is that it puts everybody in a Charles Barkley mode, where it's almost like, well, because it's accepted that you're going to say a lot of things that are way, way over the line, that it's okay. You just hear it. Hey, we're in make-believe land here, and we can all set down the swords for a little bit, and let's not get over the. And pretty much, if anybody criticizes it, you're like, that's a joke.
I'm gonna roast.
Yeah.
I'm gonna roast.
Charles Barkley walks around like that 24/7, pretty much saying exactly what he wants. And as long as he never acts like he's actually upset by people being upset, he gets away with it.
He does. All right, along those lines. So I'm sitting down yesterday. I'm like, all right, they're gonna do this again. Netflix will, because this one I think is going to wind up being really successful.
Yeah.
So I have 8 names here, and you tell me if you think, would you sit down and watch a 3-hour roast, or even a 2-hour roast, let's say, because as you point out, 3 hours long, a 2-hour roast of the following: Tiger Woods.
I don't think I would like it. I will say he's got so many things to pick at because he's had such a long career. The one big scandal is obviously the Elin Nordegren episode.
Yeah.
Well, and everything that led up to it. I mean, that alone. I mean, you could do 3 hours on that. I think, though, I don't know if I don't think Tiger would. I think it would be visibly uncomfortable. I don't think Tiger would. I'd be surprised if Tiger could get up there and really just take it for 3 hours like that.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Now, having seen Tom Brady do it, he might look at it as a competitive thing. But all right, I won't say no.
Okay.
But he's not at the top of my list.
Me neither, but I'll watch it. I mean, there's a ton of material there with him.
So much material.
Including his hairline now. Have you seen his hairline recently? He looks goofy.
It's just, I don't know. It's been mayhem for about 10 years.
Yeah, it's just, it's strange.
Is he not, why doesn't he not just shave his hair?
That's a good question. I don't know. It looks like he's got a perfectly shaved head for it. Maybe he's got a Scottie Pippen thing going on underneath there.
Brandy's very honest with me about, like, when my hair gets a little too long.
Yeah.
It's like my hair is fine as long as I keep it short. When it starts getting longer, I start to look like an older guy who's trying to grow his hair out and show that he's younger.
That's true. You do look younger when your hair is, like, nice and tight and cut.
Sure, yeah. It gets long and I start to look like a crazy old man.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like that when I was younger. It's just it's thinned out just enough that I look a little bit like I'm trying to take a DeLorean back to the past.
Yes.
So So anyway, Tiger Woods with a shaved head, so it's not so unpleasant to look at.
Yeah.
For 3 hours, I could do it. He's not my favorite, though.
Okay. Charles Barkley.
100%.
Yeah.
He's in the lead for my favorite.
Okay.
Because A, he would take it really, really well, and B, I think he might have the most, just because that's what he does. I mean, he gets roasted every day on television. That's what they do. And I think he'd have the most big-name guys who would be really good at doing it. I think you could really create that locker room environment of NBA players busting on each other. It would almost feel like you're sitting in the locker room. It'd be fun.
Well, he'd have so many crossover stars there outside of the NBA too, and his response roast would be amazing at the end of the night. You got to factor all that in, right?
And he would not take a single bit of it personally.
No.
I don't know if has he had enough genuine scandal though. Like, people can make fun of his golf swing. He threw that dude through the plate glass window once, but he was in the right on that.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Like, you bring women from San Antonio up to confront him.
He's got major admitted gambling issues. There's that. There's big fun. Well, and here's the thing: we roasted Chris Myers like 8 years ago. And you would think there's nothing you could come up with on Chris Myers, but as long as you have some of his former teammates there, they're dredging up behind-the-scenes stories. Yeah,
I did a whole 3 minutes on stuff that Wade Smith had told me about Chris Myers.
Right.
Yeah.
So this is Charles Barkley we're talking about here. All right.
Okay.
So
Charles Barkley's in the lead for me right now.
Mike Tyson.
Okay. Mike Tyson, here's the thing. That off the top of my head, at least one of his big scandals was one that, even though everything is, there's nothing that's off limits per se, I feel like the actual sexual violence that's the fact that he's the person that did it and people would be making light of it. I don't think that would go over well.
I don't think it would be good for Mike Tyson to do that.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, you know what? Mike Tyson has reinvented himself for the better. Like, he's made change. It's not just a PR stunt. No. He's changed himself as a person for the better.
Yeah.
And it's a great story. Yeah, I don't want to tempt him by like pushing him off the edge or anything like that. I say no to Mike Tyson.
I think it's a good take.
Plus, I think that some of the people that got up there, just like when Tom Brady, it was kind of a shock to the system to get roasted by actual comedians.
Yeah.
When you see comedians in person, you're like, oh wow, this is way funnier than I ever could have thought.
Yep.
I think that when the comedians get up to roast Mike Tyson, they'd actually be nervous about it.
Yeah, he might take it. What if he does take it personally?
I saw Joe Rogan talking about how he was nervous, like sitting across the table from Mike Tyson interviewing him. I'm like, Joe Rogan works with MMA dudes every single day. There must be something about his presence.
Yeah.
Like, he's just so tightly coiled with muscle.
Yeah.
And he's so compact that it must just be fearsome being in his presence. So I think it would actually hurt the performance of the comedians.
Let me float you a few more here, rapid fire. Tony Romo.
Okay.
Tony Romo.
Oh, hell no. He's boring as a person.
Okay.
So I would say you can make some Jessica Simpson jokes, some choking jokes, and that would be about it.
Magic Johnson.
Okay. Ooh. It would get way too...
Yeah.
It would just be too politically incorrect.
Yeah, even for a roast. Even for a roast, right?
Again, because the jokes about there would be just way too much HIV and the implications of that and everything. So I feel like it would just be unfair. And I also think, honestly, Magic Johnson would be the one guy who would sign up for this really genuinely not realizing what he was getting himself into.
Of course. Have you read his Twitter account?
He'd get 5 minutes into it and he'd be like, I thought this was to celebrate me. He would tweet it out. He's like, these jokes at this roast seem to be all directed towards me.
I did a roast tonight and the jokes all were kind of mean-spirited and directed at me.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got three more. Jerry Jones.
Too egotistical to realize he was being insulted. So no.
Okay.
I wouldn't have any fun with that at all. There's got to be some discomfort, and I feel like Jerry wouldn't feel a hint of discomfort over it.
Plenty of material, right, for Jerry Jones?
Yeah.
I mean, 80 years worth. Yeah.
They would bring his. I would bring his alleged daughter up to watch from the balcony. They'd be like,
I'd make her one of the roasters.
If I were roasting him, I would bring that woman there. And then I would put her in the worst seat in the house and say that that's what Jerry had bought for her. And only because it was court ordered. Okay, Jerry. We need Jerry. Yes, Jerry.
Jerry Jones.
Yes.
All right. Travis Kelce.
I would want Travis Kelce if only because he's fresh enough in his relationship that I think that by the 9th or 10th Taylor Swift joke, he might go all Will Smith on somebody. He might defend his lady's honor and go
wow, dude. Yeah. Last one. Aaron Rodgers.
As long as he's not allowed to rebut. I feel like
he doesn't get a counter roast.
The last 45 minutes would be him doing very serious counter arguments to every joke that was made about how.
Oh yeah.
Him demanding people's vaccination status to. I can tell who's vaccinated by the jokes you told.
If he could take a joke, he would be a pretty good one, though. You know.
I think he would. Yeah, I know. He's got it in him to be. Like he's notoriously thin-skinned.
Yeah,
like,
that's what I'm saying.
While he was still in Green Bay and before he started agitating to get out of there and everything, it was pretty well known that he's a pretty thin-skinned guy. So I don't think that would be a good one.
No, I don't think so either. Text message. Sorry, guys. Seth and I were saying, by the way, just to back up, Seth and I were saying in the 8 at 8 that we're adopting Milwaukee as our National League team in case the Astros are out of it. Says it can't be the Brewers because they forced the Astros into the American League back in the day. That was the best thing that happened to the Astros. They've won 2 World Series. What are you talking about?
I like owning the Yankees.
Yeah.
It's, regardless of what happens over the next 3 days.
Yeah.
I like owning the Yankees. And the stupid Yankee. I got into an argument. It was shut down pretty quickly. Some guy on Twitter the other day, a Yankees fan, was saying that the Yankees owned the Astros for decades, Sean. Decades until the Astros got good in 2015. I'm like, this clown doesn't even know about interleague play and the absence of it or anything. The first time the Yankees played the Astros was in 2003. They owned one day, like 2003 through 2009.
Yeah.
There was your decade of dominance over the Astros, okay?
Yep. Someone's saying no LeBron on the list, weak list. We workshopped LeBron the other day, and we arrived at a no LeBron on that.
We felt like he would claim to have invented the roast, and that annoyed us enough.
Yeah. So sorry, we should have included him on this one because you may have missed that yesterday.
What about Michael Jordan?
You and I talked about him. He would definitely take it personally, and he's already done his counter roast. It's called his Hall of Fame speech. He already did his roast of everybody else.
Yeah, but a lot of that was roasting people we'd never heard of.
That's
right?
true, yeah.
It was like roasting roasting one of the upperclassmen on his high school basketball team.
Yeah. 2 more real quick. Someone says, would it be okay to roast dead OJ? Nut and Clear Lake asked that.
That'd be fun.
Yeah, posthumous roast. That would be new. The Rock, someone says.
Oh, that would be good.
It's a good one. It's a good suggestion, yeah.
That would be really good.
Yep.
That'd be tough to balance the wrestlers and the celebrities, but Kevin Hart would be
Hart's been in movies
barely
involved
with that. Yeah, very involved in that one.
Yep.
Yeah, that would be okay. The Rock would be a great. Oh, and he would be so good at the end.
Dude. Okay, Barkley or The Rock? Who would you rather see?
The Rock.
The Rock.
The Rock.
Yeah.
Oh, it's got to be The Rock.
Yeah.
Oh, it'd be so good.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Payne and Pendergast.
The jokes about, and he would take none of it seriously at all.
Zero. He's The Rock. He'd be like, I make more than all of you. I'll go make a movie like that tomorrow. Like, yeah. And look at me.
No, and he's just
I'm
like, he's very open.
Shredded.
Like, he makes fun of himself all the time,
you know?
Yep. Yeah. That would be really good.
Yep. That'd be excellent. All right. C.J. Stroud and Micah Parsons. We're going to get back to D'Amico Ryans and J.J. Watt at the top of the hour. The moment maybe where J.J. Watt realized, I got to get back into football. We'll get to that at the top of the hour. But C.J. Stroud and Micah Parsons are the gift that keep on giving. They're traveling China and Japan right now. Are these guys the new Charles and Shaq? They actually entertain this question. Which one's Charles and which one's Shaq? We'll hear from the two of them coming up next.
In the Loop.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, good question here. Can y'all look into who's organizing this Micah Parsons, C.J. Stroud friendly feud and promotional tour? Is this an NFL thing or team organizations, or is it just fluid between them two? I don't know who's organizing it. They have the same representation. I do know that.
Yeah, David Mulligetta represents both of them, which is why Cowboys fans are starting to wonder, given that Micah Parsons pretty much just talks about potentially leaving like it's no big deal, and his agent is David Mulligetta, who's rapidly becoming like the Scott Boras of the NFL. I think that people look at Scott Boras and they're like, all right, he gone. I think people are starting to look at Mulligetta as a guy who's as effective as Scott Boras, but B, also is like, he's going to be as cold-blooded about it. So anyway, there's that, and then there's also, I know Michael Rubin, the CEO of Fanatics, has been kind of responsible for a lot of CJ's public stuff when it comes to him meeting with Tom Brady and all that. There's kind of a circle that Michael Rubin has created of a few really key athletes. I don't know if Micah Parsons is a part of that as well, but they share, the Mulligetta thing is probably the most notable.
Yeah, the most notable common strain between the two. So here, CJ, they're both getting a lot of positive publicity from this, personality-wise, everything. They're both getting a chance to show a lot of personality. That broadcast the two of them did together, before they left to go overseas on draft night has gone over really well. That continues to have a ton of stuff. We're going to hear a little bit of it here in just a second that just keeps on giving.
By the way, I'm going to check the YouTube comments right now because Abigail, who's on there, she's from Australia.
Okay.
She knows like everything about like.
You're talking about our YouTube channel.
Our YouTube channel, yeah. Abigail is like, she knows all this stuff, so she'll probably chime in here before too long. Okay. Abigail, figure this out. Tell us what the common connection is between Micah and CJ, other than Mulligetta with a lot of these appearances.
Okay, now this is the two of them debating which one is Charles and which one is Shaq in this relationship.
This was on that Bleacher Report broadcast during the draft, and we had one of our listeners had brought this up that they have like Shaq Barkley vibes. And this actually came up during that broadcast.
Stroud and Micah give me some new age Shaq and Charles Barkley vibes. Pretty comical to watch.
Who's Shaq and who's? I mean, obviously I'm Shaq. I'm not asking you. Oh, you just thought I was asking you. I'm gonna just answer. I'm Shaq. No, you not.
I would have gone the opposite.
Thank you. That's all I gotta say. Why would you make him Shaq? I'm more knowledgeable. Why would I be Charles? Because you're an idiot. You just talk. Charles not an idiot, but he does just talk.
Charles Barkley is maybe the greatest media person of all time. So that's like a kind of a compliment.
I'm thinking more like playing styles. See, he just takes it to the other level like that. Because I'm a competitor. That's fine. Like, I don't gotta be competitive 24/7. You see that? That's fake.
See, I view them.
Micah, you see that?
I thought it was funny that both of them wanted to be Shaq.
I know. And then I thought so too.
Yeah.
Because I think of Barkley as the more quick-witted one. But I wonder if, Shaq was more dominant and won more championships. I wonder if that's where they went to immediately in their minds.
Oh, okay. I'm just thinking purely from an entertainment value standpoint, and whose personalities kind of line up.
And I do think like Shaq and Barkley might both say things that you disagree with. It seems like Barkley sometimes will just say anything. Yeah. You know, like Barkley knows first and foremost that he's an entertainer, and I feel like Shaq is still. Shaq's caught between two worlds where he wants to have his serious basketball opinion, but he's also Shaq the clown, you know?
Yeah.
You're right. I was surprised. I thought that in that environment too, especially where they were both up there being commentators, you know, that they might want to, that they would prefer to be Barkley. Like the host there. So I should have explained this better. When CJ says, I wasn't asking you, Micah, he had asked the host. What was his name? Adam Lefkoe. He had asked Adam Lefkoe that. That's where that bickering started. of 2,900 instances of bickering between those two on that broadcast.
All the other bickering that they went through.
They bicker so much. It's awesome.
My God. Yeah.
You know one thing I've noticed that CJ's done a couple times when bickering with Micah? He softens it. They'll be in a heated argument, and he'll say, "Fam, you don't know what you're talking about." Using "fam" as a softener is that's a nice little thing you can do to soften a heated argument.
Okay,
which I feel like we should. I feel like that's something we'll still whoomp. There it is in a heartbeat. But we can't. We hijacked swag and used it for like 3 decades. But we can't do something as productive as like softening a debate with "fam."
Okay.
My God.
I got my club. My bag is getting full of clubs here to converse with Seth. I'm going to use "fam" if it starts to get heated. When we're getting to break, maybe stacking those papers.
That's right, yeah.
That's right.
Next time I get bent out of shape about something, just call me Fam.
Okay.
Like, oh, you had me at Fam.
You had me at Fam. A little more from CJ. This was good. This is actual football stuff with CJ. Dallas Turner gets drafted by the Minnesota Vikings. CJ, I thought, had some pretty good thoughts on what Jonathan Grenard could mean to Dallas. Dallas Turner, the edge rusher out of Alabama.
Well, you know what's interesting about that? So Will always has great things to say about Dallas. They were, like you said, best friends when they were in school together. And Jonathan Grenard, who was with us last year, who the Vikings picked up this year, who groomed Will a little bit, who helped Will. So now he gets to help Dallas, and I think that's huge for Dallas to learn from a vet like JG. And JG is a hell of a leader. He's gonna turn that defense around. I think JG is really going to help Dallas become a better overall rusher. Like you said, that long arm bull rush. JG has a spin. He one of the best rushers I've ever played against in practice and, seen live. So I'm excited for that, man.
That is the thing about Grenard is, he followed the timeline of a guy that just got steadily and consistently better. The problem was that he was always injured, or he's injured so much that he never really got to put together that complete season or nearly complete season that he did last year. Yeah, I don't think that's just CJ being nice. I really liked Grenard as a pass rusher. He doesn't have the traits of a Danielle Hunter. I'll be surprised if Grenard turns into all of a sudden, a 15-sack a year guy every year. But on the technical side of things, and on some of the parts of him, like for play diagnosis and playing his role in the defense as well as being a pass rusher, I really liked and appreciated having him and Will on the same team because it's rare that you get guys who are pass rushers who also give a damn, like really give a damn about stopping the run.
Yep.
And Grenard doesn't have he doesn't have that freakish size and speed to do both really well, but he's the classic guy, like, oh man, if you gave him some other guy's body, if you gave him Jadeveon Clowney's body, then wow, he would have destroyed the world.
Yep, no doubt. A little more from CJ here. They had Anthony Richardson on the Bleacher Report draft broadcast that we've been playing this audio from. They had him on the big screen there on a Zoom, and Anthony Richardson told CJ, probably not a great idea for you to come visit me in Indianapolis.
Hey, man, the crib look big. I can't see it, but it looks spacious, gang. You living real lavish.
It's the basement.
Oh,
finished basement, CJ Stroud.
That's the hangout area.
Yeah, that's why
I can't come to the spot, bro. Hey, what's up? I'm not allowed.
I'm
not allowed in that town, bro.
Bro, slide through. Just don't show your face too much.
Why not? They gonna get me?
I don't think they gonna like that.
I was over there All-Star. I had no problem.
He called it Naptown.
He basically called them, and then CJ at the end there, without saying as much, said that Indy's full of it, bunch of punks.
Yep.
They're big talk on the internet, but when he shows up in person, it's kind of like when this has always been my fantasy, is to get like 3 huge, like roided up bouncers, like dudes that actually know what they're doing to like walk through Boston wearing Yankees jerseys or something.
Yeah.
Because everybody's all big talk when it's when it's just some normal dude wearing a Yankees jersey up in Boston or vice versa. Oh, they're getting harassed all over the place. I want to see him do it with some big yoked up dudes.
Yeah, for sure. The reason why they were bringing up
that's like, by the way, that same thing happens in in South Beach. The amount of back in the day when the gay guys don't get heckled in South Beach because half of them are roided up huge.
Yeah, they're gigantic. Yeah.
So there's nobody throwing homophobic slurs around, trying to Not
of those guys. No. The genesis of CJ and the issues with Indy actually stem back to the documentary from the offseason last year where CJ had a camera crew following around during the offseason. This is a conversation in the back of their SUV between CJ and Caleb, who's one of his high school buddies who lives with him, kind of runs his, kind of helps organize. He's like his personal assistant almost.
He's like a competent Uncle Nate.
Right. And CJ talked about, trying to convince Caleb to come fill this role for him and how much easier it might have been in Houston.
I actually appreciated it, and I just kept asking him, and he finally buzzed. But I guarantee if I went to the Colts or to a weak city, he would not be here. And I don't blame him.
A weak city.
A weak city.
The Caleb factor.
Yeah, man.
If CJ ever, God forbid, becomes a free agent, teams are going to have to woo Caleb.
That's right.
That's the whole, that's the story of how Under Armour got Steph Curry.
Yeah.
Was that they started plying one of his best friends. I can't remember that role player on the Warriors.
I forget too. I'll look
They
it up.
started they signed him and treated him like a king.
Yep.
And so Steph was hearing all this awesome stuff about Under Armour from one of his best friends all that time. And then meanwhile, Nike mispronounced. They called him Stephen Curry in the presentation.
That's right. That's right. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. We head into the 9 o'clock hour. D'Amico Ryan spoke on the J.J. Watt possible comeback to the Texans yesterday. We've got a lot of people nationally speaking about it as well. What's the likelihood? We'll dig into some of your questions, too. A lot of you have questions on this as well. We'll dig into some of the Q&A, the FAQ, frequently asked questions on a J.J. Watt return. That's next.
I'm going to do a Q&A with you right here. Maybe you're somebody who's been in an
AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Appreciate you joining us, as always. We're into the 9 o'clock hour. J.J. Watt, been a big topic over the last couple of days, leaving the door open for possibly coming back. Let's just reset here. Here was J.J. Watt on Saturday in response to Brandon Scott's question about the temptation of coming back to play and fill that competitive void.
How do you resist, JJ, all of the names that you listed and D'Amico? Obviously, you know D'Amico, haven't played with him. How do you, the competitor in you, resist like the not being that far removed from playing? How do you resist the temptation?
I mean, I'm a very fortunate, lucky man. I got a beautiful wife. I got a beautiful son. I've had 12 great years in this league, and I'm very thankful to have walked away healthy and playing great. I mean, I told D'Amico last year, I said, don't call unless you absolutely need it, but if you ever do call, I'll be there. And he knows not to call unless he absolutely needs it. This is the last year I'll tell him that, because I'm not going to keep training the way I've been training, but he knows that if he ever truly does need it, I'll be there for him, but I don't anticipate that happening. They got a very good crew.
Okay, so it was kind of funny yesterday, Seth. I liked your analogy, like, okay, do we think this was one of those offers like, hey, man, I know you're moving. If you need any help moving, just give me a shout. And it's one of those things where you offer to do something and you hope to God that they never call you to do it.
If you tell somebody who is moving, hey, call me if you absolutely need me,
right?
You're not getting a call, right? Like that's okay, that sounds like you're trying to politely say that's too much of an imposition,
right?
I think that any conversation that JJ and D'Amico and Caserio had last year, I think you have to remember that JJ had not been mentally or physically prepared to play last season. And he was very reluctant. I mean, from talking to you and I, talking to Chris Long, talking to Pat McAfee at various times, he was very clear that for him to go in and play football in a season, he needs to prepare a certain way, and he hadn't been doing that, and that's why he wasn't going to play last year.
Yep.
Him referencing his workouts and how this will be the year that that he won't keep working out like this forever tells me that, all right, well, what are the reasons you are working out like this, and you're not going to be doing it past this year? Like you basically said, all right, I'm not going to work out like this for 9 months after 9 months from now. It feels like he's very much keeping the option open to make a return to football.
I feel like every time we play that cut, I feel like 3% more certain he's coming back at some point.
Yeah. Referencing his workouts as the key to whether or not he would come back tells me that he's changed his workout routine. Last year, he was doing a whole lot of, half his workouts he posted last year were from like a hotel gym.
That's right.
They were complaining about how it was a crappy hotel gym in England and all this. It was. I feel like this year he might be working more towards he's in this town, he's going to go find the Exos facility or whatever. He's going to find one of these athlete training places.
Yeah.
And you pointed out that last year week 9 when he was watching TJ play, that was the first time he felt that regret or that want or that desire to get back out there.
Yeah, the FOMO, man. We'll hear from JJ on that in just a second for sure. But if the analogy here is, JJ going, hey, man, Nico, I see that you're moving. If you absolutely need me to help you move, then you can give me a call. And whereas if normally, people would go, okay, yeah, for sure, and then they don't call because you don't want to strain the friendship. D'Amico basically yesterday at the golf tournament said, get your hand truck, buddy. We're moving.
I love to hear JJ saying he's ready. I got his number ready to go just in case we need it. JJ playing in his softball event this past weekend. It was fun to see all the guys. JJ looks good. He's in shape. He's ready to roll. So I may need to make that call. So I'm happy that that it's open from him. JJ is an outstanding player, man. He's been an outstanding player for a long time in this league, and I'm proud of him for what he's able to do in the community. Bill reaching back, and the people that he's touched here in the city of Houston is outstanding to see the response and all the people that showed up to support him this past Saturday. Oh man, really proud of JJ.
Under what circumstance would you, because he said call him only if you need him, but under what circumstance would you actually call?
I need him now. I need to make that call right now. Anytime you get JJ Watt's ready to go, I'm ready to go.
Need you now. Bring the boxes, bring the packaging tape. I need that dolly that you have in your garage. We're moving, JJ.
I'll tell you what, you brought this up earlier, and it didn't just really hit me until just now, hearing D'Amico talk about the softball game, like being there with him at the softball game, was just how much sometimes an event like that can be a catalyst for something moving along. Like anybody who's listening right now who's in sales or in business or whatever knows that, like, man, sometimes as much as Zoom and as much as you can do things by email, there's no replacement for face-to-face, extended FaceTime with somebody.
Yep.
And, you know, JJ being back in that environment and being around a bunch of his old teammates and younger players, and also just, you know, they were only on the team together for 1 year, and JJ was a rookie. But, like, even rekindling of any of that, it might move it that much further along. That if JJ does come back, you know, he's going to have a choice in teams. If, like, JJ preparing the way, if he's preparing like he's a football player this offseason, if that is the case, hypothetically, I would say Houston, as a genuine Super Bowl contender now on paper, is probably, you know, it would probably be his number one choice.
Yeah.
But I also think if he's going to come back and risk injury, and he's being really realistic and objective about it, there's probably a part of him that's like, well, I don't, like, if the Texans take a step back, you know, like 2013.
Yeah.
I don't want to sign on for another one of these seasons. It was already ugly the way he went in, and it's like, it's not. I think thinking about it realistically, as optimistic as you are about any football team, you just never know.
Yeah.
And I think if ring chasing is a part of it, or at least putting yourself in position to potentially get a ring, you want to be sure, and maybe he doesn't sign anywhere until October or November.
What does that look like, do you think? Like, to say yes to the Texans, where would they need to be? And I know it's a nuanced thing, and CJ would need to be healthy and all the like. But just as far as, like, do they, like, 10, 11 weeks in, because that's about when it started to bubble up last year. I mean, week 9 was when he played. Week 9, I'll repose the question to you in a second, Seth. Week 9 is when J.J. Watt went on the Pat McAfee show, November 8th, and said this.
I will say that Sunday, when we were at his house and he was getting ready for the game, you know, he comes home from the team hotel because it's a night game, or I guess it was Thursday. So Thursday, he comes home from the hotel and he's getting ready for the game. You know, he's getting dressed. He's putting on his music. He's got his coffee. And as the music starts going and it gets closer and closer, he's getting ready to leave, and we start talking about the pregame, like, that was truly the first time where I was like, man, I wish I was doing this right now.
Oh.
Like, I do wish, like, for that moment, I was like, I do wish that I was getting ready for a game. Just that feeling, that adrenaline, and being able to see it and feel it in the house. It was the first time that I actually had that FOMO about it.
So what would the Texans, and I'm talking strictly the Texans here, what would the Texans need to look like 10 or 11 weeks into the season for him to say yes to come back, do you think?
Okay, healthy C.J. Stroud, obviously.
Yep.
And then does it become I don't want to call it a bidding war, because I don't think ultimately it would come down to money completely, within reason.
Mm-hmm.
I think they've just got to look like one of the stalwarts.
Yeah.
Now, and that's where I wonder, maybe it's even a matter of, maybe in his mind, and this is 100% just hypothetical, maybe in his mind, yeah, he wants to come back and play for the Texans. And ideally it would be with the Texans in position to go to the playoffs and looking really good. But if they did have a rash of injuries or something, that he's open to doing it earlier.
Yeah.
Remember, because this is hard. Remember when James Harrison signed with the Steelers that last time?
I do.
And the agreement was, hey, you'll be on the team, but we're not even going to bother playing you until midway through the season because we want you healthy for the playoffs.
Yeah.
Harrison started getting agitated because he wanted to play. And then he got, like, angry at the team that they wouldn't play him, even though they were trying to protect him.
Yep.
I don't think, look, JJ doesn't handle things quite the same way James Harrison does in terms of being, like, publicly angry about stuff, but he might, like, realistically, maybe both sides feel that way.
Yeah.
That at least at the onset, like, all right, you know, ideally we'll just keep you, we'll keep you on ice until it's time. It's really go time.
Yeah.
But if there is an emergency and there is playing time there, and you can come in and we can manage you, maybe it's earlier than that.
What would the reaction be if the Texans were a contender in the same mode they were last year? Like they're like a 3 or 4 seed, they're hovering in there, and he were to sign with the Chiefs, who are the 1 seed and the 2-time defending champs. Like the Texans, where the Texans are a contender, but maybe not the contender. Where the Texans, let's pretend the power rankings right now that you and I go through from time to time that have the Texans anywhere from 5 to 8 in the NFL. They all have the Chiefs at 1. Let's pretend that turns out being reality, that the Texans are one of the 8 best teams in the NFL, but the Chiefs are the best team in the NFL. What would the reaction be if he were to sign with the Chiefs? And the Texans legitimately wanted him,
If this isn't like, if he had signed with the Chiefs in a year where the Texans were atrocious, it's no big deal.
Right.
Right? This would be, people would be upset. They would forgive him.
They would too.
But people would be upset. It'd feel a little bit like, you'd feel a little used. Like you were, like the pretty girl was flirting with you just to make her boyfriend jealous.
You're in the Ring of Honor here,
Yeah.
You're playing for another team. I'm talking
You're going to come in and play for the Chiefs in a playoffs game in Houston with your name up there on the Ring of Honor.
Well, that would mean he made the wrong decision, because if the Texans are getting a home game in the playoffs and the Chiefs are coming here, but your point is well taken. Yeah, like, can you imagine, like, you're playing for the Chiefs and you're on the Ring of Honor. I'm talking in a tone like he's done this already. Like,
right.
We're throwing hypotheticals out there right now. There's people still weighing in. Text message, Sean, you're a gambling man. I'll bet you $2,000 he never puts on another uniform. Sir, if you want to give me 8-1 odds, I'll happily do that. I'm not betting you $2,000 even up. I think the favorite is that he remains retired right now, just to be very clear.
Now, is he saying puts on another uniform as in a different team's uniform, or another uniform like he won't put on a football uniform?
I don't know. Okay. And I'm reading that as if he ever puts on a uniform again. So
This is the thing about JJ. In his last year, he had, how many sacks did he have? 13 sacks?
12 and a half, I believe. I think 12
and a half sacks in his final season. He played 816 snaps. That's a full-time player.
Yep.
Like, J.J. Watt as a situational pass rusher could very easily surpass that sack total.
Dude.
Especially because he'd be rushing on a defensive line. Think about this. Like I told you earlier, it would be like blitzing without blitzing.
Yeah.
Because when you blitz, you're just trying to get one guy free. Mm-hmm. If you've got Will Anderson, J.J. Watt, Danico Autry, Danielle Hunter, one of those guys is coming free.
Dude.
And you don't have to blitz to do it. You put that offensive line into such a predicament because you can you can slide and chip and do everything. You can only block so many of those guys who all win one-on-one pass rushes pretty regularly. So you don't have to scheme up one-on-ones for JJ. You don't have to scheme up one-on-ones for Danielle Hunter. You've already got that element with Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter on opposite sides. It could be really, really scary, and you could keep him relatively safe by just only being in there on passing downs. And now, if that's what both sides wanted, JJ might be like, no, I'm all or nothing. I'm going to go in and I'm going to play 800 snaps or not. Sean, I was worried that we might not have enough meat on the bone for this topic at the beginning of the day, so I started writing down questions about the scenario.
Yes.
For a second, I thought I was up to 46 questions.
You got a lot of questions here, buddy.
Well, it's because I'm looking at my list here. Somehow, item number 13 was, what if his salary demands are too high? And then my next numbered item is 44. So I'm already from 13 to 44 somehow. That's what you're dealing with. That's what your co-host does. So I actually have 14, 15, 16, 17 questions about it.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
It's a lot of little things to dissect. I might have to start a separate podcast about this topic.
Yeah. Have you done it on the
like a whole separate podcast? I mean, not an episode. Like a Will J.J. Watt return with weekly installments.
A separate YouTube channel, the whole thing. Yeah, you're 2 YouTube channels now. Text messages from listeners Would he be, and there's some of these are very basic, but I get it. A lot of people have questions about this. They're good questions. Would he be a full free agent, or do the Cardinals still have his rights? He's a free agent. He can go wherever he wants. Yeah, his contract with the Cardinals is up, but that's a fair question. This wouldn't
be like Marshawn Lynch going to the Raiders, where they ended up. And if it was even if the Cardinals did have his rights, it would be probably something like Marshawn Lynch to the Raiders, where they gave like a future 7th rounder to the Seattle, a relative pittance. Yeah.
Text message: can JJ play defensive tackle in a 4-3? I think Seth just outlined that. On passing situations, it'd be lethal. He can, but I think ideally on passing downs, I would be surprised if he has the appetite to be a full-time 3 technique anymore. Right. It's just that's a whole lot of abuse, man. Yep. It's just so much abuse. Yep. My dream for him. I think he thought I was joking. My dream for every guy like JJ has always been like, dude, your final season or 2 or 3. You just got to bulk, gain 50 pounds, and be a nose tackle. just go be a nose tackle. You have so much fun in the offseason, just eating and lifting and getting stronger every day. That'd be fun. There's nothing like binge eating for 3 weeks while setting a new max bench every day. Every day you do it. It'd be fun to have baby fat JJ back. From back in 2011, where he had a little baby fat on his face. Yeah. Derwin asks, could this be JJ trying to nudge CBS to a long-term deal? Fair question, but I think he holds the cards with CBS. I think CBS would love nothing more than to have JJ full-time on that studio set. Right, yeah. I think it's more JJ being part-time than anything else. Yeah, I think I would imagine he had the option to be full-time last year if he wanted it, but he was still just trying to figure out. He dipped his toe in a lot of different media waters. Mm-hmm. He's doing the Pat McAfee show, which he can do from anywhere in the world. Yep. He's done. He had the reality show while he was with his brothers. While he was still playing. That's right. The little game show there that they had. Yeah. That was good. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. I want to see him on Physical 100. Is that the Korean show that you're talking? The South Korean game show. It's a Netflix hit. Yeah. They'll sprinkle in an American here or there. Or overseas stars Micah Parsons and C.J. Stroud, perhaps, on Physical 100. I don't want C.J. on that. It's a pretty grueling. Yeah. Oh, is it? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Don't need that. All right. Payne and Pendergast. Boy, I'm watching Micah Parsons do that sumo. I'm like, man, if I'm a Cowboys fan right now watching this. Yeah. I'm looking at a torn pec or something, I think I'd rather see him ride a motorcycle through Pittsburgh with no helmet on than see him sumo wrestling that dude. Against Yokozuna, yeah, exactly. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's circle back to the Astros. Could they be a surprise seller here? How important are these next 6 games? And one prominent MLB writer pours cold water all over the Astros moving this guy. We'll tell you who it is coming up next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Kamari Lassiter could start from day one. The competition that is now infused in that cornerback room with Henderson there, with Jeff Okudah. You got those 2 guys. Now with the Kamari Lassiter, Lassiter very well could win that job. At the very least, he's going to push those guys all season long if he doesn't get it from day one to keep that job day one.
Radio hits different at night on Houston Sports.
SportsRadio.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, I think if we have to go buyer or seller for the Astros right now, like the smart bet would probably be neither. Like I could see, like I don't think they're going to get. I don't know that by the All-Star break they're getting into a mode where they're aggressively going after players, but I don't know that Jim Crane has it in it. Seth has it in him to start selling off parts of the Astros to replenish the minor league system, even though that might be the practical thing to do. So we'll see where this goes. Kind of like where Jim Bowden's head is at, though, on The Athletic. Like he's got these fantasy trades that he's all in on. He's got 3 of them here, and one of them, you sent this to me yesterday. They've got issues at first base, so why not trade for Vlad Guerrero Jr., Astros?
For an actual first baseman.
Right.
Instead of, trying to... I got excited when I saw that because Vlad Guerrero has a lot of things going for him. He's a 3-time All-Star. His name Guerrero. He's pleasantly plump, which is always nice. It's just an added, he's just the right. He's just chubby enough to make him lovable. He used to be, frankly, he was fat. Then he lost enough weight that he's still got his power, but he's still pleasantly plump.
Yeah.
So all of those things. The one hitch is that right now he's hitting 239 and he's got 4 home runs on the year.
Yeah.
It's and he dipped last year too. He wasn't awful. He had a 788 OPS, which is that's like having 17 Abreu's out there. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But he's just the name appeal doesn't quite match up to the player that he has been in the past.
He was down last year too. It's not just this year. He had a down year last season also.
Right. Yeah. So Singleton. Singleton might be creeping up on his numbers for the year already.
Yeah, for sure. Singleton's got 3 home runs, and I think his OPS is close to 800. So
who are they giving up for in the suggested trade? It was Vlad Guerrero for Loperfido and who else?
Loperfido and Kennedy Corona, who's one of their better minor league players.
And what a name too! I've been a fan of Kennedy Corona long before I ever actually investigated him at all.
It's a good name. Just base Kennedy with 1 N and 1 D. It's kind of kitsy, it's a cool spelling. Yeah. I mean, he's projects to be a, 20 home run, 30 stolen base guy, top of the lineup type guy. But the name, man, Kennedy with 1 N and 1 D.
I bet his parents were kind of like a James Carvell and Mary Matlin type that one's a Democrat, one's a Republican, and the mom was like, I really want to name him Kennedy, and the father was like, well, all right, but we can't spell it like the Kennedy family, okay? The Republican was like, no way, no.
That's the compromise.
My dad did that with his whichever number wife it was, and my half sister. Her name's Christy, because my stepmother was very religious. Mm-hmm. My dad, not as. And he said, okay, well, we can name her, because she wanted to name her Christine, with Christ.
Yeah.
So he said, okay, well, we can do that, but we're going to spell it with a Y. That was the compromise they made.
Okay. I thought you were going to say spelled it with a K instead at the beginning.
No. That marriage didn't last.
Yeah. It happens. So Vlad Guerrero Jr. for Loperfido and Kennedy Corona. That's fun.
Who says no?
The Blue Jays. The Blue Jays do. Yeah,
they're in it for Guerrero. He'd be a rental also, right? He's a free agent.
I think so. Is he a free agent at the end of the year? Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not taking on a rental. Just like it is with Bregman, I don't want to take on a rental who's struggling right this moment. If I'm going to take on a rental, I want a guy who's doesn't look like he might have some kind of issues he's got to work with.
Yeah, if you're wondering why Jim Bowden thinks that the Astros should maybe be a buyer in this fantasy world, this was Jim Bowden he's from The Athletic on a podcast earlier.
Well, real quick, Guerrero's he's a free agent after the 2025 season.
2025. Okay, so he's like Kyle Tucker.
So he's not a rental.
He's got this year and next year left. So there you go. Yeah, here Jim Bowden is actually one of the few people out there bullish on the Astros right now.
This team has 8 pitchers that can put you into the World Series. So, you gotta do a better job of improving your starting pitching depth so you have guys that can at least keep you in games when you have the injuries that they've had. But when they get healthy, you better watch out. If I'm Texas and Seattle, you better get as big a lead as you can, because when this team gets healthy, they're going to come roaring right after both of you.
Yeah. I mean, they've been healthy in the everyday lineup. That's the scary thing right now for Astro fans.
That Ken Rosenthal article that you had earlier said that something along the lines of there's nobody in the league who doesn't think that the Astros will turn this around. I don't know if that was too many negatives all at once, but basically everybody he talks to in the league thinks that, the Astros are going to turn it around.
This is temporary.
So much of it. It always hurts more. It always hurts more when you're right in it, but people looking from afar look at it and say, all right, well, look, the injuries obviously have hurt you, except for the back end of the bullpen. I mean, these are not injuries that we know of.
No.
This might be Ryan Presley, who was already on the downslide as a guy in his 30s last year, and maybe the move out of closer accelerated it. I don't know, but it's not. Maybe it's age-related, but it doesn't seem to be health-related. Hader, not health-related as far as we know. Abreu, not health-related as far as we know. That's the part that I guess it's harder for me to be confident in a turnaround if it's not specifically tied to health. Because Hader just 2 years ago had a really bad season.
Yeah.
He was bad and he stayed bad with two different teams. So he was not closer quality 2 years ago.
No.
So it's very easy to imagine him doing this for an entire season.
Yep. Speculation on whether the Astros would move Justin Verlander. Bob Nightingale of USA Today talks about this. You and I have talked about this, Seth. Like, hey, look, the Astros, if they keep doing this, they're basically last year's Mets, which is a bunch of overpriced guys who aren't performing well and have no chance at a World Series. In this exact same situation, Justin Verlander went to the Mets last year and said, can you trade me? Bob Nightingale points out that Verlander has a complete no-trade clause, first of all, and loves playing here. Like, that's the difference. Like, the Mets were a brand-new team to him last year. He's got a lot of history with a lot of people, not just in the clubhouse, but all the way up to ownership with Jim Creighton.
Yeah.
Like, there's a relationship there with those two. So he kind of pours cold water on the possibility of Justin Verlander getting moved out of here. But it's a pretty enticing contract for people. Like, that's a contract that might fetch you some prospects from a desperate team, because the Mets are footing most of the bill on this.
Right.
thing.
Well, yeah, by the time of the trade deadline, they'd be on the hook for about $4 million this year because the Mets are paying all of that. The other part of it too is that contract, even if he triggers the option, teams are protected in case of a serious injury. So if for some reason, like if they traded for Verlander and like he tears his UCL in late September after he's already triggered the option, that team would be off the hook for it.
Yep.
So, like, that's a consideration for a guy who's turning 40. He's 41 this year.
Yep.
That's a consideration that, all right, well, we can take him on, and if something cataclysmic happens, we're not going to have to honor that option for next year.
I didn't know that, by the way. That was news to me, that clause in the contract that 140 innings is the number of innings he needs to hit this year in order to trigger a player option for next year. So if Justin Verlander gets to 140 innings this year, 140 innings pitched, and he's got work to do to get there because he's only pitched 5 or 6 innings on average his first few starts. He missed a few weeks to start the season, missed about a month to start the season. So he's already a little bit behind the 8 ball. But he was last year, too, and he still got to 162 innings. But if he gets to 140 innings, he then has the option next year of either opting into $35 million for next year or becoming a free agent if he wants. It's hard to believe he wouldn't opt into $35 million at age 42 or whatever he is. But as Seth points out, say he gets to 142 innings at the beginning of September, then he gets an arm injury. The team that Verlander's on, whether it's the Astros or anybody else, would be allowed to do an independent physical or have an independent physical exam done of that arm. And if the arm's not up to snuff, they're not on the hook for it.
It's basically, too, and it doesn't have to be a UCL, if it's a right arm injury, which would prevent him from being on the active roster for opening day of next year.
Yep.
So, like, there are outs there. So depending on the risk appetite of whoever might go for him, I don't know. I know what Nightingale is saying, and obviously he has a lot of affection for the city and for the team and for Jim Creighton himself. But he's also a 41-year-old who said that he wants to play until he's 45.
Yeah, true.
And if he's looking at a better scenario to go to somebody that's having the season that they planned on having.
Yeah.
The Dodgers were in play at one point when he was thinking about it. If he hadn't had his time with it, it's not like it was Houston or nowhere. He chose Houston last year for that trade. But the Dodgers weren't. There were other teams that he was willing to go to. It was just that Houston was his favorite. So I'm not 100% sold that love for the city and the team and Jim Crane is going to keep him here if there's a better option elsewhere.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I don't think there's anything if he were to want to pitch to 45. I don't think there's anything that staying with the Astros would do to affect his value long term. that's an individual position, starting pitcher. You know what I mean?
Well, but I guess what I'm thinking is he wants to play until he's 45, but it could be very much less than that. And his chance to, I don't know, say win a World Series game, for instance.
Yeah.
All of those things, that time is dwindling. For him to personally win a World Series game.
It would probably be, yes. Well, he's won 2 here.
But I'm saying, okay, just to actually be a part of that.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. As opposed to being on a team that's going nowhere. It would probably be very different had he not been on those 2 World Series championship teams with the Astros. He'd never won one before. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Good to be with you. Appreciate you tuning in. What are the national folks saying about the possible return of J.J. Watt to the Houston Texans? Pat McAfee weighs in. One of our favorites weighs in. What do they think the likelihood is for it to be the Texans, or could it be somewhere else? We'll have that for you coming up next. Soda weight loss is what I want to tell you about right now, and I love talking about soda.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, here was Pat McAfee yesterday. Pat McAfee, who, of course, I think kind of started or re-kicked the bee's nest that is this whole JJ thing when they had Caserio on last week and they asked Nick Caserio about JJ Watt, and Nick Caserio certainly did not close the door on JJ Watt becoming a Texan. He did point out it's May, it's early, etc. But over the weekend, JJ said what he said about if D'Amico needs him, he can call him. And that got a lot of traction. Here was Pat McAfee yesterday kind of painting the picture when it comes to J.J. Watt.
How about D'Amico just being like, all right, J.J. Well,
didn't need him.
Kind of wild. Don't need you, J.J. Or is it like, hey, guy gets hurt on Friday, okay, and you need somebody, and we can't sign anybody, I'll be there. And if he gets dropped into a game down there in Houston next year, week 15, what if it's against the – probably will be against the Indianapolis Colts. Yeah. Could you imagine that stadium with him, C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson, them all coming out of the tunnel? It would be insane. It would be a Houston Texans wet dream for the Texans fan base.
Yeah.
It was, Pat McAfee, WWE announcer that he is. It almost got me thinking, what if it was a Colts game, and what if they had McAfee introduce him at home here in Houston? That would be the ultimate heel turn. I feel like then he'll genuinely be a WWE personality for life.
Yeah.
If he would go heel turn on the Colts themselves. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be like when Hulk Hogan became a bad guy back in the day. Yes, I like it.
If he dyed his hair black and everything.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That'd be good. That'd be really good. I do think McAfee is. I don't want to say conflicted. He's a Colt for life, whatever. Yeah. But I do think there is. I think he really likes the Texans. Pat McAfee.
Yeah, he really does. Like, he always kind of he has fun with talking about how good they are and how much it drives him crazy. But yeah, he's like, from before C.J. Stroud or anything else, or having J.J. on a show, he's talked multiple times about how loud NRG Stadium would get back when, that brief period of time when both the Texans and Colts were good and they'd have battles. So yeah. This is plus I do like that he's brought more national attention to the AFC South than maybe the division has ever had. Including back when Peyton Manning was playing, just because it was it's a mishmash of expansion teams and relocated teams and small markets. Like every market except for Houston is one of the smallest markets in the league. Like Indianapolis, Jacksonville, and Nashville are all three of the smallest markets in the NFL. And then you have Houston, this is Leviathan. But yeah, I like the fact that he's on ESPN now. The AFC South as a division gets a lot more talk and play than it ever has before.
No doubt. No doubt about that. Here was Mike Florio on J.J. Watt's potential motivation for a comeback.
For him, where he is right now, I think the farther removed you get from the pain and the agony and the despair and the oh God,
and his body's healed and he probably feels good.
Yeah, you feel good.
Yeah,
you feel good.
Right.
And you also feel a void.
Right.
You feel a void in your career. Every year you see another team hoisting that trophy and getting their rings, and that's got to gnaw at you. And it's not just him. There's guys all throughout history. The big topics at the roast last night, how Randy Moss was one of the few guys who played with Tom Brady who didn't get a ring during his career.
Yeah, I thought I caught myself taken by surprise because Florio was making a good case for the human element there, which is true. Like that regret, you realize, man. Okay, I'm in my 30s now, and I've got 70 more years or so to live with not having won a championship.
Yeah,
and yeah, it's a real thing for somebody like JJ especially. He talked about this year in one of his interviews. Now that he's in the media, he really sees how the big market teams drive things, but also just championships in general drive things. And man, especially when it gets into the postseason, people want to hear about what it's like to play in the Super Bowl, what it's like to play in a championship game, and it just kind of drives it back home every time into like when you're sitting around watching. You're on a panel with a couple of guys that you were better than, but they won Super Bowls. Like there's a certain amount of angst that creates. I don't even know what the feeling for it would be, whether it's jealousy or anything else. There's a lot of emotion. There's like 18 different emotions that go into all of that. But if you realize like, man, I'm still healthy and I can still play, and what am I doing just squandering a chance to get a championship or just to play? Just so you realize just how crazy and unique and special it is just to play a single NFL game at all. Like so few humans get to do that. There's just so many things that would drive anybody, no matter what they rationally thought a year prior, to realize like, oh, okay, man, maybe I still. I wouldn't even say that he stepped away too soon, but maybe he just needed a year to kind of let all of that sink in and reflect upon it. Because Sean, what have I told you forever? I feel like every player, especially defensive linemen, though, because when you come back, you can rotate and be situational. Every player should take like a hiatus when they turn 30 or 32 or 33.
Take a year off, a sabbatical.
Yeah, sabbatical. That's the word. Yep. Sabbatical. Like, and it doesn't work out that way because you only have such a small window of time left. But in that year, you can get completely physically healthy for maybe the first time in a decade, and B, you gain perspective on what it's like on the other side, and like in appreciation for just like how cool it is to play football. And it's one thing, like when you're on IR, when you're on injured reserve, you never really get it. You don't get that distance from it to where you really set back and reflect on things.
Yeah.
I think JJ, like Florio said, like a lot of guys that go through the exact same thing, he does have the benefit of being a guy that's still relatively young and had 12 and a half sacks in the last season that he played.
Yeah, he's playing at a high level.
It's not like he was going out sputtering and bad or anything. He was still a very, very good football player when he last played.
I think your point about sitting on the set with guys. Like, think about, like, he's sitting there on CBS. When he goes and does CBS on Sundays, he's on a set with Phil Simms, former Super Bowl MVP, Bill Cowher, Super Bowl winning coach. Boomer Esiason played in a Super Bowl and won an MVP back in the late 80s. You know, now Nate Burleson is the unicorn in all this. How Nate Burleson, it goes to show you from a charisma and just probably a self-marketing standpoint how good Nate Burleson is. He's good at what he does.
He's good at media.
He's good at media. Yeah, he's really good at media.
He's got the credibility. I mean, he played a long time in the NFL, but he was never a superstar.
Yeah, those guys are all sitting there because they're A, good at media, and B, championship-level players and coaches. That's really interesting to me because, what's JJ's best big game story that he has that he can dig into? You know what I mean?
Well, I remember, Sean, the first year I was doing Radio Row, the first year I did radio full-time, we were in New Orleans, and it was funny because Ted and I were sitting together. Ted was sitting in on our show, and we were interviewing a special teams player from the Saints who had written a book about it. He had some kind of an inspirational upbringing or something. Or so he claimed. So we're sitting there, and I was telling him, I was just introducing ourselves during a commercial break before the interview began, and I was like, yeah, I played blah, blah, blah. And here's Ted. Ted played 10 years as a linebacker. And this special teams kid, who was like in his second year in the NFL, lifts up his Super Bowl ring, and he goes, you got one of these? Kind of like taunting us or something. And I'm like, well, Ted's got 3.
Yeah, you jackass.
But I'll be damned if I'm going to let your little punk ass try to Debo me with a damn a trinket, you little bastard.
Oh, yeah.
And then I treated him like crap for 10 minutes.
Good. Yeah, it's disrespectful.
But yeah, there's that element of this is a little pipsqueak non-person. Like,
got a
what
ring,
the hell
man.
Are you
Got a ring.
Yeah,
walking around Radio Row like he owns the place.
Yeah.
It's funny. So
basically, that's what JJ says to Bill Cowher all the time.
Listen,
pipsqueak, I'm going to force you into retirement.
Pipsqueak is a great word. Here's one more. Here is Chris Simms on the potential teams that might compete with the Texans for J.J. Watt.
And J.J. Watt, teams that are contenders, right? Ex-coaches that have relationships with him that are throughout the league. Are they on any of the contenders? I think those are things we got to kind of watch out for. I mean, I think that's legitimately putting it out there when he says it that way. But man, you just think about teams like, oh wait, if Detroit got into week 16, 15, and they needed somebody, man, J.J. Watt seems like he'd be Dan Campbell kind of guy, right?
Yeah,
maybe.
Was a racist. So I think that.
He likes D'Amico just fine, okay? Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm saying Chris Simms is the racist, not JJ or Dan Campbell. Yeah.
Right.
So, I think that the whole thing is the scheme really doesn't matter. I think teams that bring JJ in at this point really would want to look at him as a situational pass rusher because of his injury history and his age and the year off. You don't want him to go out there and be getting 65 snaps a game.
No.
So on passing downs, everybody in the league is pretty much the same. They all line up in the same fronts. 3-4-4-3, it doesn't matter. On nickel and dime, it's all the same. And I think that it does open up the entire league to being an option for JJ.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the scheme fit doesn't matter at all. The thing for JJ individually that would be appealing to the Texans, if you take everything else out of it, if you just say, okay, these playoff caliber teams, one of the best things the Texans has going for it is that they've got Will Anderson, Danico Autry, Daniil Hunter, and then J.J. Watt. Like, you look at that four-man front, and I don't know who's getting the double teams. Somebody's going to come free. Somebody's going to get singled up. It would be a dream scenario for a defensive lineman.
This needs to happen. Texter is texting in a question. We'll bring in Brandon Scott and John Lopez on this. I have this exact question almost to the word in my notes right here, which is, would you rather bring in JJ from, we'll call it training camp, or would you rather wait till the middle of the season?
Middle of the season.
Yeah.
Not even a question.
Yeah. You want him to be as fresh as possible for when it matters. I mean, the whole point of him coming back is for a postseason run and to go get that thing that he doesn't have yet.
I totally agree. I think the only argument you can make for bringing him in training camp is sentimental. Seeing him run out there for practice at training camp. Yeah. The fact that we would get the news of him signing here during this, the greatest offseason in team history, would be the perfect crescendo to that.
Or if he just needs some time. Like, I could see him being in training camp and being one of those guys that's off to the side, being given that older guy treatment, millennial treatment, but guy born in the 80s kind of treatment. Like you go over there and work out and do J.J. Watt things and let everybody else, do normal training camp things. I could totally see that.
What? A guy born in the 80s is now something you say about
I know. I was just thinking the same
facts.
thing. I'm like, oh, hell.
And look, Seth, not just the 80s, but 1989, the last year of the 80s, and we're old now.
B. Scott, thanks a lot. When were you born?
The same year, 1989.
Okay.
I'm one of J.J. Watt's peers, one of these aging millennials now.
Yeah, you have a much younger vibe to you, though, in a good way.
I do, yeah.
It's the hair. It's the hair. That's all it is.
Hey, by the way, as long as we're talking about calendars and years and decades, happy anniversary yesterday.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, that's right.
John Lopez, 40 years in media yesterday.
How about that?
Not born in the 80s.
Not born in the 80s.
Your career was born in the 80s.
Although my oldest son was born in 88, so he's basically Figgy and B. Scott's age.
There you go.
That was cool. It kind of just hit me all at once. I didn't even realize it until I realized that Cinco de Mayo, I was like, wait a minute, 2024? I graduated in 84. Wait a minute.
So
I started 2 days after I graduated.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You started the day after Cinco de Mayo.
I started on the 6th of May.
Were you hungover for your first day of work?
I can probably assure you that I was not. I was probably so nervous. But normally I would be.
You need to. The correct answer was what? You mean like the first 3 years of my job?
I made up for it. Trust me, I made up for it.
Yeah.
But I don't think I was hungover the first day.
Back then, it was a job requirement, wasn't it? You're supposed to show up with a half flask of whiskey.
Oh, my first sports editor, like a week into the job, I went on a road trip with him, actually to Houston. I was in College Station to cover some Rice versus A&M football game basketball game or whatever it was, baseball, because it was in May. Like all the way over there, he had these Hustler magazines, and I was driving, and he was smoking a cigarette and I had a little Datsun truck. And he was smoking a cigarette in the passenger side, showing me all the all the pictures.
While you're driving?
While I'm driving. He goes, look at that one. I was like, boy, this is a weird industry.
Hustler was not art either.
Hustler was not art. Hustler was not art.
That was the only thing that would have completed that, too, is like you hit almost everything like that doesn't happen anymore when driving in a car, except that you could have had a can of beer drinking, like as a cop passed you, and you could have tipped your beer to the cop.
Probably on the way back. Probably on the way back.
Oh,
he was smoking cigarette after cigarette, showing me pictures.
I'm assuming he's no longer with us?
No, he's still alive.
Is he? I was going to say, what if you showed him the iPhone
I'll go ahead and mention his name because he gave me a very nice compliment on that post. He's living, I think, in Corpus, retired.
Yeah.
Galen Welnicki.
Okay. You think he still has his Hustler subscription?
First and only job interview I ever had was with Galen Welnicki.
That's the only job interview. Every other job you've gotten because like they're networking or
they
whatever.
Recruited me or whatever.
Yeah.
They asked me if I wanted to come in. So
humble brag. Why don't you go ahead and pop your collar too with it?
Here we go. I would let him do it. Yeah.
How'd you land the job? He asked what the latest book I read was. I said February.
That's great.
You're hired.
Hey, real quick, what percentage of people smoked in the press box back when you were doing your thing?
When I was working at the battalion at A&M before I got that first job, it was airplanes.
Yeah.
It was
90%,
probably close to 70 or 80.
Okay,
yeah,
dude, I could not.
And
imagine
cigars
that.
too.
Yeah, see, that'd be awesome. They should bring that back for one game a year in the Texans press box at NRG.
It's still jarring to me whenever they announce, "Hey, no smoking in the press." Like they still say that, and I'm like, "Who the hell are you talking to?"
I would love for somebody to try.
Yeah.
All right. We're way over on you guys.
That's
here,
okay.
So
that's a good reminiscence.
Yeah, for sure. Congrats again, dude.
Thank you.
Yeah. Seth, antibodies to you, and congrats. I don't know what for. Congrats.
And stepped on pop top to you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Brandon Scott in for Landry Locker. You're listening to KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Brandon Scott, excuse me. Right. Time to get out of here.
One of those.
John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they're in the loop. They start now.
So are we going to get this scheduled or not?
Is this happening or not?
I'm trying to figure it out. Are we going to actually get this scheduled or not? Because I know I was listening to you and Adam Spillane yesterday.
Yeah.
Breaking down all of these different schedule scenarios, the dream scenarios, what you want. And I'm here for it. Sean Pendergast is still here. He's done he is like schedule release guy. So
I love it.
I'm waiting to link up with Sean, waiting to link up with you guys, all of us to kind of do this station thing and really like have this energy around the schedule release. I thought it was going to be perhaps this week. And
I
now
still
there's some
think it
question.
might be.
You think it will?
I think it probably will be. But here today is huge for all us schedule geeks, and I'm a big leak geek, if that's a thing. I love schedule leaks.
Make it a thing.
Leak. I'm a big leak geek because the one thing, Mike Florio, I have such a love-hate relationship with him because I think he's such a great aggregator and very powerful and very well connected. But man, he just throws stuff out there like you think it's a story and it's not. It's just like, well, what about this? So he postulated that the schedule, in fact,
hold on. Is great aggregator a passive-aggressive comment from a journalist?
He was the original.
When you call someone a great aggregator and you yourself are a journalist, is that a passive-aggressive comment?
A little bit. I would say this about Florio: he's very useful.
Yes,
that's
right?
a better way to put it.
Very useful.
Yeah, that's a better way to put it.
I said all that to say I do actually agree with you.
Yeah, no, but anyway, so he put all this out there and he postulated that it wasn't going to be this week. And there's one thing he had in there that I think is huge for today. Like huge, like during our show or maybe the afternoon show or whatever. The NFL is so good at this that they love to give the networks the opportunity to announce one or two major games, whether it's a one in Europe, in London, maybe a primetime game, and then they do it again the next day. They build you up. They tease you so well. So if we don't start getting those today or tomorrow, then it is going to be next
What's the
week.
one we already know about? Is it
In
not
Brazil.
the one in Brazil with the Eagles, and is it the Packers? I think it's Packers, Eagles, in Brazil.
Yeah, I think it is.
So do we know what network that one's on? So I'm right there with you, trying to figure out, okay, which networks are going to be the ones to drop their game. I'm really looking at it from a Texans perspective. The reason why I'm really on this is because I want to know not only when, but how many primetime games. And that's one of the things that we're absolutely going to get into on the show today, Lopez.
Yeah.
How many primetime games? And I want to know from the audience, too. And y'all get involved with us, the loophole, 713-572-4610. You can check us out on YouTube and Twitch as well, and obviously the Odyssey app.
Mm-hmm.
Pick your primetime games. Who do you want to see? Who do you want the world to see the Texans play?
Well, I don't know. This was part picking them as I thought they would have, as I think they're going to happen, and also picking them with my heart. Some are my heart. Some are with just using logic. I think the season opener is going to be at Kansas City.
You think so?
I think there's a lot of talk about it. I don't know if it's reports, rumors, buzz, whatever you want to call
There's
it.
definitely buzz around it, but it feels like it's one of those things where I feel I'm kind of
too obvious.
It's almost too obvious. There almost is too much energy around it. It almost makes too much sense.
Yeah.
But also, and we'll get to this a little bit and localize it at 10:40. But I feel like we're sleeping on a candidate as well.
Yeah.
And that's part of it as well. I think there's a lot of energy around the Texans, and rightfully so. They deserve it. They absolutely deserve it.
Yeah.
But I don't feel like they're the only good candidate out there. That was another thing that was underrated in the J.J. Watt press conference from Saturday at his charity softball classic. We also asked him about that at the end. It was the last question we asked him about.
Yeah.
And he also made the case, of course, for the Texans to play against Kansas City.
Sure.
But I don't know if they're the only good candidate.
Well, no, they're not. But I'm feeling season opener at Kansas City. You want me to go through all of them?
Yeah,
because I also have.
We'll do it again, but absolutely, go ahead and go through all of it.
I also have. You know how I am with my predictions and visions. I got a pretty good batting average on these. I'm still waiting on my training camp one, but I have a good feeling about that. But I have a vision / prediction as well. Thursday night, alternate uniform game. Titans. It's got to happen. It's got to happen.
Thursday night alternate uniform game.
Now, which alternate?
Almost
at home.
The blue
ones.
Yeah, the H-Town blue.
Yeah.
Because I seen a theory out there saying about the helmets that the NFL can't have two of the same type of helmets.
Yeah,
and
but it's a dark blue, though.
Yeah, the Titans got a dark blue helmet, though, right?
But maybe their alternates won't. They have that light blue, too, remember?
Yeah.
They have a light blue also.
Oh, so what? Figure you're saying they can't wear the same color
Similar.
helmets.
Yeah, that's what I say. I don't know if it's true.
I'm trying to disprove your theory here.
Oh, you know what would be
That's
dope?
what
Well, how about this?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's just something
But you know
I
the
seen.
way to fix it. You know the way to fix it, and this would take maybe some collaboration, I think, by the Texans and Titans, and I don't know how likely that would be.
Where that oil is blue.
The Oilers helmet is white or blue.
Yeah.
They got
That's like collaboration between Drake and Kendrick.
But if you, but you know what? They are at least collaborating in the sense of going back and forth. They're here. They're both here for the smoke at the very least, right? Which, by the way, they shooting at Drake's house. Did you see that?
Seen it.
They're shooting at Drake's house in Toronto, man. We can probably get into that and internet going nuts, but that thing is getting a little bit out of hand if that is at all related to the rap beef.
The bullets start flying now. It's time to shut that sucker down.
Hey, especially in Drake's nice-ass Toronto neighborhood. Part of the irony of it all is
the
like...
embassy.
Yeah.
It's called the embassy.
Or no, is it the embassy or the... something? Either way. It's way too damn nice to be getting shot at, for sure.
And by the way, I believe the kids call it savage. Hannah McNair yesterday when she was asked about this.
What'd you think about that?
That was savage. Like she's like, it's a Houston color. What? It had nothing to do with Tennessee.
Hey, I was kind of surprised.
I was like, yeah, girl.
She was kind of sour with McClain publicly there. I was a little surprised by that.
Maybe she's had enough.
Maybe so. Hey, people were like responding to that. I don't know if y'all saw that, but they were like, man, yeah, give it to McClain. I was like, what is this?
Hey, man. Don't get on Hannah's bad side. That's for dang sure. All right, third one. I only got 4. Texans at Cowboys. Again, too obvious. Micah, CJ, Texans, Cowboys. They've never played anything but the morning game against the Lions, so it'd be more of a midday prime holiday.
Yeah.
Texans, Cowboys.
Seems so obvious
state
for Thanksgiving.
Championship. Yeah, all that stuff. And then this is the one I did with my heart, and I've mentioned it in the past. Figgy knows this, and I know you listen. The NFL loves those. This could be a Super Bowl preview in the late season. Like first or second week of December, Texans versus Lions, Monday Night Football. This could be a Super Bowl, because let's assume that they are both got 9 or 10 wins by then, tops of their division, whatever. That would be what I would think. So, yeah, season opener at KC, Thursday night alternates versus Tennessee, and that's H-Town Blue. Texans at Cowboys, and then Texans and Lions, Monday Night Football. Now, before I get yours, this is my prediction / vision. I mentioned it once yesterday, I believe.
All right.
I've got a feeling about Vikings versus Texans at Tottenham Stadium in London.
Why the Vikings?
Well, the Vikings are playing in Tottenham. They've already been announced. They're October 6th.
Okay, but you think? I mean, I guess I'm trying to figure out what is the connection. What's the compelling matchup for Vikings Texans?
Well,
just other than to showcase maybe the Texans on a.
Well, where's J.J. McCarthy play? Who's the Vikings quarterback going to be?
Yeah, he played at Michigan.
Yeah.
So Michigan versus Ohio State quarterback type of thing, or
he beat C.J. Stroud in C.J. Stroud's last big game.
Yeah, I got you.
Against the Michigan sorry again, I apologize, Figgy.
Yeah. I didn't know you was going to catch a straight here. My bad.
At the Horseshoe, C.J. threw 2 picks. And it's not really so much about that. There have been 3 teams mentioned, and I forget the other 2, that are likely to face the Vikings in London.
Dude,
I got a feeling it's going to be the Texans.
Maybe so. I am struggling to muster up any excitement for the Vikings and what they got outside of their head coach, who I think is good, Kevin O'Connell.
Yeah.
I'm having a hard time mustering up a lot of excitement. I like what they did in the draft. Obviously, Jonathan Grenard came from here. They signed him. They drafted Dallas Turner. But this J.J. McCarthy thing is just really, really hard for me to get behind.
I don't disagree, but it's real.
It is.
It's real. Yeah.
Oh man. I watched that national. I watched him. He does have an appeal to him.
Michigan quarterback.
It feels like it's just going too far.
Just like Tom Brady.
No, it's not. It's just not. That's the problem. It is, but it isn't.
Yeah.
That's the issue. Okay, so we agree on at least 2 of these. And I've got so you had 4, right?
Yeah.
I've got 5, and we only agree on 2, so that means I got an extra 3 here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna give you my first one, and it's Chiefs. I'm with you there. I know I might have a little pushback because all of the energy around it, and we'll talk a little bit about at 1040 and localize it. Somebody I think that a lot of people are forgetting about, but this one makes sense for a lot of the reasons that I think Nick Wright mentioned last week.
Yeah.
A lot of the reasons that we have reiterated, but the Texans are really the team that's next. They are really the Lions of last year or the Lions of this year.
Very much.
I
the
think,
Lions of last year, because everybody was already kind of predicting the Lions last year.
Well, you're right. So they are this year what the Lions were.
Yeah.
This year's Lions. That's a better way of saying it.
Yeah.
But here's the rub or the extra appeal. They've got the young quarterback. Like the Lions have been able to do this, capture the imagination of the country and the attention of the country without a quarterback with that cachet. Nothing against
coach.
It's their coach. Mm-hmm. It's their culture. I think it's part of maybe their city. It's the fact that they have been without success for so long. So I think people like that, bootstrap story. Yep. So the Lions very much have a middle America appeal that I feel like has been
an underdog still.
Yeah, right. I think that's what I mean.
Underdog.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. So they have that's been able to work for them without the quarterback.
Yeah.
I think the Texans have a little bit of that too with the quarterback, with the same appeal of the head, even though the head coach is different in terms of, style, but he's a former player and he's kind of got this magnetic personality that everybody wants to root for. Like it's kind of just hard to root against Dan Campbell.
Yeah.
It's hard to root against even with the bite your kneecap stuff, like we laughed at it, but we still found him likable.
Yeah.
DeMeco Ryans doesn't have any of the shenanigans associated with him, but he's like non-controversial, hard to root against him. It's easy to promote this head coach, easy to promote this quarterback. I think that Chiefs, Texans just make sense.
Yeah.
A couple of other ones for you. All right, we agree on the Cowboys. That's got to be the Thanksgiving game.
Yeah.
To me, I don't see how you can not – you got the Cowboys brand already institutionalized. Here come the Texans. The C.J. Stroud, Micah Parsons build up.
Boy, how many video B-roll of cows are they going to have and horses?
Oh man, look, that's gonna be the part that's gonna annoy us. But we gotta take that.
Yeah.
We gotta accept. You know what I'll be mad at if they do it. If they try to do that and don't show like actual. Like the real stuff, like if they just give you some
like
fake
H-Town,
like
slabs and
don't try to paint this out as Houston or Dallas, but you went and shot Huntsville.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like like give me the real, the real actual fabric of that city. So I think that one is an obvious one. And again, the C.J. Stroud, Micah Parsons thing.
It's
awesome. If we can just mention that for a second,
it's awesome.
Them as like this football version of buddy cop comedy thing that they're, I don't know however you want to look at it.
That's a good way to put it.
Doesn't it have that feel to it? Like they're a good foil to one another. CJ seems like maybe the more serious, but maybe more intelligent.
Maybe Beverly Hills Cop.
That's what we need.
Yeah.
That's what we need.
Did you hear my confession yesterday? I think at some point CJ and
I saw that in the doc. I didn't catch it, but I saw that in the doc.
I think they're going to play together.
You think so?
Somewhere. Somehow. And it'll have to be here, right?
Do you not like this better, though?
Oh, I love this. But they're boys, man. Same business agent.
Yeah, but this makes it better. Like, if they team up.
I'm not disagreeing.
That's,
Would it be a nice little twist at the end of the next couple of years of them going at each other?
It would. Oh.
You know what I mean?
Don't get me. I hope I'm not being misunderstood here.
Oh, well, we want him.
If Micah Parsons ever finds himself to be available,
we want that son
to a team. I would suggest that.
How many years Neil Hunter got? He got 2 years.
Hey. So you see the vision.
Yeah.
All right. So Chiefs, Cowboys. Obviously, here are some that I want you to consider. The Bills.
I did consider it.
Why not the Buffalo Bills? Considering obviously the Stephon Diggs factor, and then you do have the quarterback matchup.
Yeah, I did.
And I think you also have this issue of, hey, are the Bills a team that is on the decline and on the descension, whereas the Texans are on the upswing?
And it's also, hey, we're here now, Buffalo.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Y'all step aside.
Yeah,
I'll step aside. We're here now.
I think that's obviously got to be one, especially with the questions that Buffalo has. Putting them, I think, I don't know if you can call them a sacrificial lamb or what, but just putting them on front and center for the up-and-coming teams to feast on, I think, is a pretty cool idea.
Yeah.
All right, so I got the Bills. What about the Chicago Bears?
I don't mind that one. I kind of thought about that one as well. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Obviously, Caleb Williams and everything else going on. But, yeah, I don't mind that one at all.
The storyline for me is that Caleb Williams is essentially trying to do what C.J. Stroud just did last year. And I also think that there's something to him being in an objectively better situation than the one that C.J. Stroud entered into last year. Like, C.J. Stroud was joining a team that was completely new and had only won, 3 games? How many games did they win the year before?
They had a tie, didn't they?
They had won 3 games and a tie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Bears won 7 games last year.
Yeah.
And they got Caleb Williams, the number 1 pick, through that Carolina trade.
Yeah.
So it's not like they're even reflective of a number 1 pick type of team. So I think that's one.
I don't mind it.
All right, so that's one. I think that's a fascinating storyline. Then the other one for me was the Colts.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe just I might confess here that I like your Titans angle a little bit better than my Colts angle, but it's just that the Colts are a better football team. I think that Anthony Richardson is going to be, if not appointment viewing, at least something that you're going to want to check out.
Yeah, and
he is a draw at the very least. If he's not good, he at the very least right now is a draw.
And this is always the case, so this is not like some bold prediction, but I could see the Colts last week of the season again too. Because there's going to be a lot on the line between these two teams. And you always play a division opponent the last week of the season, but I think I could see where it's the Colts.
Survival mode for the Astros. They've got the Yankees at Yankee Stadium. And also, over the next 30 days, they got 29 games, man. We're going to talk about this on the other side. That's in the loop.
On with Payne and Pendergast. Texans GM Nick Caserio gave a positive update on Tank Dell.
Tank's doing great. Certainly making progress. I think he's going to be okay from a health standpoint. So Tank's in good spirits. He's doing well. So it's, right now he's in a pretty good state of mind.
Hear the full conversation on the free Odyssey app.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Angie. Angie makes it easier than ever to get your home projects done well. Get started at Angie.com. If you're seeing something in the Minnesota Timberwolves and their 2-0 series lead over the defending champion Denver Nuggets, and you can't quite place it, let me help you. 9 years ago, another team came on the rise, no one coming. Another superstar everyone doubted for his all-time greatness began his journey. That team was the Golden State Warriors. I'm Bill Ryder.
Hey, it's Ron Hughley, a guy who has had his life changed by soda weight loss. And I've said it before, I'm feeling good, I'm looking good, and I am happy with myself. And that happened with soda. 122 pounds in 11 months. And listen up, there were no tricks to it, man. I didn't take any special pills, no shots or anything. It was natural. I used it by following the amazing routine they have at Soda Weight Loss. Go to sodaweightloss.com and you can start to change your life like so many have. Soda is, say it with me now, state of the art.
Friends, you've been hearing me talk about my computer career for some time now. If you're working way too hard for too little money with no growth opportunities, it might be time to take the next step. In just a few short months, My Computer Career can help prepare you for a more recession-resistant career in the growing fields of IT, cybersecurity, or even AI. No prior experience is needed, but if you're already in IT, they can help you level up your skills as well. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take their free career evaluation today.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast for West Point Lincoln of Sugarland. It is the 1-year anniversary of Chris Poulos and his family purchasing West Point Lincoln of Sugarland, and they're celebrating with a huge anniversary sales event going on right now.
Time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Landry Locker's out. He is in Hawaii enjoying some time. And B. Scott is still here with John Lopez and Figgy Fig on In the Loop. And we got to talk about these Astros, man. They had the day off, but they're not going to have too many off days coming up.
Yeah.
They got 29 games over the next 30 days. And they start that stretch with a 3-game series at Yankee Stadium. And here's where I want to start with it, Lopez. For me, this is the frustrating part. Normally at this point in the season when the Astros are playing the Yankees or somebody like the Yankees, let's use the Mariners, the Yankees, even the Guardians, a team that is above 500 in contention, a viable baseball team, let's call it. Normally around this time of year when the Astros are playing them, we usually look at that as a litmus test.
Yeah.
Okay. How does that team measure up against the Astros? How does the Astros measure up against that team? These are two viable baseball teams. What does it look like when they clash?
Yeah.
Right? That's normally how we look at it.
And you're measuring yourself.
Exactly.
Rival, team that you've had their number.
Yep.
They've occasionally beaten you.
Yep.
Let's see where we stand this year.
And in this case, you would also be playing them for a second time because you opened the season against them at home.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's all of that. The frustrating part about it this year for me, or with this series in particular, is that it's not a litmus test in any kind of way. Like, they can win this series, they can lose this series, and it's not going to be like deciding our for sure opinion on the Astros because they got a long way to go to get out of it.
Yeah.
And obviously they've dug themselves into a hole. So for me, it's about being in survival mode. Like they're at a point, Lopez, even if you want to be positive over how the last, let's call it, week and change has gone, 8 or 9 days have gone for them from the Colorado Rockies series in Mexico City up until the disappointing finish against the Seattle Mariners, where they did at least win a game.
Yeah.
They're still in survival mode, man. Like, they're still 10 games below 500, and they still have these glaring holes that I don't really see a path to correcting itself. Like, it's not necessarily all doom and gloom, but it's pretty damn close. And I think that's where you are now. You're in survival mode. The only thing that you can really do against the Yankees is survive, and that's by winning those games.
It's not doom and gloom. I mean, it's not like – I mean, I think they're done. I'm looking at this squad, and you've heard me talking about it. I've talked about it with you. You know,
I've helped cut promos on it.
Yeah, where they are, in terms of just depth and talent and ability. I think they're done. But, like, let's be honest. It's however many, 30, whatever, 20, whatever games into the season. Technically it's not there. That's why last week I said, look, they can maybe start to make some noise here, against Seattle or whatever. But I just don't see it happening. You call it survival mode. I think that's fine, but I look at it differently. I think, like, reality is slapping them in their face collectively.
Yeah.
There's a reality that people aren't recognizing with this team. And so I kind of dug in a little bit, and not to go off on too much of a tangent, but I think it does tie in with what you're saying.
We are here for tangents. I am a tangent type of guy, so I'm going to invite this.
Maybe you're not there yet, but you ever wake up one morning and all of a sudden you put your feet on the ground and you go, damn, I feel old.
Oh, yeah.
Figgy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And y'all are like 35.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Sometimes you'll move and you're like, wait, was that my back?
Yeah.
And it'll come back.
I wake up every day sore.
Yeah.
Like, how do I wake up sore?
Look at who you're talking to, buddy.
Yeah.
Man.
How do you wake up tired?
So
it's like I was just asleep.
And not to just as another side note, another tangent, wait till you get to your 40s. Okay. But much less
5 more years.
Much less where you are, where I am, where I've got to stretch before I even get out of bed, so I can be nice and limber for the show. But anyway, I think the Astros have put their feet on the ground in the 2024 season, and they're just, damn, I feel old. They're not old everywhere.
You were talking about this with Spo yesterday,
and he
saying
didn't
he didn't buy into him being old. But I feel like I understood what you were trying to drop. I was picking up what you were dropping down.
Well, I want to thank him because he gave me some ammunition to go ahead and dig into this point a little bit. They're not old. You're not old. Figgy's not old.
Right.
I get that you feel old sometimes.
Right.
And again, you're in your 40s, you're going to feel old even more. The Astros across the board are not real old. There's like 4 teams that average age is 29 plus, and 4 teams average age is 30 plus. They're in that second tier. So there's like 5 or 6 teams that are actually older than them in Major League Baseball. But they've also played 97 postseason games since 2017.
Yeah, they've aged in dog years.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They've played 97 postseason games. That's a lot of mental intensity and wear and tear and at-bats and running the base pass and hard tags and all that stuff.
Yeah.
You know?
And I don't think this is what you meant, or at least I'm not going to try to put words in your mouth, but I also view them as kind of old in the sense that when you talk about their farm system, and we're not going to get into tangent about their farm system.
No, that's fair.
But when you don't have young talent, and the talent that you do have is either like invested, like they've got major league and experience, and they're through arbitration, it's time to pay them, or you have paid them.
Yeah,
like we're talking about, like those are all of their good guys. They don't have a lot of guys that are like young and cheap and like developmental. And you and Spo talked about this, the developmental issues that they've had over the last however many years it's been.
Yeah,
when you have that issue, I think you're just old by default.
Yeah.
All of your good players are either paid or about to get paid.
And then there's this. For 7 years, their offseason has been shortened compared to other Major League Baseball teams by a month. So not only have you played 90 games, not only have all those at-bats and everything like I've talked about and all the wear running off your legs.
But your recovery time.
You've shortened your offseason by a month. So Altuve is 34. He's legit old, but he's still playing well. Singleton is 32. Verlander is 41. Even Ronel Blanco is 30.
Yeah.
And then there's other players that are supposed to be carrying this team that aren't having great years. Hader is 30. Bregman is 30. Fromber is 30.
Presley
35.
Yeah, is 35.
Montero is 33.
33, yep.
So what I'm saying is the reality of this team is, they're not that old. Yes, they are. Yeah, yes, they are in dog years, as you put it, in baseball years. Shorter off seasons, 97 postseason games. Their most key contributors are all in their 30s.
Yeah,
it's a reality that I think is slapping them in the face, and it ties in with your point.
Yeah, you're only under 30 good players are who? Jordan and Tucker.
And Pena.
And Pena. There you go.
Yeah.
Jordan, Tucker, and Pena.
That ain't gonna cut it.
Yeah. And I guess, how would you say Javier is? I
think Javier's 29.
Yeah, he's under 30.
I think he's 28, 29.
But he's also paid now.
And Urquidy's 28.
And Urquidy was pitching in the World Series 5 years ago.
Yeah. So it's it ain't great, man.
Yeah, man. It's and then you figure out, you talk about being old.
Yeah.
And they had the off day yesterday. And I'm going to have a lot of those coming up.
Exactly.
29 games over the next 30 days for an aging baseball team.
Imagine working 6-day work weeks for 7 years.
I've done it.
I know you have.
That's why.
But for 7 straight years, you're working 6-day work.
That's why I'm 35 and look like this. Yeah, man. That's it. Yeah, no.
That explains a lot, doesn't it?
These bags under my eyes didn't just appear.
That explains a lot.
I was not born like this. No, absolutely not. But no, man. To me, it is survival mode because you think about it. Other than you, Lopez, a lot of folks have been reluctant to bury the Astros around here.
Yeah.
They have built up a lot of equity, and rightfully so. No one wants to bury them. No one wants to give up on them.
You're afraid to because they've been so clutch.
But how long can you go?
Yeah.
How much longer can you go before it's like, you know what? This isn't sustainable. This isn't going to last. Like you're not surviving this. You're not surviving this rut. The rut can only last for so long before it becomes actually who you are.
Good text here. We're getting a lot of texts on this. It's not the years, it's the mileage. Great point.
There it is.
It's like you and I have a 2017 car.
Yep.
But I drive mine, 10,000 miles more a year, 20,000 miles more a year.
Or
that's going to be wear and tear.
Or you've done 2 cross-country trips in it. And I just drive mine up to the, around the neighborhood every day. Yeah, no, that is an excellent point. Maybe it is not the age, it is the mileage, and I think also the lack of a backup plan. Like, what if you got a car that's got a lot of mileage on it, and you also don't have enough money to go buy a new?
Well, I've been there.
Or you don't even have a plan.
I think we've all been there.
For where your next car is going to come from.
Yeah.
That's kind of where the Astros.
Hey, D&M Auto Leasing, baby.
Yeah.
Man, I feel like y'all all in my business now, man.
Yeah, no, I was over there looking at that.
You talking about me?
Figgy's over there the whole time.
Did I tell y'all that?
He's just like nodding his head the whole time.
I need a new car?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I know.
I'm over here trying to work on the car I got.
Yeah.
All right, coming up on Localize It, did we forget about Joe? I'll explain next.
All right, I just mentioned D&M Auto Leasing. I want to brag about them a little bit. You got that mileage, right? With that mileage, this is the best part. One of the best parts that D&M can do for you.
for real people.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Did we forget about Joe? That is the question.
Forget about Dre?
Did we forget about Joe? I know.
Joe.
Hey, look, I know it's a lot of West Coast. I know on the West Coast they are having a good time. I don't know if y'all have seen the clubs in L.A. lately, but they are having a good time with this Kendrick stuff. Yeah. The NBA playoffs, everybody, they can't get enough with it, right? Like it is everywhere. But I want to know if we forgot about Joe. And I asked this question because the Cincinnati Bengals posted a video yesterday of Joe Burrow appearing to be healthy, appearing to be moving around pretty well. Mm-hmm. And we noted last week when it was suggested that the Texans could be the Chiefs' season opening opponent, that maybe there was a little shine off of this Mahomes-Burrow rivalry, and especially in the beginning of the year when Burrow has a tendency to not be healthy. But it looks like, to me at least, that that's not going to be as big of a problem, and that Joe Burrow is more than likely going to be healthy. And to me, Lopez, I'm just going to be straight up, man. I think that is, at least still right now, to me, still a more compelling matchup. As much as I like and want to predict and am predicting that the Texans get this game, because I think it's there. I think it's all there for the reasons that we've discussed. I feel like we're forgetting about Joe. One, Joe Burrow, who when he's not injured is obviously one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL. And another reason, Lopez, before I kick it to you.
Yeah.
I do think that CJ and the Texans beating Joe, before he goes down.
Yeah.
Beating Joe in Cincinnati the way they did and then going on the run that they did at the end added to not just CJ's status, but also I think took down Joe, especially once he got hurt. So I feel like CJ has now taken center stage.
You're talking week one.
I'm talking week one, and I'm just talking overall the way Joe Burrow is viewed. I think that the Bengals are a sleeper for week one, and I think overall we are forgetting about Joe Burrow.
I get it, but here's where I'm gonna maybe push back a little bit on that, because I think we're forgetting about Joe in terms of what he can do, how good he's great.
Well, that's what I mean.
He's great, and what he can do for a team and carry a team and all that. But here's where I think there's a difference, though. Like, people talk about, well, he had his 15 minutes. Joe Burrow has had his 15 minutes. It's like CJ's time. Like the Q rating. You're familiar with that public relations term.
Of course.
You know, what's the Q rating of CJ Stroud right now versus the Q rating? Even though Joe Burrow might be better than CJ Stroud, if we're being honest. He might be a better quarterback. We don't know. We don't know. I mean, that's arguable.
I mean, to me, it's hard, like a skill for skill, guy for guy. But like Joe Burrow's got the pelts on the wall, like he's done more.
Yes.
So it's hard to like.
So it's very easy to argue. Joe Burrow's frankly better than CJ, even if we disagree. Has done more in the postseason, even if we disagree what CJ Stroud might do. But the NFL, especially week one, is about Q rating, baby. Like who is, and by the way, the markets. Let's look at the Houston market versus the Cincinnati market. And week one, Thursday night, whether it's whatever game it might be, Chiefs have their Swifties and their Q rating is off the charts because of Kelsey and Mahomes. But the Houston market with CJ, it is the team. It is the darling of the NFL right now. So I think it's still going to be if they had they might pick someone else. But if they had to pick between Cincinnati and Houston, I think they pick Houston.
So you think they pick Houston, but do you still think that Mahomes Burrow is still the more compelling quarterback matchup?
I think it's arguable, but I'd watch it.
That's what I'm saying. I still feel like they have something there, especially with Mahomes in particular. It's not
big
like
history.
It's not like Lamar.
Yeah.
It's not like Josh Allen. Certainly like a Justin Herbert or like any of the other quarterbacks that are supposed to be, around his age and his peer. And I guess you just even put CJ into that conversation now.
Yeah.
It's not like that. It's Joe Burrow with a history, obviously not the most recent history, but with a history still of success against this guy. His only foil at this point. So I do wonder if we're forgetting about Joe. One thing I'll say
I think you're right.
Yeah, you think so?
Just as a player and what he could bring, and he still has a legion of fans, and he's still watchable, and he does have a Q rating. I'm just saying, I think CJ's Q rating is higher and rising faster. And then there's one other aspect that I want to throw in the mix real quick. They're making this. They're announcing the schedule this week or maybe next week, but before they realize that Joe Burrow's already throwing.
Yeah.
So who knows if that's a factor.
Yeah. Do you think that Texans fans, and maybe you just speak for yourself here, but does it seem like Texans fans, kind of going back to my earlier theory of, hey, they beat the Bengals and then kind of went on this run, that there's like this overlooking of the Bengals? Because we're talking about them opening up against the Chiefs.
Yeah.
And we want to put the Texans in the Super Bowl, and we're giving them all of these great grades for the offseason and obviously all of the things that they've done. Does it not feel like there is some overlooking of the Bengals?
Oh, yeah. No, I don't disagree
if Joe Burrow is healthy, I feel like that is a viable candidate to go against the Chiefs to open the season, and also a viable threat against what the Texans are trying to do.
I absolutely agree with that.
One thing I'll say about Joe Burrow, and I think you'd agree on this, that's a man that I feel like would handle a roast pretty damn well.
Ooh, baby, I think he would.
Ice in his veins. He would be Brady-like in terms of not a stain on him, not a hair out of place, and just the perfect
Cool.
Joe Cool. There you go. Joe Cool, not a stain on him. And look, so I want to know. Obviously, y'all talked about this Tom Brady roast yesterday, and I didn't get into it until after y'all's show. All right. What a damn event.
It was awesome.
Like, I thought this thing was overplayed. I'm like, what are we doing? What are we doing 3 hours? Look, they brought in some heavy hitters. Kevin Hart was hilarious. If you ask the question again, is Kevin Hart funny? Go watch that roast, man. Yeah. Look, I don't know. You might not like his movies. You might not like his stand-up. But he's funny. He is a funny dude.
That's his element, too.
All right?
So, most of his best stuff was ad-libbed based on what other people said. And it was hilarious.
Yeah. Well, clearly not rehearsed stuff.
Yeah.
But this is a question that we got to ask the people, Lopez. Who would you want to see roasted like Tom Brady? Yeah. Who do you think could handle it? Who do you think could not handle it? Which might be a more interesting question.
Well, and you have to be able to handle it, but some people can't. I just put up a poll at Lopez on Sports, and I'm sure Sports Radio 610 is going to retweet it.
For sure.
I've got 4 candidates, one in broadcasting, one in the NBA, one in Major League Baseball, and this is where we're going to localize it, and one in the NFL. The poll is going off the charts. We're already getting a lot of votes on it. Broadcasting, I would love to see Jim Nantz roasted. Dude, he would be so uncomfortable.
Yeah.
He would have to get a show up there.
He's definitely in the couldn't handle it, I feel like, category.
I think so.
He would not. He wouldn't even agree to it, but it would be
there's no way.
Awesome. NBA's got to be LeBron.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. It's got to be LeBron, even though I wonder if he can handle it too. I wonder how he would handle it. The one that I know
fake handle it.
The one that I know couldn't handle it would be like KD.
Oh no!
You know what I mean?
Is there anybody else in the NBA?
I mean, LeBron, Steph, KD.
Yeah, but Steph.
Steph.
Yeah.
I feel like Giannis would be uncomfortable.
I don't know if he's.
He
wouldn't be big enough. Maybe.
Yeah, he's big enough, but he's not like the whole cross. Cross cultural, cross whatever thing.
Oh, I mean, Jokic.
Jokic might be good.
Jokic would be good. I think he could actually handle it.
Here's my baseball one.
Could his brothers handle it? Would be the question.
And this is
you.
This is where we localize it. I think he would be outstanding. I think the roast would be brutally funny, just like Tom Brady. Jose Altuve.
I was thinking the same thing,
dude.
Yeah,
dude.
And I think actually
short jokes, cheating jokes, shirt jokes. I mean,
bad tattoo.
Yeah,
the catwalk thing that Jefferson did.
Yeah, all of that.
Yeah.
And then the NFL, it's got to be Aaron Rodgers, man.
That's it.
Or Peyton.
You know who I was going to say? And he had never agreed to this. I would love to see Deshaun Watson
Oh, my God.
Deshaun Watson getting roasted.
But see,
oh my God.
The only,
he wouldn't agree to it. He wouldn't do it.
See, the only issue with that, and not to get too serious, but you got to, even to get roasted, you got to get your Q rating back to favorable. You know what I mean?
That's true. I think there'd be a lot of eyes on it.
It would be a lot of eyes on it, but it would be like objectively just a punching bag thing, because his Q rating is still down, I would say. But between the off the field stuff and then him coming back to the field and not being good since then, there is no redeeming quality about the young man at the moment.
They would destroy
Oh, my God,
him.
man.
They would destroy him.
He might walk off the stage,
It
man.
would be hilarious. And I got to tell you, it would be a little uncomfortable for us Altuve fans. Altuve would be outstanding. It would be outstanding. Like, it would...
Is it bad that I just want to see these happen, whether they agree to them or not? Like, even if they don't agree, let's all right, let's just do it and see what happens. They ain't got to be there. Let's put a picture of them sitting somewhere,
they don't even
and we just going to go off on them.
Yeah.
See what happens.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind it.
By the way, leading the poll right now, well, I'll give you all the percentages. LeBron, 50.9%.
All right.
There's another 23 hours left on this poll, by the way, if you want to vote. Aaron Rodgers, second, 43.9%.
That would be mine.
And then Jim Nantz and Altuve. Nobody here wants Altuve. I think it'd be hilarious. I think it'd be great.
My broadcasting one would be Mike Tirico, because I'd want to see people make fun of him for saying that he's Italian and not black, which, I mean.
I didn't know he said that.
Hey, man, we looking at you, brother. Hey, we may be dumb, but we ain't blind.
We're looking at you.
All right, coming up next, Lopez is way too cynical about the potential of this J.J. Watt return. And we got to scrap it out. That's on the other side. In the loop.
Do the Texans factor in the opinions of their
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Landry Locker out, B. Scott in, still here with Lopez and Figgy Fig. I'm tired of the cynicism, though, man.
Come on, man.
I'm not feeling the cynicism. I'm not feeling the wet blankets, the pouring of the cold water. I'm not feeling it. And it's not to be too self-indulgent because I'm the one that helped feed the news cycle of the last 3 days. I'm not patting myself on the back. I'm not trying to stroke my own ego here.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's some real energy behind this J.J. Watt returning thing. Like, I think it makes sense for a lot of reasons in a lot of ways. And I think that both sides, that being J.J. Watt, the aging, now retired player, and the Houston Texans, a team that's on the come up that, as we've been talking about, could both benefit from his presence on the team.
Yeah.
But I know I was peeking my eye here on the show doc with you guys yesterday. You and Adam Spillane, and even with us here today. And you don't seem to really be feeling the JJ. And you're not the only one. I've seen others.
Yeah.
People I saw my guy Cody Stoops throwing a wet blanket on. He's like, it's not happening, guys.
Well, I wouldn't even say that because I think it could.
Why you got to kill the dream, Stoops?
Yeah.
Why you got to try to kill the dream, Stoops? You know you an influencer on YouTube and people believe what you say. Don't kill a dream like that. And then you, the OG.
Yeah, man.
It's like, nah, man, I want the young guys to thrive. What is this about, man? You don't think the young guys could benefit from one? What is it, Justin James Watt?
Oh, they could absolutely benefit.
Being on their team?
They could absolutely benefit.
Help me explain your cynicism. Help me understand it, I mean.
I don't think it's an impossibility, like Cody said. I think it's very much a possibility, and I think Seth put it very well, because Cody said, well, if he didn't come in last year, why would he come in this year? And I'm paraphrasing. I don't mean to chop that up if I'm doing it wrong, Cody, but in essence, he kind of said, well, if he didn't do it last year, why would he do it this year? Yeah. And I thought Seth brought up a really good point. Last year, he was just starting to think about it and just starting to work out, and it was kind of like a work in progress.
Sure.
This year, he's been going. Like, he's said, he's coming. We've seen the videos. We've seen the weights and all that stuff. Like, he's like, I'm going to get ready. Yo, D'Amico, if you need me, give me a shout. And so I absolutely think it's a possibility. It is. Either side could have easily said, nah, come on.
Yeah. They've had way too many opportunities to deaden this, right? And they have also shown themselves in the past to be willing to say, to draw a line, and to not address a thing or to shut a thing down.
Absolutely. I think it's absolutely a possibility. Where I sort of veer off is I think it's really unfair to D'Amico Ryans. And D'Amico's, may well have signed off on it as well, as we know. But it wasn't the intent, but it's really unfair to say, hey, you give me a call and I'll come back. When that puts all the onus on D'Amico. And, oh, by the way, it's a possibility also, and I don't think anybody can deny this, even though we don't want to believe it. J.J. Watt might not be the same old J.J. Watt, and then all of a sudden everybody looks bad. That's where I am.
So a couple of things. With D'Amico, like pressure. So here's the thing. I don't really necessarily view the comments, like all of them, to be literal. So when he says, I'm just waiting on D'Amico to call me, I feel like that was just their fun, playful way of acknowledging and indicating to us that he is leaving the door open to a return.
Yes.
I don't know if it's necessarily J.J. Watt waiting for his phone to buzz, waiting on him to get a hey big head text message from D'Amico Ryans. I think it's more so of them behind the scenes collaborating on what a return looks like, and then them basically agreeing on that. Like I don't know if it's as much on. It was presented in a way. I understand where you're going and what you're saying, but I think it was more so presented that way than that being sort of the actual reality of
maybe, but the other reality is that's what people heard.
Yeah.
And that, fans are not always reasonable, about things like this.
Let me ask you, you know D'Amico, you've been around the whole time. So you know D'Amico. Does he look like somebody that can handle pressure?
Oh, yeah. No.
You think he's worried about what people, hey, D'Amico, call JJ. You think D'Amico cares?
No, absolutely not. But what I'm saying is you end up looking bad whether you can handle it or not.
All right.
If he can't play.
All right. So that's the other part I want to address.
Yeah.
The if he can't play. certainly there's a possibility that JJ doesn't have anything left. I don't want to sound like I'm dismissing the possibility that JJ could go out there a year removed from football and just not be able to do it anymore.
Yeah.
That's out there. But I do think that you have to at least consider the difference between JJ's role as a 35-year-old a year removed from football versus the JJ Watt that we have grown accustomed to.
Right.
And it's not going to be the same thing. If you're another thing with the whole if you need me thing, it's not like you're going to call JJ Watt because you need him to come there and be the JJ Watt that you were, again, accustomed to and used to.
Yeah.
You're calling him in to be some kind of specialist, not somebody that you're leaning on because you got to have him. He's going to be a luxury item any way you slice it.
Yeah.
And so it's hard for me to imagine a scenario where he can't at least do that. I think, Lopez, if you're talking about, hey, go out there and play 80, 90% of the snaps, then we're in trouble.
Yeah.
Hey, go out there and be J.J. Watt of a decade ago, then we're in trouble. But the way I view it, and I think I said this on Twitter/X, why can't J.J. Watt be a souped-up version of Jerry Hughes? Like, why can't...
Hold on. Where's that screechy sound? Where's that screechy sound, Figgy? Say that again?
Why can't J.J. Watt fill the Jerry Hughes role on this team, which is the mid-30s pass rusher that's got a little juice that you hope doesn't have to play a lot?
Seriously.
But if some dudes fall out, then you throw him out there, and lo and behold, he can do a little bit for you.
Yes.
But you hope that you're not throwing the geriatric millennial out there to play 80, 90% of the snaps. Like, why can't – help me understand this. I'm serious.
I will.
Why can't J.J. Watt –
I will.
Why can't J.J. Watt be Jerry Hughes?
Dude.
A glorified, much glorified Jerry Hughes.
Because he's J.J. Watt.
I understand that.
Because he's J.J. Watt.
So he's Jerry Hughes with more freaking jersey sales.
Let's think about what you're saying here. You're saying you want fans and media and onlookers and experts across the league to reasonably deduce that he's not J.J. Watt.
I don't care what.
No one is reasonable.
No, we can be unreasonable all we want.
No one would do that.
I'm here for that, Lopez. Let's not do that.
Hey,
let's be unreasonable. Let's overreact. Let's have all of our emotions spill over into the text line and into the YouTube chat and into the Twitch chat.
Like in theory, you're tack on.
No, but I'm cool with all of the frenetic energy around it. Like let's do all of it. I don't care. Like at the end of the day, I do feel like it's still just going to come down to what's his role on the football field. Nobody is going to treat him like Jerry Hughes. That's not what I'm saying. No one's going to act like he's Jerry Hughes. I'm just talking about his functionality on the football team. But that's what it can effectively be.
But see, the problem is if he do, let's say we do that. The problem is if he put up some Jerry Hughes numbers.
Yes.
That might be a fail to a lot of people.
Right.
But a lot of people would just be incorrect.
But see,
that's okay.
But see, people don't want J.J. Watt to come back to be Jerry Hughes.
They
want that old J.J. Watt, man.
Yes, they want J.J.
We don't want Michael Jordan with the Wizards.
I want Rihanna. She's taken and she doesn't know who I am.
In theory, you're 100% right. He should be viewed differently, expectations differently. Everybody tap on the brakes. Specialist, if he gets 5 sacks in 10 games, that's a huge win. That should be the case. What I'm saying is it's freaking J.J. Watt. That is not going to be the case.
Look, I agree that there are going to be some unreasonable, unrealistic, outsized, ridiculous expectations. We all understand what you're saying here.
Yeah.
Okay? But what I'm saying is that's okay.
All right.
That's just fine. Think about how people talking about, well, what's JJ doing? What are they doing with JJ? And then he comes out there in week 8 and he has a sack to save a game or to win a game or something like that. Or he's contributing to me, I feel like there's just going to be an energy in having him around, and there's going to be an impact. And also, here's why I think you can survive JJ having Jerry Hughes numbes or not having.
I wish you would stop doing that.
No, listen. Listen.
Let me pull up Jerry Hughes numbers and see.
Jerry Hughes is it sounds like I'm kind of like either slighting either Jerry Hughes or J.J. Watt. Jerry Hughes is a good football player. He's just obviously not J.J. Watt. But I feel like he could serve that role, especially because you've got, and maybe we're forgetting about this. Maybe this is a nobody's talking about somehow.
Yeah.
But have we forgotten that Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter on this team?
No. Look, that would be awesome. And that's another thing that I heard them talk about this morning. It would be great.
But those are the guys that you're holding to, and just stick with me here, those are the guys that you're holding to the J.J. Watt-like standard.
Yeah.
Not J.J. Watt anymore because he's 35 years old and a year removed from football. If you're not reasonable enough to understand that, that's your own damn fault. Yeah. You should be going into the season, if J.J. Watt was to join either in week 1, in the middle of the season, at the end of the season, whatever it is, you should go into the season with a certain level of expectation for Will Anderson Jr. as the reigning defensive rookie of the year and Daniil Hunter as a perennial double-digit sack guy, 4-time Pro Bowler, whatever it is, who just got close to $50 million guaranteed from your team.
Yeah.
Those are the two guys that you should be holding to the J.J. Watt standard once the season rolls around, not J.J. Watt himself. If he were to come on the team, you should be, and I know you don't like it, Lopez, but I'm going to do it again. You should be holding J.J. Watt to the Jerry Hughes standard, and just sell more jerseys.
Please stop with that. So what you're saying again, theoretically, great.
You do not like analogizing him to Jerry
But what
Hughes.
you're saying is they're going to have a press conference, and Nick or D'Amico or Cal and Hannah are going to say, hey, people, we're bringing back the greatest player in the history of the Houston Texans. Keep expectations to a minimum, please.
No, do what you want. Do what you feel.
Keep expectations to a minimum.
No.
We don't want to put too much on JJ.
Well, so let me ask you this. This is something I'm trying to figure out about you, Lopez, because I feel like I know you fairly well.
Oh my gosh.
When all of a sudden did you start caring about everybody's feelings?
I don't care about the feelings.
This is one of the things I admired and respect about you. Like you just out here like, hey, we this is what it is. This is what makes sense.
Yeah.
This is what I think.
Yeah.
This is what makes sense.
Yeah.
And sense, I feel like this is one thing I feel like we have in common too.
Yeah.
Sense prevails.
Sense prevails.
Common sense always prevails.
Common sense does not apply to J.J. Watt. From a fan's perspective,
it doesn't. But is that not just their issue, their problem that they have to let that be a problem in the Reddit forums?
Yeah.
In our YouTube chat, on our text line.
Yeah.
Like, let us argue amongst ourselves about the expectation for J.J. Watt and what he should be out there doing. And maybe it'll be a responsibility. I'll do this. Maybe the onus is on us as media, as people who set narratives here at the radio station and the people who write.
You're right.
Like, to actually, not to be overly, like you're in a pulpit or anything.
Yeah.
But too preachy, but to say, hey, these are what the expectations are. These are the ones that you should be holding accountable. Here's why this makes sense. This is why this works. Look, I feel like this is the thing. If you got outsized expectations for J.J. Watt, that's your own issue, and you should be more so focused on how he can overall contribute to this team. J.J. Watt is a piece of a dynamic four-man front in a passing situation, in a opposite passing situation of Will Anderson, J.J. Watt, Danico Autry, and Daniil Hunter. That should be the vision.
Again, your theories are so good. I mean, so sound. The reality, and we probably would do that. I know I would. You and I both would say, look,
it's our job.
Yeah, you look. If we get, I'll use that same example. If he plays 10 games, you get 5 sacks, and they're key sacks, and he helps Will Anderson and Danico Autry and everybody on the defense. And who are you going to block on a 3rd and 16 or 3rd and 8 when those 3 guys are live? All that, I think we will be doing that. But who's the camera going to be on 80% of the time?
Yep.
Who's the biggest cheer going to be for when they come running out of the tunnel? Who's going to be interviewed the most the week before and the week after, and that all of a sudden sets the outside narrative like this is really still the same J.J. Watt when it's not.
Let me ask you this, Lopez. How bad would J.J. have to be? How washed would he have to be for it to be? I know Figgy said if he's got Jerry Hughes numbers, then it's a failure. But like he's already a made man. He's already established.
Yeah.
He's in the damn Ring of Honor. I was wearing that T-shirt yesterday.
Yeah.
Like, how bad really does JJ have to be for it to be like damaging? Maybe like it can be disappointing, and I think that's fine. But for it to be damaging or impactful or meaningful,
I got you.
He would have to like ruin a game as opposed to like only have 2 sacks over the course.
Yeah, he have to look bad in the game to the point we like, man, we need to bring somebody else in.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario, he gets hurt, starts missing games. That's when people would be like, man, he he ain't it. I mean, he's too old. You know, he's got mind. He's had surgery, a lot of surgeries, including back surgery.
But see, what if it's a situation where he played 10 to 12 games and he had like 1 sack?
Yeah, maybe.
Are we clowning him for this, or are we saying why did we bring him back or all that stuff?
I think we're saying why are we bringing him back, and I think we're kind of feeling sorry for him.
Yeah. But I think that's sorry, JJ, but I think that's only a downside for JJ. Really, like to me, it is a very when we talk about risk reward, it is almost no like all of the downside that y'all presented. I'm just shrugging my shoulders at it. I'm like,
it wouldn't bother me.
You know, like I don't know how much it would bother me that people have unrealistic and outsized expectations for J.J. Watt, and there's a chance that he doesn't live up to a great chance that he doesn't live up to them.
Yeah.
I think I'm okay with that because I know, to your point, fans, there is a irrational element, a huge irrational element to fandom to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
So I can live with that. If it turns out that he's not what we hope he is, then I think I can live with that too because, again, the point I was making earlier, what matters is that really Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter are the guys.
Will Anderson more than anybody.
Right. Well, really, both of them for the next 2 years.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money. So, like, I need both of them to be dynamic at the very least. I mean, Daniil Hunter is a high double-digit sack guy.
Yeah.
So I need him to at least have 10, you know, with Will Anderson on the other side, if not more. So, like, I'm looking at all of that. Like,
one other possibility, what if he's freaking awesome? Like he's just a specialist.
Now you're talking.
And he gets a sack a game, a half a sack a game, and he's doing the salute and all that stuff. Meanwhile, Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter are just wrecking shop off the edge. You know, it's interesting.
I don't see how others can't see the vision here.
Yeah.
It's so clear. Like, and maybe it doesn't happen, but to me, there is a clear vision and a clear motivation to do this. I'm excited about it, even if it doesn't happen. All right, coming up next, Cal McNair spoke for the first time on the Tank Dell situation, but D'Amico Ryans, he also spoke for the first time on this situation. He didn't really want to talk about it in depth. We're going to talk about it on the other side. That's on In the Loop coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast. Audacy app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
B. Scott in for Landry Locker. Enjoying his time off in Hawaii. Am I not supposed to say that? Did he
I don't know. My bad. I thought he mentioned it, didn't he?
Did he?
Yeah,
he mentioned it. I didn't know if I was telling my man's business or not.
We did the whole segment on vacations.
I was just making sure. Okay. Yeah, I figured we were pretty transparent with the audience and everything, but I didn't know if I was telling my man's business. But Landry Locker's out. B. Scott is in here with John Lopez and Figgy Fig. And, fellas, we got our first comments from Texans owner Cal McNair and even the head coach DeMeco Ryans on Tank Dell being shot at an event in Florida. This has been about 9 or 10 days ago or so now, but we got our first comments from them at the golf course yesterday. And so I want to play this, and we're going to react to it in a second. First off, this is Cal McNair, and I think this clip is important because Cal gave the first indication, I think, that there's going to be some kind of recovery that needs to be had from this particular event. Here's Cal McNair.
We're just grateful that I believe no one was seriously hurt, but it looks like Tank will make a full recovery. We saw him in the office the other day, and he looked good in good spirits, and so but he'll have to rehab and get back to where he was.
That last part.
He looks like he's in good spirits, but he'll have to rehab and get back to where he was. I asked this question when I was on with Clint yesterday, and I'm gonna throw it to you. Or just make the point. I don't know what get back to where he was means.
Where was he?
Where was he? Where was he was?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That's better.
Like where is he was at? All of the incorrect grammar on this. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
What had happened?
What had happened was, did this dude just did this?
Yes.
That's a John Starks classic.
Yeah.
But I mean that's the question though. Where was he at? To end the sentence with a preposition. Where was he at?
Where's your preposition at?
Where's your preposition at?
Yeah.
And what are we talking about here? Because obviously we know that the last time, the reality, Lopez, the last time we saw Tank Dell play football, or since the last time we saw him play football, okay, I think I put it like this. He scored 7 touchdowns for the Texans last year.
Yep.
Since his last touchdown, he's broken his leg blocking near the goal line and gotten shot at a private event.
That's all?
I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, you're right.
I'm just saying.
When you put it like that.
We're all excited about Tank Dell.
Yeah.
Love the guy. I mean, he's incredible. Incredible to watch. And I can tell you guys from being around the locker room, really cool to be around.
Yeah.
Cool dude. Very excited about Tank Dell. Very glad to have him. U of H background, all of that.
Yeah.
But since the last time we saw him score a touchdown, broken his leg.
Badly.
Yeah. Broken his leg and been shot. So I say all of this to say, Lopez, I think that for me, the initial reaction to all of this was, thank God Tank Dell's okay. Thank God Tank Dell's alive. Thank God that 10 people somehow got shot and nobody was seriously injured. That is a Bible miracle to me. First of all, I can't even explain that. How does that happen?
Yeah.
So that's my initial response. But the more and more I think about it, the more and more I hear from the stakeholders in this, the more concerned that I get a little bit.
I just go back to that last line again. He's going to have to rehab and get back to where he was. Your point is right. Where was he? Because we don't know where he was on his rehab. And we know he had been out and about, looked fine. I think we saw him running some, right?
Yeah.
We saw him running, catching some balls.
He's done videos working out, either with throwing with CJ or even working out with his personal trainer.
Yeah. So when they said full recovery, and then they said he's going to have to rehab and get back where he was. So it is very much vague. That's a big spectrum right there where he's going to fall. But I do feel like, generally speaking, they feel like they're going to have Tank Dell, if not early, certainly if not week 1, certainly early. So that's the good sign. But I also think, and I don't mean to overplay this, it's just like we've all been in somewhat, whether it's catastrophic or straining mentally situations in our lives. It's hard to get over that.
Yeah,
mentally.
trauma. This is a traumatic
Trauma is
event.
a better way to put it.
This is a traumatic event for sure.
It's hard to get over that, and maybe it's just going to kind of be. That's a factor to me.
Yeah, I will give some credit to the text line and some people in our chats that have pointed out that there is a mental, psychological, traumatic element to this that we can't account for or speak to. Obviously, not being there or knowing exactly the situation.
Yeah,
that I think is probably on the minds of the people that are mostly involved with this, like a Nick Caserio, like a Cal McNair and D'Amico Ryans. Speaking of D'Amico Ryans, this was D'Amico Ryans when he was asked about Tank Dell at the golf tournament yesterday.
Yeah, I talked with Tank. We had a good conversation. I talked to him several times, and Tank will be fine.
So you expect him to be ready for week 1?
Tank should be fine.
What's your emotions like when you get a phone call like that from a player of yours?
Yeah, it's the thing about being in the head coach's seat. It's always, you don't know what type of conversation you're gonna get. You know what phone calls you will get, but for me, it's just always being ready to adjust, always being adaptable with things that may happen, and just being genuine in every situation we have. And for me, as a head coach, I'm always real, upfront, honest with our guys, and that's the communication that's the way I like to keep the communication with our guys. Let them know if anything happens, they can call me with anything.
What do you hope he learns? Sorry, what do you hope he learns from the situation?
I've talked to Tank. That's more a personal situation, and we'll leave it at that.
Coach, that's a question, but will Tank miss any time?
I've said, I think I've answered all that about Tank. He'll be all right.
Yeah. So what do you think? What do you make of that? Him not wanting to, because a couple of things stand out to me there. Him not really wanting to divulge how much time or speculate on how much time Tank Dell might miss. Again, he's already coming off of a broken leg, rehabbing from that.
Yeah.
And then it did stand out to me. I'm curious what you think, the whole be real with our guys thing, especially in this context with what happened with Tank Dell.
Yeah, that for sure. But what's confusing to me, and I get, hey, HIPAA and all that other stuff, nobody said what the injury is.
Yeah, or not officially.
What is it? Is it in the same leg that he broke?
Literally a text we just got was Dell shot in the leg that he broke. We don't know. We do not know the answer to that, to be honest.
And I think that's relatively important.
I have to agree.
Yeah, I think that's relatively important. And so the vagaries that Cal and D'Amico and everybody, Nick Caserio's done it as well. I get you want to have these private conversations. That's our business and all that. But at some point, you're gonna have Tank Dell out there. People are gonna see what the situation is. He's gonna be asked. I think it's interesting that nobody has said what's the injury.
Yeah, the closest,
what is it?
The closest thing that we got was over the weekend. I mentioned this yesterday on the drive, but the closest thing that I saw was Aaron Wilson at KPRC mentioning that it was a minor wound through and through the leg. But which I don't remember it saying which leg, if it's the same that, but he is expected to make a full. We've heard all of that. He's expected to make a full recovery, but it was a wound that went through and through.
Yeah.
So, and the leg, which leg I don't know, and I would like to know if it's the same leg, and just really, like again, the initial reaction was obviously, damn, glad he's okay. Damn, how is everybody okay from a wild ass scenario like that? But then it's like, okay, so
that being said,
this leg thing, can we just I don't know if I can just take for granted just because I'm glad he's alive that his leg is okay.
Yeah,
like that. Those are two totally different things. That's not a logical leap that I should probably make.
No, there's two aspects to this. There's the human element, and I'm with you. Like, how do you literally stand in the crossfire of two dudes shooting, and that's it? Like, you could be dead. Right now, that's the human element. Then when you get past that, as you just said, let's talk Tank Dell and why we all know him and have this admiration for him, and we're football fans. There's a football element to this. How does that affect us now?
Yeah.
So I think it's something it's going to come out.
Yeah.
It's going to be said. Point. Yeah.
So on Tank Dell's Instagram too, he did post over the weekend. I wouldn't call it like a breaking of the silence. I think that's a little dramatic, but he did kind of speak for the first time or post for the first time since this happened, and just it was something to the effect of "I'm grateful" or "Lord, I thank you."
Yeah,
something to that effect. With him in the new Texans red unis.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's my question to you, Lopez. What am I to make of that part where D'Amico is asked about what it's like getting a phone call like that and having to adjust? And he talks about adjusting, and he says, talks about being real with our guys.
Yeah.
I thought that was an interesting tone and thing to say about somebody that has been, by all points and by all references, has been considered a victim in all of this.
Yeah.
Like, what is there does seem to be some level of disappointment, that not just relief that he's okay, but disappointment that this happened in the first place.
That he was there, maybe?
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
And I don't get that, because and I've never been to this place, but I was looking at it online. It just looked like an event center. It just looked like a party like you would go to, like I would go to and have been to, where there's people of all ages, etc. But maybe there's more to it. I don't know. There was a fight first, so maybe there was some sort of beef, and maybe that's a lot of maybes, and we really shouldn't speculate on specifics.
Yeah.
But it is worth saying I'm honest with my guys. So the connotation would be speculation, whatever you want to call it. I've told our guys, you got to be careful in these situations. You got to know who you're with.
Yeah, and I think that's more so it, like, to your this part of it is uncomfortable for me because I don't like the tone around it.
Yeah.
But I think it's less about the venue and more about
what you're doing.
The crowd, honestly.
Yeah.
And I don't think there would be as much of a question about the crowd if there wasn't folks fighting and getting shot. You know what I mean? So, like, now there's a question about, okay, so who are these people that you're hanging with?
Yeah, I think it kind of raises a question.
Yeah, and to me, it's unfortunate all the way around. Even if you can, be happy for the good things that come of it, it does raise some questions about, okay, so, how do they feel about all of this? Like, are they relieved but yet annoyed at the same time?
Exactly.
It raises some questions on top of the fact that you're concerned about his health and his availability, and what is his. What do the legs look like of a player who very much relies on being an elite route runner?
Yeah.
And getting in and out of his breaks at an elite pace and level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally
I mean, it's definitely something to think about. All right, coming up next, Astros in Yankee Stadium, NBA playoffs, the hits are lit. That's next.
On with Payne.
7220 to see if you qualify. That's 800-485-7220.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Astros coming off an off day. They got 29 games over the next 30 days. We're not going to have a lot of off days coming up for the Astros. They started off with a matchup in Yankee Stadium. Justin Verlander on the mound for the Astros. Astros coming off a disappointing series loss to the Seattle Mariners at home. Kind of coughed it up at the end there, a game that they absolutely should have won and were built to win. I think the question is, how do they respond with their backs against the wall against a team that is objectively good in the Yankees? And how do you handle survival mode? That is my thing with the Astros right now. How do you handle survival mode? What are your survival instincts and go-tos?
Yeah, and that's where they are. They have to just find a way to get a series win. And I don't mean to be trite or cliche about that, but when you're surviving, you're just trying to win 2 out of 3, man. You're just trying to survive in advance. That's where they are right now. They're also in a spot, I feel, where they have to have somebody. They have to have somebody start to step up. Now, whether that's one of the starting pitchers. Now, the good news is they have Verlander, then Spencer Arrighetti, then Ronald Blanco. So Arrighetti might be an issue, but they got Blanco and Verlander in this series. But I'm talking about offensively because it's a bleep show right now offensively, and the Yankees are going to score runs on you.
Well, so the elephant in the room, and I think the punching bag for a while now has been the bullpen, and especially the expensive or highly touted back end of that bullpen.
Yeah.
Josh Hader, obviously, with the new $95 million contract over 5 years. Of course, Ryan Presley, your now displaced / demoted former closer.
Frustrated.
Now your setup guy.
Yeah.
And, of course, Brian Abreu, who was oddly erratic the other day, hitting the batter and having all of those issues that he's had. But between the three of them, they've been a disappointment, to say the least.
Yeah.
It has seemingly overshadowed maybe the Jose Abreu thing too, but it feels like it's overshadowed not just Alex Bregman, but really the Bregman-Alvarez combination. Like, you can maybe afford for one of those guys to be struggling, to be going through a rut.
Yep.
Both of them, that's when it becomes an issue, because you're more than likely going to have them placed in the order in a spot where they're supposed to get a lot of at-bats. Like, that's the whole point of having them in your lineup, right?
Yeah.
You want them to get a lot of at-bats, but they're hurting you. And I think that's part of the issue. That's a big part of the issue that we're perhaps not talking enough about.
Jordan is the most confusing one. Bregman has had, famously slow starts. He or long stretches where we're sort of scratching our heads. And so you kind of you don't like 202 with a 552 OPS, but you kind of get Bregman, and it's frustrating. But he's done this in the past. Maybe not this bad, but he's done this in the past. Jordan, I just don't get. I mean,
it is confounding.
Like last year, I said you cannot win a World Series without Jordan Alvarez. You just can't do it. Well, right now you can't. It's hard to win a series because Bregman's struggling as well. You're not getting what the step up, so to speak, from McCormick and Myers. Who knows with some of these other guys that are coming in, like Loperfido, et cetera. And even more frustrating, you're getting what you want out of Altuve.
Yeah.
You're getting what you want out of Tucker. You're getting what you want out of Pena. And even Diaz to an extent. I think he might be able to be a little better, but
well, he's bad with runners on.
Runners in scoring position.
Like his issue is like a theme or like a highlighted theme of the Astros.
Yeah, but if you're starting the year with Yanner, clearly better than Maldonado was last year offensively.
It's not even a conversation.
Yeah, you're starting with Yanner, Tucker, Altuve, and Pena playing lights out. You're thinking, all right, they're going to be about 500 at worst. They're not.
Yeah. So one of the issues I've got with, and I don't think Joe Espada's been bad. You and Spo were having this conversation yesterday about him not being bad. But I do wonder, about the patience of, like, he gets the question of, why is Alex Bregman still batting cleanup? Like, why is he still? Why don't you drop him in the order?
Yeah.
And he's not really ready to do it, but he's also telling you how we're not ourselves right now, how we need to get back to who we are. Well, until you do that, like, you got to make some adjustments. Like, if you're going to rely on Alex Bregman's track record to believe in him, that's fine. Do it at the bottom of the lineup.
Yeah.
Have faith in him quietly, not loudly in a spot where it hurts you.
That's a good way to put it.
That's the part that I don't understand. It's like, you don't have to, like, bench the guy or drag him in the media or anything, but to put him in a spot in the lineup that's hurting you when you got guys behind him who could help you just seems a little bit.
Rallies.
It seems a little bit insane to me.
I mean, it's one of the baseball truisms. When you are struggling this badly, you're going to come up to bat in big situations, and he has, and he's failed. So maybe you kind of shake it up a little bit.
At least we get a Verlander day.
Got a Verlander day.
I'm excited about that. Like, I don't know what I'm not going to say I don't know, because I'm pretty sure there's somewhere where you can find a tape. I'm on the record of it with my opinions about Justin Verlander and how tempered my expectations were going to be with a 41-year-old Justin Verlander. Whatever it was, this has got to at least be meeting it. Like, I made the point last week of, you cannot afford, for the type of baseball that you're playing and for the caliber of team that you are, you cannot afford to go out there and waste whatever Justin Verlander can give you.
Yep.
Whatever kind of quality he can give you. And so far, it's been, like, I know that Cubs game, they brought him out after like 4 1/3, and he was upset about it.
Ooh, he was hot.
He was not happy about that. But I think that was based on him feeling pretty good. I know they lost that game, but you would agree that up to this point, we feel pretty good about Justin Verlander.
We feel good. I don't know if we feel like he's the old Justin Verlander. I don't know if anybody does. Maybe he'll surprise us.
But is that, like, we're talking about unreasonable expectations
that
from
is
fans.
Unreasonable.
That's ridiculous,
yeah,
right?
that's unreasonable. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm at the very least happy about that. I think you can take some solace in, or some happiness, and at the very least you get a Verlander day. I want to go back to some of these names we were getting on the roast. We got some pretty good ones. I know you had some suggestions. Jim Nance, I think, is a popular one.
Well, just to reset, who do we want?
Yeah.
And who do we think could be good or handle, or maybe not handle, a roast similar to Tom Brady?
Yeah, this is on the heels of Tom Brady's roast over the weekend on Netflix, which was at least a 3-hour special that was a huge hit. I got to check it out finally last night. It was hilarious. We got a few names that are funny here. Tiger Woods.
Oh, my goodness.
How did that not make our list?
That would be so good.
Tiger Woods.
Where do you start?
Oh.
Like.
Where do you finish?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay,
hey, Nikki Glaser.
I'm just saying, like, but that's the type of party you would be.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I should have said heavy pause on that one. Yeah, Tiger Woods. Patrick Mahomes, people want. Stephen A. Smith, talk about
that
media.
That would be pretty good.
I don't know. I could see him handling and not handling it. I could see him not being quiet.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, God, no.
Like, I could see him handling it okay, but also wanting to get in and talk way more than Tom did.
What about Skip Bayless?
Oh, Lord.
I think he would get upset at some of the jokes.
I don't know if he would do it.
Nah, he wouldn't do it.
It would be great if he did, though.
He should.
He should.
Dan Marino.
Yeah.
He's got some stuff. I don't know how long. He does. You couldn't do a 3-hour one on him.
Yeah.
But maybe Dan Marino in a shorter episode, 15, 30 minutes.
What about Brett Favre?
Brett Favre would be a better one.
Really good.
That would be a better one. How about Tim Tebow?
Tim Tebow would be outstanding.
Tim Tebow would be good.
He'd have all the Virgin stuff and everything else.
Yeah.
By the way, the 4 on my Twitter at Lopez on Sports are Jim Nance, LeBron, Altuve, and Rodgers. LeBron is still winning, but Rodgers is strong. People want to see Aaron Rodgers with a ayahuasca, whatever it's called. Yeah. Ayahuasca.
Yeah, the stuff that makes you blink
all the
yourself.
weird stuff he's done, running for vice president and all this other. Oh, he would be outstanding.
Rodgers need any more pub, man. But I would want to see them roast his ass.
Yes.
What about Mike Tyson?
Oh,
Nah,
please.
hey,
Oh, yeah, please.
I think people be scared to roast
Nah,
them.
yeah, nah, I'm not doing that. I don't even want to be caught laughing.
He's got a great sense of humor, though,
He
man.
does, but just in case he changes his mind,
He gets a
what I'm supposed to do
flashback.
about it?
Yeah.
What do I do if he changes his mind?
just-
Remember
Stands
his infamous interview with the guy who brung up a situation he ain't like?
Yeah. What do you do?
You run.
You a rat piece of ish.
Side tangent here.
Yeah.
What do you do
Yeah.
if you are in the presence of Mike Tyson and he becomes upset with you?
You run away
You try to move on.
as fast as you can.
Yeah, I got to be at least how many feet away? Because, I mean, he could get to you.
Oh, he can get to you.
I would be shocked if I'm quicker than Mike Tyson in any kind of way. So I need a head start.
Yeah.
Even at this age, with the age gap.
Oh, man.
Yeah, look at the guy that was interviewing Mike years ago. What he did, he was just sitting there, and Mike started cussing on live TV, and Mike said, "What you gonna do about it?" The guy moved on.
Nothing.
He's like, "All right, let's talk about the play."
I am not going to do anything.
The FCC can come get you themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It won't be me.
This dude Mike said, "What you gonna do about it?" The guy like, "All right, so the play coming up."
Some folks are saying James Harden, Kyrie Irving,
Harden
Cam.
could be interesting. I don't know if he has the cachet that some of these other bigger stars might have. Cross.
What about Russell Westbrook?
Kind of same boat. That would be Cam.
Oh, he wouldn't handle it well. Cam Newton, funny.
Yeah.
That one would be fun. Someone says broadcasting roast. One Landry Locker.
Yeah.
Now sorry, Landry. He obviously doesn't have the cachet, but I think that would be funny.
Mm-hmm.
I think he would. I do think he would handle it well.
Yeah.
Just to be fair, I do think he would handle it well. I'm not sure how much.
I think the people that would handle it well here would be Lopez, and I think Sean Pendergast would handle it well too.
Yeah.
You think Sean Pendergast would handle being roasted well?
I think so.
I think he did because he'd have his
because he know the setting,
and he knows
if he knows he's getting roasted, he'll roll with it.
He knows the setting and has an appreciation for comedy. But I was listening to him earlier talking about Will Anderson not being able to swing the bat, and John was saying that, hey, I appreciate Will for wanting to go out there and do the home run derby, considering he can't swing the bat. I would have avoided that. I don't get the sense that Sean is inviting of embarrassment.
Well, maybe not, but I mean, he would handle it because he, like Figgy said, he would know the setting.
Yeah. So I think Lopez. I think you're the only one that I could see really handling it.
I don't care.
Well,
because I don't care. I love it.
I would handle it okay, but I would want to get in on it. I would be like Stephen A. and have.
I want my shots.
Have a tough time.
I want
shutting
to.
up.
I would want to speak last. Trust me on that.
Go right down the line.
I would go right down the line.
Those are the hits. Coming up next, let's pick the Texans primetime games. We're trying to figure out if this damn schedule is going to come out this week or not.
Yeah.
But whether it does or not, let's pick our primetime games for the Houston Texans. That is on the other side on In the Loop.
Payne and Pendergast.
In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
I just want to be able to make my fall plans, Lopez. That's all I want. I want to know what my Sunday's going to look like, if my Monday nights or my Thursday nights are going to look specific, a little bit different than they normally do, which is really just me watching football on most nights. But if I got to be at the game, or if I'm going to be more so working the game, or if I'm going to be in our Odysseys, whatever it is, I'd like to know it, man. So at some point, this damn schedule is going to come out, right?
Yeah, and just to update the Loopholes, our listeners, I still think it's going to be Thursday, but it's starting to be a little bit vague there.
Yeah. And the whole reason why we point that out is because we were doing the show and talked a lot about this yesterday on this show and all of them across the station about, hey, it feels like it could be Thursday. It feels like it could be this week where we finally get that schedule. And Mike Florio puts it out there on Pro Football Talk that it might not be this week. It might be next week. Hey, Biggie, help me understand. When did the NFL schedule release become a Beyonce album? And they got to drop it as a surprise. I don't get that.
Yeah, I don't really get it either, man. Just drop it.
Yeah, man. Like they're doing like this Beyonce suspense thing. Like
they probably giving teams times to do their old little, Instagram video and all that stuff. So
that's become a big part of it. But
that is true.
I think that's
hate
what
to admit that.
Yeah, I think they probably giving everybody time to finish up and all that stuff.
That's one of the things I look forward to the most. But I think the biggest reason is you have 32 stadiums that have a lot of events scheduled there. And
that is true.
There's going to be the reason it's vague is like, oh, wait a minute, we've got whomever, maybe Beyonce. We got Beyonce coming in that Saturday. Do you really want to do the Sunday with the turnover of the stadium and all that, or maybe whatever it may be? We can't do a Monday night because blah blah blah. So I think the NFL would much rather have set a date and build it up and leak a couple of, or not leak, but allow a couple of networks to announce their, here and there primetime games because they like to build and build and build and get people thinking about all this. So that's why I think maybe it will be next week. Florio, kind of theorized that might be the case. I think we're going to find out today and tomorrow if it is this week because they're going to have to leak some of these network games.
Yeah. Keep notifications set on networks, on like a NFL on CBS account or NFL on Fox account.
Yeah.
Maybe Amazon. I don't know if Prime Video has it like a NFL specific, like NFL on Amazon or NFL on Prime type of specific account.
Well, you'll find out.
But if they do, check it out. Try to find it. And if, like you said, you'll find out one way or another. An offshoot of this whole schedule part is trying to identify the Texans' primetime games.
Yeah.
And I think that there are five legit candidates for me, or at least the ones that stood out most to me. I like some of the ones that you had too. Ours differ a little bit, and there is some crossover. What are you thinking as far as if you could pick the Texans' primetime games? And I want the audience to participate in this, by the way. 713-572-4610. That's the text line. That's the number to call. You can also do this on YouTube and Twitch, Sports Radio 610.
I've got 4. I think 5 is definitely a possibility.
Yeah, however many you have and whichever they are. We welcome all input here.
Yeah, but I have 4. But keep also in mind, I won't bury the lead here, I think the Texans are going to play in London against the Vikings at Tottenham Stadium on October 6th. I just think that. It's my prediction. It just makes sense to me.
That is an not to throw you. Yeah. That is an interesting one that I had not even considered, Lopez.
Yeah, I think it just makes sense.
Not even thought about this.
J.J. McCarthy, C.J. Stroud.
I got to let my wheels turn on this a little bit.
Yeah, and then I also think they're going to have more 3 p.m. games. They're going to have more nationally televised noon games like they had at the end of the year. What was it, Denver? One of those games. I don't remember which one it was.
They did move one.
They moved ones where they had the biggest audience. So they're going to have more of those. They're going to be very well popularized, broadcast across the country. So the 4 national television games that are primetime, I should say, I think the season opener is going to be at Kansas City, and it just makes a lot of sense to me. It just makes way too much sense. You brought up the point of, obviously Joe Burrow's throwing now. Maybe that's a possibility. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think there's going to be a Thursday night alternate uniform game, and this is my heart as much as anything. Thursday night alternate uniform game against the Titans, and maybe you can stick that Columbia blue where the sun don't shine. Amy Adams Strunk.
Yeah, I want to see a halftime.
Yeah.
Celebrity death match or some type of matchup between Hannah and
Amy.
Maybe we need to
Amy
get our
Adams.
PA person to be like, Tennessee sucks. Tennessee sucks.
Yes.
Or
Because they was doing that there.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
To bring all of these ideas together, what if we made, like, to Figgy's point here, do that game, the game that they do here, just do like a Titans/Oilers roast throughout the game.
Oh, yeah.
Just be roasting the Oilers.
Oh, yeah.
For losing, and maybe there would be some hurt, some crossover, like hurt behind them losing to Buffalo in '93, all of that. But like, really stick it to find the best jokes that you can find about that
Absolutely.
franchise.
That could be part of the video.
They should be like, love your Hugh. Love your Hugh.
There you go.
H-O-U.
I'm telling you, spend the whole 60 minutes or whatever it is, just.
They should
roasting their ass.
honor Dan Pastorini too.
Oh, remember they showed him on the big board here?
Yeah, bring him down to the field.
They should do that as part of the Texans video. Like, have someone who can really turn the knife in the opponent, like, announce in October, whatever. Have like Earl Campbell say, in Houston, Texans versus Titans.
And see, this is how I know I wouldn't be a good roaster, because I'm trying to think if my Warren Moon jokes are politically correct.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm not going to tell them here. But if I was doing the roasting, you better believe.
Stick it where the moon don't shine.
Hey, for real.
Texans Cowboys Thanksgiving Day. Come on, obvious, gotta happen. CJ Micah, Cowboys state championship.
Let me ask you this: is that not the biggest scheduling layup that the NFL could ever have?
Absolutely.
Like I don't know what the rest of
money
the
shot.
Thanksgiving. It's a money shot.
We used to call them bunnies. It's a bunny.
It's a bunny.
They don't say bunnies no more?
I don't know. Do they?
Yeah, sure.
In basketball?
Yeah, they still say that. But it's just that now that it has cross references, it means more than one thing now. But yes, they still say it in basketball.
Yeah.
To me, that is got to be. I don't know what the rest of the Thanksgiving slate's going to look like, and I'm sure there are plenty of games that you could go through and fit for that to make sense.
Yeah.
But Texans Cowboys, Texans, however you want to phrase it.
Yeah.
Well, it would be Texans Cowboys because it's at Dallas.
At Dallas, yeah.
So yeah, Texans Cowboys is an obvious layup.
And then I got one more here, but just a little note here. We got a little bit of breaking news in the division that we'll get to here in a moment that I think is pretty dang interesting. My other one is Monday Night Football in December. Very key. Texans versus Lions. And you can just hear that national announcer hit, no matter who it is. We'll see who it is. This could be a Super Bowl preview. Texans, Lions, that's a little bit with my heart as well.
Yeah. I'm with you there. I like those. The only ones that I would add, of course, the Chiefs to start the season, and the Cowboys on Thanksgiving, two ones that make obvious sense. I would add some interesting ones as the Buffalo Bills as a primetime game. I think that one makes
that makes sense
to me. Makes a whole lot of sense. Yeah, I mean, think about it. The Stephon Diggs thing, the Buffalo kind of being on the downside. I think that matters a lot. So that would be one for me. I think the Colts though is a good one. Is one because of the Anthony Richardson, C.J. Stroud. Could this be the next up in division sort of matchup, right? Like to me that one makes sense. Like that's just an obvious one.
Yeah, I think that it's a possibility that could be the season opener, man, because that's how the season ended.
That's a great point.
Yeah,
so I can see that, and then they love division games as season openers or primetime games. So I could see that.
And another one that just feels like a layup to me is the Bears. Like Caleb Williams, the one that's up next, trying to accomplish C.J. Stroud accomplished last year as a rookie quarterback. But to me, being in an objectively better situation than C.J. Stroud was, C.J. Stroud, I think it was overstated how bad the situation was because we truly did not know. The accurate thing was to say, we don't know what this is going to look like. With DeMeco Ryans as the first-year head coach, Bobby Slowick is the first-year offensive coordinator, and C.J. Stroud is a rookie quarterback. We don't know what it's going to look like. But this, I feel like we know a little bit better. It's a team that won 7 games last year and added a lot of talent, including Caleb Williams. So Texans, Bears. Those are the ones for me. All right. We got a little AFC South news.
Two little things.
Okay, so it was one coming into the segment. It sounds like we got a little bit more.
One's AFC South, one is schedule related.
We've been waiting on that.
Well, I think this kind of answers the question. The Pittsburgh Steelers just posted that they are hosting a schedule release contest, I guess where fans can start making predictions, that ends on Tuesday, May 14th.
Oh.
So the Steelers are posted that they're hosting a schedule release contest that says that ends on May 14th.
So if the contest doesn't end until a week, May 14th is a week from today.
That's Tuesday, yeah.
So that to me feels like it takes out
next week.
The rest of this week.
Dang, I'm kind of upset about that.
That was the energy I came in here with. Lopez, it's like, so wait a minute.
Yeah.
You're telling me that we're not getting here's my thing. I was looking forward to being on the air with it. In case y'all didn't know, I'm in for Landry for the rest of the week. Yeah. All right, so this is what it's going to sound like. Get used to it. All right? This is what it's going to sound like for the rest of the week.
Sounds great.
Yeah, I think so. I'm a little biased, but I think so. By Thursday, I wanted us to have some info on this, and I wanted to be breaking down this damn schedule.
Yeah.
That is what I was hoping, not just from a, hey, this is what our content, but I just wanted, I'm at that stage where, to me, the next big thing is the schedule.
I'm looking at Steelers.com now. It is true. Pittsburgh Steelers regular season schedule release contest. Contest begins May 7th. That's today. And ends on May 14th. So we can pretty much assume, unless the Pittsburgh Steelers are wrong, that the Houston Texans, the NFL, but the Houston Texans schedule will not be released this week. It will be released next week. Now,
where's the Texans schedule contest at? What do they got going?
We should.
I wonder what they're gonna do with the thing.
The Texans?
Yeah.
Yeah, on the video?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
how they gonna release the schedule?
That's a whole thing.
Because last year I thought it was okay, but I felt like it was really no direction.
As much as I hate to admit it, the Titans were the best last year when they were asking people on the street to showing them the logo and say, they had all these funny names and stuff.
Yeah.
But we got to beat that.
So I went over to HoustonTexans.com just to check and see if they got a contest.
Mm-hmm.
They don't, but John Harris has some pretty interesting schedule predictions. I don't make of it what you will. John Harris works in the building. He does not purport to have the inside information or be using the inside information at the very least, but these are his predictions at the very least. I feel like I'm a little bit different with his week one matchup, even though it is a nationally televised game. Can I tell you what it is?
Some jackass in the media said.
Yeah. Well, John, I'll tell you what. The Jets on Monday Night Football.
On the opener?
Yeah, man, to open the season. Week one. Mm-hmm. So obviously that's not, the Thursday night game against the Kansas City Chiefs. But week one, Texans, New York Jets, Monday Night Football. Are you feeling this?
And that's in New York.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not really feeling that matchup.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not even feeling the Jets as
me neither.
As a prime time matchup.
Yeah, that might be a 3 p.m.er. That might be one of those. All right, here's the other big news.
Yeah.
And I think it's pretty damn interesting, man. Tyler Boyd. He's been mentioned around with the Texans.
Oh, yeah, we talked about him all offseason.
He's been on the street a little bit. Has signed a contract 1 year, $4.5 million. That is bargain basement.
You feel like this is one they got away or what?
With the Tennessee Titans.
The what?
The Tennessee Titans.
In the division?
Boyd, in the division. So the Titans, arguably, I would say, first of all, they're doing everything they can for Will Levis. And Brian Callahan is an offensive mastermind.
You want to talk about a dude with no excuses?
Yes.
Like the Will Levis?
Yes.
What you're talking about?
Yeah.
Brian Callahan, these weapons.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a dude that's been set up, at least been in a position where they're showing a certain level of faith in him.
We're going to get you surrounded with talent.
And putting him in a position to succeed.
So now, arguably, as I said, you could argue that the Titans have the best wide receiver core in the AFC South. I would argue the Texans, but DeAndre Hopkins, Calvin Ridley, Treylon Burks, and now Tyler Boyd. It's pretty stout.
Does it scare you?
Yeah. The Titans don't scare me in general,
but their receiving core does.
Yeah, but that's dangerous.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm a little nervous about the Titans, man.
Yeah.
I know we kind of overlooked the Titans.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I
don't think so, man.
I don't speak French. Not we. Y'all. I speak Southern. Y'all maybe. I've been coming in here and telling I was the one. I feel like this is not but I do feel like a couple of weeks ago I was like, hey man, the AFC South, watch out.
Yeah.
Like when we talk about the best divisions in football, I don't think the AFC South is the best division in football, but it is way closer. The AFC South is way closer to being the best division in football than it is to being the worst division in football as it has been
for sure.
in years past.
Absolutely.
Way closer to the top than it is to the bottom.
Absolutely, it is. So this is what they've done. Brian Callahan, an offensive-minded head coach, now has Hopkins, Ridley, Burks, and Tyler Boyd. Tony Pollard has been brought in at running back. They drafted a left tackle in the first round, Latham, the guy that almost broke Roger Goodell.
Yeah, that's right.
They're saying, all right, this is our guy.
And the offensive line was their weakness last year. I mean, that was the worst, one of the worst offensive lines in football and the weakness of their team. Yeah, man. I don't think that you should be sleeping on the Titans. I'm not afraid of them. I will say though, as far as matchups go, I'll take that Titans receiving core over this Texans secondary.
Yeah,
you feel me?
That's a lot.
Like I want Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter to be causing hell, or on this rookie Latham, and whatever kind of offensive line they put out there. But that receiving core, versus Derek Stingley and dudes, which no disrespect, but that's what it feels like it is right
Derek
now, right?
Stingley and absolute questions.
Questions is a better way to put it.
Absolute questions.
100% a better way to put it. I think that the Titans are slowly but surely showing you that they're serious. They're not trying to be the.
They can at least get to 6 or 7 wins. That's scary to me.
There are no layups in the AFC South.
No,
that's the way I feel about it. All right, coming up next, lunchtime confessions. We will confess our sins on In the Loop. Don't go anywhere.
First of all, I want to talk about Texans turf. Texans turf is awesome. They're putting putting green.
Find them all on the free Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
One of my favorite segments that In the Loop does, it is time for confessions, where we confess our sins. Some of them are about sports, some of them not so much about sports, but this is where we let them hang.
Yeah, it is.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
First one I'm still kind of recovering from here emotionally. I'm let down. I'm let down that the schedule release seemingly now, very much seemingly now, is going to be next week, not Thursday.
I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you.
In, I think, 4 of the last 5 years, it's been the second Thursday of May, which is this Thursday. But keep in mind, May 1st was a Thursday, so it's a little bit ahead.
Yep.
So it looks as if it'll be next week. And if you haven't heard, the Pittsburgh Steelers posted a contest, a Pick the Schedule contest that ends on May 14th, which is next Tuesday. So looks like the schedule's not going to be this week, and I'm frankly a little disappointed.
Yeah, like aside from the content factory that we purport ourselves to be, aside from that part of it, and that is a part of it, like I was legitimately looking forward to it. I'll say this, since this is confessions, and so we'll make this a two-parter with me and you, Lopez.
Yeah.
Like, I was never into the schedule release before I started working here. But the way we're able to build it up, the energy that's around
the
videos, the way people respond to it, some of the stuff that we've done in events with listeners over the years around the schedule release, I've flipped.
Me too. It's only been in the last 3 or 4 years.
It's a great time and event, one that I would have said before I was in this business or before I was in radio would have said was overrated. Now I would say, man, I'm really disappointed right there with you that this is not going to be this week. I was looking forward to it.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I mentioned this earlier, but I did not get to the Tom Brady roast until yesterday. I know it was a weekend thing, and so it was a Monday topic, and so something that y'all discussed. I felt a little bit left out of the conversation yesterday because I was like, look, I didn't know about this.
What were you watching?
I didn't check for this.
Cat Williams?
I was still on Cat Williams. I had not finished Cat Williams. A couple of things that had me distracted from this, okay? Obviously, there's real life. So I got a real life going on. But as far as pop culture goes, priority over this Tom Brady thing for me was, of course, the Drake and Kendrick beef. Okay, so that's something.
Let's get to that in internet going.
And we'll get to that a little bit later. But that was priority over this, and then it's specific to Netflix. Cat Williams dropped a live special.
Yeah.
So I mean, if you're asking me like, what live special am I going to check out on Netflix? Some dudes making jokes about Tom Brady or Cat Williams
but it was
cracking jokes.
Good, man.
I double fisted.
Yeah.
Cat Williams, I enjoyed.
Yeah.
And this roast, I got to give it to you, man. Y'all did not oversell this. It was a damn good event.
It was really, really good.
Really good.
Related to that,
Watch this. These are my confessions.
without question and universally thought of this way, Nikki Glaser won the roast. Like, she dominated.
Yes.
She was so good, so funny. Timing was just perfect. Even Kevin Hart was like, Nikki, dude.
Yeah.
Like that was awesome.
Yes.
Here's my confession, and I think it could work. I want her to host the Oscars. I think this event has vaulted her into another stratosphere. Figgy, what do you think about that? I think she's in that stratosphere now.
I didn't even know who she was, to be honest.
I'd heard the name.
Yeah, I wasn't familiar with her work.
Me neither.
She has a great podcast. I've seen some of her clips. I knew who she was. I'm not there with you guys, but I wasn't like all in. And I said this yesterday. She's taking my money. Yesterday I watched a couple things of hers, but I think she is an Oscar-worthy host.
Oh, all I knew was the name. I was not familiar with the work at all. Like, it's different from like Amy Schumer, whose name and work I'm familiar with, and I'm just not really a big fan of her work.
No.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, I wish that whatever time I've spent on checking out Amy Schumer's work, I wish I had spent that time checking this one's out.
I feel like she is what people think Amy Schumer is.
That is exactly what I'm saying.
That's exactly
what I'm saying. And that's how I felt. I'm with you, Lopez. I'll tell you this.
Yeah.
As an offshoot of your confession, that would be a good way to get me to watch the Oscars.
That's right. That's exactly right.
For sure.
That's 100% correct.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm glad we're not playing the audio no more of me with J.J. Watt because I'm going to be honest, like.
You got some run, man.
I'm not going to pretend like I don't have any kind of ego or anything like that. Like, I'm not going to be that guy. But this goes a little bit beyond. Like, it got to the point to where now, like, I'm glad and I can appreciate the fact that I was able to help feed the news cycle over the past. And it is cool. Mm-hmm. It's cool to look up on Pat McAfee's show and see your name up there, knowing how it got there, right? That ESPN had to reach out to you privately and make sure it was okay to use the video. It's cool seeing DraftKings tag you in a Instagram post. And you're like, how did DraftKings find my Instagram? That type of thing. Like, it's all of that is cool. But, man, hearing your voice.
It was a lot.
Over and over and over again. And you know how it is sometimes where you fumble through a question. You're trying to ask it cleanly.
That was a good question,
but I'm proud of the quality of the question. I do wish the presentation had been a little cleaner if we were going to play it 11 times on the radio. But I do have to confess, even I am not self-indulgent enough to enjoy hearing my name after the first, or my voice after the first 8 to 10 times.
You need to get over that.
I hate hearing my voice, man.
Yeah.
I hate listening to my voice.
I'm going to be honest. After yesterday,
y'all need to get over that.
I started to, like, whenever I'd hear, I'd be like, all right, I'll be back later.
Yeah.
Dog, I was a rapper, and when people used to play my music in front of me, I would leave. I'm like, I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, and it's funny. I do air checks, and I do all of the
PR,
stuff.
Man. It's all promotion.
Check out the.
Just spell the name right.
Oh, no, I'm glad for it.
Yeah.
I'm not saying take it back or, hey, give the credit to somebody else.
Yeah.
I just know phonetically,
I
hearing the voice. It's like, I prefer to die. I prefer to die.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This is maybe a race card on myself. Maybe I'm pigeonholing myself. I didn't eat Mexican food or have a margarita on Cinco de Mayo.
Well, that just makes one of us.
What's wrong? What's wrong with me?
What is wrong with you?
To be fair, I eat Mexican food probably at least once, usually twice a week. But I got home from fishing Sunday midday, and she's like, "What do you want to have?" I'm like, I don't care. I forget what I ate, but I'm like, wait a minute, it's Cinco de Mayo. I went to bed. I was like, we didn't even have Mexican food or margarita.
We got to peel a layer back here. Yeah. So is this you being disconnected, or is this one of those, like Landry says, the stoners who make a big deal?
Yeah.
Like the stoners.
It's 420, so I'm not about to do
right.
it.
It's not. This is like your 420 for stoners.
I just forgot. So the question is, do you have to? I mean, I know you don't have to do anything, but like, I can't believe I didn't eat Mexican food or have a margarita on Cinco de Mayo.
I think that's similar to Landry's 420 thing.
You think?
It is
like every day should be Mexican food day.
It almost is for me.
Yeah.
So
you shouldn't have to go all out to try to eat what you usually do.
Yeah.
But see, I've always disagreed with Landry on this whole 420 thing because I do think that there's something about being in the spirit of the holiday.
Of course.
Like it's not about what you do every day.
Yeah.
It's about this day. Never mind, we're not asking you about every day.
Yeah.
We're talking about the holiday and what it commemorates.
It's a celebration.
Yeah, it's specific to the holiday, not what you do every day. Okay, so should Christians not celebrate Easter?
Because they go to church every Sunday?
And they go to Bible study on Wednesday?
Yeah.
Like, that's not how, or Christmas? Like, you know what I mean? Like, or if you're a proud American, do you not celebrate 4th of July?
Yeah.
Because you fly a flag outside of your house every day?
Yeah.
Like, no. Like, those are the people that go the hardest on 4th of July. I've always thought that was a bogus.
So y'all both had it?
That was him being.
I didn't.
You didn't.
I was thinking about going out getting a margarita or something like that, but it started raining, and I was just like, I'm out.
Oh, yeah, it did. It was raining.
It was going nuts.
And it rained, and I spent my entire day. We spent our entire day.
Yeah.
At Pistoleros and Montrose.
Not a baby.
And let me tell you, we ate Mexican food. We drank margaritas. We took tequila shots.
Not a baby.
And let me tell you this. we go there quite frequently, okay? Quite a bit.
Yeah.
Most black people I'd ever seen there, like black folks, we was really in the spirit for Cinco de Mayo. Like, I don't know nobody that get down for Cinco de Mayo like us brothers and sisters, man. It was somebody out there had it. It was birthday parties out there. They was drinking flights, ordering flights and everything, man. Like, it was like Sunday Fun Day, basically.
Yeah,
that's what it was.
Yeah.
Pretty fun. I got one more.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Stop being the wet blanket. I'm tired of the wet blankets on the J.J. Watt stuff. I know I mentioned earlier that I didn't want to hear my voice anymore, but what I also don't want to see is y'all, okay, and this is the collective y'all. All of y'all know who y'all are, saying stuff like, and I've seen a couple of these.
So why are you looking at me?
You, I'm looking at you. I'm looking at Cody Stutes. I'm looking at certain members of the Texas community. They're like, they want to be the contrarian and be like, you know what? I really don't want J.J. Watt on this team. Really, dog?
I wouldn't mind it. I just feel like we've litigated this already once, but I just feel it puts a lot of pressure on D'Amico, and who knows if he's not going to be good. I got a short one here, a quick one.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Anthony Edwards has to have a better nickname.
I disagree with this.
Ant-Man sucks.
I disagree with this.
Like, this dude is like second coming of Michael Jordan in some ways.
Dude, and Ant-Man is freaking awesome.
You like Ant-Man?
You're clearly not a Marvel fan.
Yeah.
I know Ant-Man.
Ant-Man is dope.
Really?
Dope.
I like Ant-Man. I mean, I know Ant-Man, but like Anthony Edwards is like next level right now.
It doesn't, I'll agree with you that it doesn't roll off the tongue great and sound cool.
Air Jordan. You know, come on.
But I almost feel like you do have to be a Marvel fan or really be an Ant-Man fan and an Anthony Edwards fan to appreciate the nickname.
So you're good with it too?
Yeah, I'm actually fine with it. Because in Marvel, the actual Ant-Man, he could do so much. And I felt like he's a little bit underappreciated.
And he's funny.
Yeah.
Ant-Man is funny. Anthony Edwards, I think unintentionally, he's just a funny dude.
Oh, man.
I'm with it.
They got KD, but we got Jaden McDaniels.
In that sport.
Stop effing fouling. That's what he told
In that
Carl
sport, at that level, you just feel like you got to have like a, powerful basketball-related type nickname.
He might be dope enough to overcome a nickname that maybe some think are cool and some like you think are not. I think he transcends the coolness of his nickname.
Yeah.
That's how dope he is. All right, that's Lunchtime Confessions. Coming up next, the Astros are struggling right now. Lopez has quit on them for the season. I'm right there with him. But how will we know if this year is just a blip for the Astros? We'll talk about that next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Astros and Yankee Stadium over the next 3 days. Next 30 days, they got 29 games. It is nut-cutting time, man.
Yeah, it is.
And for me, I feel like the Astros, or at least as an Astros fan, I'm in a position of vulnerability. I am concerned. I am doubtful. I think that you said it well a couple of weeks ago now, Lopez, when you got back. The Astros are done, man.
They're done.
The question is, for me.
It hurts me more than it hurts you.
Hey, look. I think I'm at a point to where I'm just, like, accepting of it. But it's not even, like, this year that I'm concerned about. Like, I'm going to follow it. We're going to chronicle it. I'm going to watch all of these games, and we're going to be there for it. I've given up on this year because it's the odds, honestly, are stacked against them. The likelihood of them turning this thing around, the math just ain't mathing for the Astros. Now, that doesn't mean it's impossible. Certainly they could do it, but it's just a hard thing to, like, try to rely on and hang your hat on. I'm already looking toward the future, man. I'm already trying to figure out, how do you get out of this? And I was listening to you and Spo yesterday talk about, like, the next steps. And having to decide, what y'all arrived at was the Astros are going to have to determine at some point whether what happened this year is just a blip, if it's just an anomaly, if it's just a bad year, a down year. Is it, just one of those that you can just kind of shrug off and say, hey, we still have the foundations, the bones of something good here. We don't have to blow this thing up. We don't have to trade Kyle Tucker yet. Yeah. We don't have to trade Framber Valdez yet. And of course, even this season, they're going to have to make that decision about Alex Bregman because I think we're pretty –
Well, I don't know if you can count on him.
I think we're pretty clear on they're more than likely not going to sign him at what he's probably looking for. And the only way they bring Alex Bregman back is if he tests free agency, tests the market, and is comparable to whatever it is that they're offering.
Well, I think he might be gone at the trade deadline. It's the only time you can get anything good for him.
But that also leaves open the possibility of dealing him and bringing him back.
Yeah.
Because whoever gets him is renting him. Now, how appealing of a trade piece is he right now? I don't know. You hope he's playing better by the time the deadline rolls around.
Yeah.
But I'm not even sure who would be interested in giving something up for him with the expectation that he is going to be what you want him to be.
Well, that pedigree is going to help. His postseasons for a contender, like a contender that maybe, and I can't even think of one right now. I mean, Baseball Spoke could probably spit it out off the top of his head. Like, who would need a third baseman? That could absolutely help them down the stretch.
I mean, they're playing the Yankees. They're playing they just played the Guardians. I mean, all of these teams are ones that you figure would be in the mix.
Yeah.
Maybe on the National League side, like the Brewers or something like that. I mean, there are plenty of candidates out there. My question really is, though, how do they know?
Mm-hmm.
That's the part that's a struggle for me is how do the Astros know whether this is indicative of something that they need to be concerned about and try to start rebuilding this team, replenishing this team by trading all those guys, or if these guys are still good enough to build around if they correct things along the margins, do the things that we've criticized them for not doing, which is adding depth, adding middle relief, addressing the back end of your rotation. These smaller, but when you add them up, bigger things, like, is that good enough for the Astros to just get back on their horse and ride, or do we have to start this thing all over?
How can you not see what's going on with the Astros? As rose-colored glasses as you might be, as optimistic as you might be, as much of a fan that has maybe doubted them in the past, but has seen them come on strong and make big postseason runs. How can you not see it happening? And that's at the core of why I look at the squad, and we can talk farm system, depth, pitching, overvaluing injured pitchers and what they might look like. We can talk about all the details of why I said I think they're done. All we want. But if you're looking at this squad realistically, objectively, and I'm as big a fan as you'll find of the Astros, objectively looking at this team, they're not a young team, and they're much older in baseball years. You said earlier dog years.
Yeah.
They've played in the last 7 years that we've seen this team play so well and do so many great things. They've played a total of 97 postseason games since 2017.
Is that a lot?
That's more than half the season. That's like adding an extra season to what they're doing. On top of that, they've had their offseason shortened by a month. Not literally in every case, but pretty dang close. But on average, a month every year for the last 7 seasons. So they have shorter off seasons, which means shorter sort of recovery time, if you want to call it that. Longer seasons, more at bats, more diving into the dirt, more big plays that you're trying to make in the field. Just more mental stress, because it's a very mentally and emotionally stressful thing when you're in the postseason than any other team in baseball. So they are in baseball years, in dog years, a much older team. And then there's the literal aspect of age. Yeah, they've got some young players. But are we going to look at this honestly or not? I mean, Altuve is 34, playing great. Keep it up. But he's 34.
Closer to the end than he is the beginning.
Singleton's 32. It ain't going to last. It's a great story. They should make a movie about this guy. But it ain't going to last. Verlander's 41. Even Ronel Blanco, the big hope, he's 30. Hader, we know his struggles. He's 30. Bregman, we know about him. He's 30. Fromber, 30. Presley, 35. Montero, 33. Like Tucker and Alvarez are the only youngish ones out there. So they're wearing out more. They're playing longer games. They're having shorter off seasons. They're in their 30s at their core, and they're overvaluing like the pitchers when they come back.
Yeah.
If you don't see it, I don't know what we can do to help you, because this is a team that is really crossroads. I'm not trying to be dramatic. You just brought it up as well. Like, when do they start trying to look? Can they build for the future? When do they start doing that?
Yeah, well, I mean, as far as this season goes, we've kind of gotten the shovel out on them, but they are in survival mode. They are not obviously out of it.
Mm-hmm.
That's ridiculous. Of course, the math doesn't say that, but we're projecting. We're looking at the writing on the wall. We're watching how they're playing. We're looking at the competition, and we're saying, hey, we don't see it.
Yeah.
All we can do is be honest with you. Look, I am naturally inclined to be on the side of Houston, but I would not lie to you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm not gonna come in here and just wave the pom-poms just for the sake of it.
Yeah.
I don't see it, man. I don't see it in this team, and I want to, and I wish to, but I don't see it. Another thing that's a problem, and when you talk about the age of the team, and I got a little bit of envy looking around at the teams that they play against, because I'm like, damn.
Yeah.
I watched them play, I watched the Kansas City Royals, and I'm like, oh, I see their future.
Mm-hmm.
I see what their future looks like with Bobby Witt Jr. and MJ Melendez. They got young players. I look at even the Yankees, and I'm like,
hell, look up I-45.
Hey, I was getting there. I was getting there. But like even the Yankees, I'm like, they got this Anthony Volpe kid at shortstop. Obviously, Juan Soto. We'll see how long he sticks around.
Yeah.
But he ain't still 21 years old no more.
Yeah.
But he is still pretty young.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure. Like if my math is mathing correctly, he is not. He can't be. If he is, then that's a whole other story.
Real problems.
We got an investigation that needs to be
Button
done.
working or something.
But yeah, man. So like that, and then you mentioned the Texas Rangers. The Tigers that they're about to play. A.J. Hinch's squad got a lot of young talent. And so I'm looking around and seeing what well-built franchises with solid foundations, what it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
And the Astros do not resemble it.
Yeah.
They're not mimicking it. For, like, however you want to feel about this season and about their future, it is just not – there's nothing about it that's encouraging. They're in survival mode right now as they approach these next 30 games over the next or I should say 29 games over the next 30 days or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But when we talk about the future, this is the heart of the matter. The heart of the issue for me, Lopez, is, man, I don't even feel that great about the future.
Because of what we're talking about here.
The facts of it, but then the projection side of it for me is like, do I trust the cooks in the kitchen?
Well, that's a whole different.
You know what I mean? Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like you're old, and do you have the wherewithal or the right folks in charge to get you out of it.
Yeah.
Because you know what? Honestly, Lopez, I could get over a down year. We've had some good times here over the last few years. You know, the recent years, we don't want to be greedy about it. Like, I can survive a down year if you can tell me
there's more there.
There's something on the other side.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. If you can tell me that, hey, the people that are in charge, like, remember 2015 when they lost to the Royals in the postseason, and the Royals go on to win the World Series. Yeah. But then the next year, it's a down year. They don't make it, of course. So 2016 is kind of a lost year, but then they come back and win the World Series.
Yeah.
Well, in 2016, if you can tell me, there's good bones here.
Yeah.
The people in charge are competent. They're headed in the right direction, even if we acknowledge this is a disappointing year, this is a down year.
Yeah.
I don't feel that way about this squad.
You can't.
I don't feel that way about this franchise.
For a number of reasons, like I said, and then the leadership aspect. You're changing regimes. You know, it's one thing to change to have 3 general managers since 2019. That in itself, to have 3 GMs is gonna cause some adjustment. But each of those general managers is bringing in maybe a new scouting director, new scouts here and there, new philosophies. Very much a different philosophy between Dana Brown and James Click. That's why that's one of the reasons Click left, versus how much analytics versus eyeball test. And then you got all these other cooks in the kitchen, with Reggie Jackson and Jeff Bagwell and all that. So I'm with you. I'm more worried about the future. I don't think it's going to happen this year.
Man, I could do a whole show on my frustrations about how things ended with James Click, and it would just, I think, frustrate our audience. So I'm not going to do it. But I do look back on that as like a cautionary tale that maybe we did not take enough caution toward. Just in case y'all were wondering if It's Too Early guy is still alive and well, if he still exists, from the text line from the 832, 130 games to play. Relax.
Oh, I'm relaxed.
Thanks for telling me.
Yeah. Oh, I'm relaxed.
It's early.
And someone
it's early,
said,
Figgy.
Someone else said
it's early.
Someone else said it's not a fair comparison because it's not the same players all 7 years. No kidding, but I went through all the key players here. A lot of them have been around. Altuve, Bregman, Fromber, Presley. Not maybe all 7, but a lot have been around and getting that tread worn.
Yeah, and even Jeremy Pena, like all he knows
3 years
is
long seasons.
And he looks, to be clear, he looks like he can handle it.
Yeah.
But all the man knows is baseball.
Yeah.
Playing a lot of baseball. I don't know, man. Like, to me, there are a lot of cautionary tales and things to be concerned about with the Astros. I hope that they can, at least for the most part, quell some concerns with a good showing against the Yankees. That starts tonight with Justin Verlander on the mound. All right, coming up next, we're going to go around the NFL. When is this damn schedule going to come out, man? And also, a team in the division leveled up a little bit. Also, we'll hear from Cal McNair on Tank Dell. That's coming up next around the NFL.
Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
First comments from Texans owner Cal McNair, Texans head coach D'Amico Ryans. Of course, Tank Dell was involved in a shooting incident. He was the victim of a shooting incident about roughly 9 days or so ago in Florida. He is said to be doing okay, but we hadn't heard specifically on this matter from Cal McNair, D'Amico Ryans. We heard from Nick Caserio last week, but we did get to hear from them yesterday. And they were at the golf tournament, their golf event that they do every year. And I got to be honest, man, this was the first time hearing, at least from Cal McNair, that I had like the wheels started turning of, okay, Tank Dell is going to have at least some challenges here in getting back to where he needs to be.
We're just grateful that, I believe no one was seriously hurt, but it looks like Tank will make a full recovery. We saw him in the office the other day, and he looked good in good spirits. And so, but he'll have to rehab and get back to where he was.
Full recovery in good spirits, but we'll have to make a rehab to get, or we'll have to rehab or make a recovery to get back where he was.
How do you do it, Figgy? That's what I was thinking when I heard.
And my mom's just, that's her.
That's a family thing. Come from my family, at least.
That was in my head when I heard that last part right there. The rehab and full recovery. Look, it's not like breaking news. We knew the guy got shot, for goodness sakes. There was going to be some rehab. There was going to be some, recovery. It's just like when he says get back to where he was, you start thinking, all right, so, obviously, again, also not breaking news, but obviously a very big setback when you get shot. So doesn't matter how minor it is. That's a setback.
I'm glad you said that.
That's a setback.
I'm glad you said that, Lopez, because the whole time, and I remember I did a reaction video on our YouTube page when this happened, because it obviously happened on a Sunday. Overnight, late night, Saturday, early morning, Sunday. So we're not on the air. We're not streaming. We're not doing any of that. So I feel like we need to have something. I did a video on it.
Yeah, I think I saw it.
And one of the things that I mentioned is that I am not the guy to be out here talking about what injuries and wounds are minor.
Yeah.
You notice how it's always minor when it's somebody else's?
Minor surgery?
Your surgery is minor.
Not if it's yours.
Yeah. Your surgery is minor, not mine. Your gunshot wound is minor.
Yes.
Like, what you mean? A bullet went through my leg. Yeah. What you mean it's minor? Minor to me, not minor to you.
Yes.
You ain't going to never really hear me try to sound.
Imagine them saying that to Meg Thee Stallion.
Yeah.
It's just a minor gunshot.
Cat Williams.
Just in the foot.
I mentioned that Cat Williams special. Like, it was just a pinky toe.
Yeah, so
you got to catch that in context. He was not. Y'all got to catch that in context. But no. I mean,
so
there's a recovery.
Obviously, a setback. Has to get back to where he was. Makes you sort of, just sort of like realize that this is going to be something that's going to be ongoing. Now, I fully expect, based on what we know, and keep in mind, we don't even know what leg he got shot in. If it's the same one that he had the surgery on, broke or whatever, that could be even more of an issue. But it's going. I would expect him to be back early, if not week one. But it's something that you gotta monitor.
Well, if you're looking for answers to your Tank Dell questions, D'Amico only got but so much time for you, and I understand trying to protect his player, not wanting to divulge too much. This is what that sounded like yesterday.
Yeah, I talked with Tank. We had a good conversation. I talked to him several times, and Tank will be fine.
So you expect him to be ready for week one?
Tank should be fine.
What's your emotions like when you get a phone call like that from a player of yours?
Yeah, it's the thing about being in the head coach's seat. It's always, you don't know what type of conversation you're going to get. You know what phone calls you will get. But for me, it's just always being ready to adjust, always being adaptable with things that may happen, and just being genuine in every situation we have. And for me, as a head coach, I'm always real, upfront, honest with our guys, and that's the communication that's the way I like to keep the communication with our guys. Let them know if anything happens, they can call me with anything.
What do you hope you learn? Sorry, what do you hope you learn from a situation?
I've talked to Tank. That's more a personal situation, and we'll leave it at that.
Coach, I have a question, but will Tank miss any time?
As I've said, I think I've answered all that about Tank. He'll be all right.
He was nice about it, and D'Amico, I think, has.
But curt.
Yeah, he has a way about him of kind of letting you know, but also like being decent about it.
Yeah,
he's a decent dude, but he wasn't really trying to talk about that. I could tell he was not trying to talk about that. Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
When he says 3 times, I think at least 3 times, Tank will be fine. Does that put your mind at ease a little bit? Because Cal makes me think more of what the journey looks like, what the road might look like, and that it might not be as smooth as I wanted to just assume it was going to be. D'Amico obviously just goes, Tank will be fine, but I'm not exactly sure what that means.
You said it a lot. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Is that don't worry about it, he'll be fine eventually? I mean, who knows?
Well, it was his default to not wanting to
talk,
answer the question.
Basically, I'm kind of hearing. I don't know what you're hearing. Yeah, there's going to be something, but eventually he'll be fine. Don't worry about it. And I'm sure that's true.
Do you feel like Cal might have? I don't want to say misspoke.
Just maybe got a little too casual.
Yeah.
Too comfortable.
Yeah, because he said, once you go through rehab and all that stuff, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Maybe he kind of, when you say rehab or whatever, that kind of make you think like, oh, man.
Exactly.
But maybe he used a little harsh word, I guess.
Yeah, what Lopez said, I misspoke because I think that there's some truth to what he's saying.
Yeah.
I think it's more so
some type of recovery.
He was too comfortable.
Too comfortable. The lips got a little too loose.
Yeah,
I think that was what it was. And maybe, but again, though, I think it is worth mentioning, Cal is the boss.
Yeah, he can say whatever the hell he wants.
He is running things around there. So
whatever the hell he wants.
He can say whatever he wants. Everybody at the end of the day does work for, at least from the Texan side, they work for Cal.
Yeah.
So, I mean, man can say whatever he wants, whether it's a misspeaking or whatever.
Who's going to tell him no?
I wouldn't. Not if he was signing my checks.
I wouldn't tell him either.
No, and not if my checks look like what theirs look like either. I'd be like, the man.
Keep talking, Coach.
He said what he said. That's what I would be saying.
Exactly.
This was earlier, of course. Also, from that same deal, we heard from D'Amico Ryans as well.
I love to hear JJ saying he's ready. I got his number ready to go just in case we need it. JJ playing in this softball event this past weekend. It was fun to see all the guys. JJ looks good. He's in shape. He's ready to roll. So I may need to make that call. So I'm happy that that it's open from him. But JJ is an outstanding player, man. He's been an outstanding player for a long time in this league, and it's just I'm proud of him for what he's able to do in the community, still reaching back, and the people that he's touched here in the city of Houston. It's outstanding to see the response and all the people that showed up to support him this past Saturday. So, man, really proud of JJ.
That was D'Amico Ryans on the prospect of J.J. Watt returning. That's him basically responding to my brief encounter with J.J. Watt over the weekend, suggesting that he's at least leaving the door open for a possible return. D'Amico Ryans did not shoot it down,
and I believe that was a house finch that you heard the bird in the background.
Oh,
I believe.
Okay,
I'm going to test my own.
I would trust you on this. I mean, you're outside, so
I'm a.
Yeah, you're an outdoorsman. I'm qualified to speak on this.
A low key birder,
Okay.
I got up all kinds of bird feeders at home. I think that was a house finch. Figgy, look up the house finch call. It's a house finch call. Let's play that audio again, because obviously I agree with you.
Yes,
on him.
I'm interested in this. Lopez can identify bird sounds the way that I could probably identify the caliber of.
So let's hear D'Amico first, and then we'll get to a house finch.
Yeah. D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah.
Talking about that
I love to hear JJ saying he's ready. I got his number ready to go, just in case we need it. JJ planning this softball event this past weekend. It was fun to see all the guys. JJ looks good. He's in shape.
I think that's a house finch.
So I may need to make that call. So I'm happy.
I think that's a house finch. Do we have a house finch call anywhere in there?
Yeah. They match.
How about that?
Man, I'm impressed.
How about that?
That's pretty damn good. You be out there with the birds, though.
I'm out with the birds on the coast when I'm fishing all the time. My house, I got a bunch. When we were in Costa Rica, which, by the way, something happened in Costa Rica that we have an update on, and we'll get to when the internet goes nuts. That I want to hear this, but I just love, like, I'm not like a super duper birder, but I'm a moderate birder.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's moderate. Like, you can tell me what. Here's how you impress me, Lopez. What they saying?
Yeah. What you talking about?
Yeah. What's the conversation?
I think he's saying lies, 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 lies.
Interpret that bad boy
lies,
for
lies,
me.
Lies, 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 lies.
Also around the NFL, and of course that was, D'Amico Ryans again responding to the J.J. Watt rumors and speculation that is abound at this point. But also around the NFL, are we going to get this schedule at any point, man? It looks like there is some smoke around Texans, Chiefs. I'm feeling it. I don't think that the Texans are the only great candidate. I think there are legitimately three. It's the Texans, it's the Ravens, and it's the Bengals. But there seems to be a lot of energy around this, Lopez. I think you were seeing something on the social media channels.
Speaking of loose lips, I think it's someone somewhere is starting to chatter a little bit about Texans and Chiefs week 1. A couple posts just here in the last 10 minutes that are projecting Texans and Chiefs week 1. It makes a lot of sense. We'll see. And also there's another development to this. It looks as if, unless something drastically changes, that the NFL schedule release is not going to be until next week. The Pittsburgh Steelers, if you were not listening earlier, on their website, Steelers.com, posted a contest to predict the Steelers' schedule. And the contest runs until next Tuesday. It starts today and runs until next Tuesday. So common sense would tell you that it's not going to be Thursday, as I think Fox Sports originally reported.
Yeah, it would be kind of silly to be participating in a contest that the information is already out there before the end of it. So it makes you wonder, is next Tuesday the date? Is next Wednesday the date? Like, it feels like it's got to be somewhere around there, considering the date of the contest and the urgency of wanting to capitalize on the moment from the contest. All right, so the contest ends, and we present to you the results, the winners, so on and so forth.
Yeah, maybe. I still hope it's this week. I was really, frankly, disappointed when I saw that from Steelers.com.
Crushing our dreams, Steelers.
Yeah, they're crushing our dreams here. But it's still, the leaks are going to start happening. The other thing that kind of ties in with maybe it is not going to be this week is the NFL traditionally, well, in the last few years, has allowed Amazon and NBC and ESPN and CBS to maybe leak one or two, or not leak, but announce one or two primetime games to sort of get the energy going and all that. And they haven't done that yet.
Get the wheels turning.
So you would think maybe that would happen toward the end of this week or early next.
What are we waiting on, man?
I know.
And what's with the mystery?
Yeah.
Like I mentioned this earlier, like kind of jokingly, but seriously, I don't understand why they're treating the NFL schedule like it's a Beyonce album. And like they just got to just drop it randomly, and we just I guess it is going to still be the same effect, like the same way the Beehive is just going to jump on it no matter what it is, going to still be the same effect. But I don't understand that. Like, just give me a date, help us plan around it. I just I'm all around just not with it. Like the mystery behind it, man. There's anticipation, there's build up. Give us the news, man.
Yeah,
let us know.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm ready for it. I'm excited. I think it's going to be even more fun than usual for the Texans. And I also think that the videos are so good now and so complex. I think a lot of teams maybe are still working on those. That might be as big a factor as scheduling. Like, some concert conflict or whatever. That might be as big a thing as anything.
You and Figgy have both made that point, brought it up.
already, and I think that it's something that I hadn't considered enough. Like, hey, we got to get our rollout together.
Yeah.
You know, we got to get our social media rollout, make sure it's airtight. They got a good reputation, the league and the teams themselves, for how they do social media, how they engage with fans. So I could definitely see that. Not something that I had thought about before. Also around the NFL, the Titans have signed Tyler Boyd to a 1-year, $4.5 million contract. We know that the Texans obviously traded for Stephon Diggs. They brought back Noah Brown, but this seems like something that could have been doable, Lopez, for the Texans. Do you feel like this is one that got away?
Maybe, yeah, a little bit. They're paying him 1 year, $4.5 million.
It does seem like it's doable and relatively
The Texans
cheap.
are paying Noah Brown $3.5 million. I mean, Tyler Boyd's better than Noah Brown.
Yeah, but they got Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, I know. I know.
And Tank Dell's leg is going to heal any minute.
We would think. We would hope.
I'm knocking on wood, by the way.
We would hope.
That's me projecting.
Titans, man, I've been just nonstop. Don't worry about the Titans. They're not going to be that good. They're overhyped. They're going to take a step back. Dude, they're doing a lot to dispel that. Their offense right now, Will Levis, Tony Pollard, Tajay Spears, DeAndre Hopkins, Calvin Lee, Tyler Boyd, and Chigo Okonkwo at tight end, with the offensive mastermind Brian Callahan, now the head coach.
Let's take the quarterbacks out of the conversation, because we already know that we prefer to have C.J. Stroud over Will Levis. We don't have to be silly. Everybody else, the weapons. Let's just go weapons. How about that? Because I think even though we
go starting running back and backup.
Yeah, because I wanted to take the offensive line out of it, too, because even though we've got criticisms of the offensive line, I think we'd rather have the Texans' offensive line over there.
Yeah, but they did draft in the first round a left tackle.
They did, but he's not as good as Laramie Tunsil yet. So I'm going to go to give the Texans the advantage at offensive line and quarterback.
Yeah.
Whose weapons would you rather have? You listed them off. Would you rather have the Titans' weapons or the Texans' weapons based off of what you know right now?
The running back room, I'm not sure I wouldn't have preferred the Titans. Pollard and Spears. Versus what we know. Mix is good. Don't get me wrong. I'm not dumping. I'm not dumping on
this
Mixon.
Is interesting.
I'm not dumping
because I think. Oh no, Mixon. I think
but
Mixon.
Pierce?
To me, Mixon is the best of the whole bunch.
Of all four.
Of all four.
But it's only Mixon.
Yes,
right.
Yes.
And that's the interesting part is.
Yeah.
If
it's
Pierce,
Pollard and Spears.
Right. If Pierce is closer to, and we can't make him be this, right? Because we haven't seen it. But it is interesting, though, if Pierce is closer to rookie year Pierce than he is sophomore year Pierce, then it's them. But if he's our most recent sample size, then we can, in good faith, give it to the Texans.
And I'll give the wide receiver room to the Texans. But keep in mind, the Titans have DeAndre Hopkins, Calvin Ridley, and who's the other one? The kid from Arkansas.
Yeah,
Traylon Burks.
Traylon Burks.
So they got those four. Yeah. I'll still give it to the Texans.
Yeah, how would we feel if that was the Texans' weapons? If we had those wide receivers and those running backs?
Yeah, no, I mean, you give me Calvin Ridley and DeAndre Hopkins, I think that's a good starting point.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be angry at that. I understand.
Tyler Boyd.
Tyler Boyd
just bring him in.
Just another option.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think we'd be feeling really good about that.
Yeah, the only thing
their question is the quarterback.
Yeah, exactly. That would be my question. Is like,
well, they're doing everything they can to make Will Levis the guy, man.
Yes,
that's the story.
Well, I need to check in on some Tennessee radio, see how what kind of conversations they're having around that, because you got to give them credit. They're building the team.
Yeah,
Will Levis just has to make good on it. All right, that is Around the NFL coming up next. They shooting outside Drake's house. Jalen Green got multiple baby mamas. Internet going nuts. That's next.
Payne and Pendergast. station.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
I got the internet going nuts.
Drake's in a rap beef. You have to be living under a rock not to know it, but Drake and Kendrick Lamar are in a rap beef that has had the internet going nuts for, about a month now. But more recently, and I think pertinent and relevant to the situation here, they shooting outside of Drake's house now, man. We don't have the full details, the full story, and all of the context and everything like that. But there was a shooting outside of Drake's home in Toronto. This is what the local news had to say about it from the scene.
A shooting has occurred outside the home of rapper Drake, the incident occurring in the wake of Drake's ongoing beef with fellow rapper Kendrick Lamar. Courtney, we see the police tape behind you.
I can tell you there is a pretty heavy police presence along this road. This is Park Lane Circle. It's the street that Drake lives on. This is as close to the scene as we can get. You can see they have a Toronto police van here, a couple of officers blocking the road, also yellow police tape here too. Now, Chopper 24, that's our newsroom helicopter, was able to get over Drake's home earlier. And in that video, we saw some yellow police tape in the courtyard of his home. Also some people going in and out of the house. And as you reported, that CP24 reporting there is a source confirming there was a shooting outside of his home. We do not know if Drake was home at the time. And this is all happening in the wake of this ongoing feud with another artist, Kendrick Lamar. We don't know if there's a connection here just yet. We are in touch with Toronto Police to see if they can share any more on this investigation.
Well, we don't know if there's a connection, but what are we doing? What do you think it is?
We don't know if there's a connection, but we are going to tell you what the connection might be.
Exactly.
We're not saying, but we are just
I'm kind of wondering what kind of connection. Is this connection between Kendrick and Drake, or is this Drake and his camp?
Well, but
is it fans?
But the point is, I think, Figgy, to hit into what you're saying, what we've learned about Drake's situation over the course of this beef is that the man, he got enemies. You know what I'm saying?
Got a lot of enemies.
He got enemies. like I've kind of always rolled my eyes at when he's like, I can't remember what song it is off the top of my head where he's like, they want me dead or they trying to shoot me, whatever. I know he was robbed a long time ago or whatever, but I'm like, Drake, ain't nobody trying to shoot your soft ass. Like, you don't even travel in them type of circles to be worried about that type of thing. But turns out dude has got way more enemies and way fewer people like that dude, like industry people like that dude than I think I gave it credit for.
What? I mean, could it be fans too?
It could be anybody.
Yeah.
Dude, people don't like this dude.
Yeah, but this was in his house, though. I don't think a fan,
or was it at his house?
Well, but as they're describing it, though, that neighborhood is one of those where it's not like it's gated. It's kind of open. It's mansions. It's affluent, but it's not inaccessible. So all you got to do is find out where it's at, and you can get there.
Is it easy to get in his, inside of his gate? Is my question.
From what I could tell, and if you see the visual on that, she seems to be pretty close.
Yeah.
She's in the neighborhood. It does not appear to be a gated community. It's an affluent, nice community.
Yeah.
But it looks like you can get in there.
It's not a gated
village or something.
Yeah, it's not a gated community, but his house, it got to be gated though, right?
Yeah. How you would think.
Yeah, I don't think his house. I don't think we could just drive up the driveway.
Okay, I'm confused.
I mean, there's mansions on Newcastle up the street that.
Well, River Oaks.
There you go. I mean, got all
but this is Drake though. If he feel like he got a lot of enemies.
Okay, maybe I misheard this. I thought it was at the house. It was in the house.
No, it was outside.
It was outside of his house.
Be anybody.
Yeah, but if you look at his house, it looked like it's fairly gated.
Yeah.
Where I don't think you could just. It's not like just walking up somebody's driveway.
Yeah. And then my other question is, how long is this beef going to last? How long do beefs last like this?
We never seen a beef like this, to be honest.
This is unprecedented, Lopez.
Yeah,
that's what I was wondering.
I think the last, I don't want to compare it to Pac and Biggie, but you see how that beef ended.
Yeah.
But, I don't, it seems like it's starting to slow down now. Because Drake
yesterday.
Drake released his song, and that was Sunday, and it been quiet since. So maybe it could die down now. I don't know how it is because it wasn't like a street beef to even begin with.
Yeah.
So
it was
this
is talking trash.
Yeah. So this is a little surprising right here.
Yeah.
I I got the internet going nuts.
All right, I need y'all to help me again. That's twice in one segment. I need your help. So Greg Doyle, I was in Costa Rica 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
And Greg Doyle did something, but I was probably half drunk or on a boat or something, and I didn't get the gist of it. I did see today that Greg Doyle has been suspended for 2 weeks and cannot talk with.
He was suspended 2 weeks after the comment he made at a Caitlin Clark's press conference,
which fits along with the timeline. Been about 2 weeks since you've been back from Costa Rica.
Yeah,
that's when this happened. Greg Doyle, in case you guys don't know, I became familiar with his work about a decade ago with CBSSports.com. He was a columnist there, very good writer.
Yeah,
but a quirky dude. Now with the Indianapolis Star, I believe.
Yes.
And so he's a columnist there, but again, a quirky dude. And since Lopez wasn't here for this, let's let him hear the exchange between columnist Greg Doyle and women's basketball phenom, rookie for the Indiana Fever, Caitlin Clark.
Hi, Caitlin. Greg Doyle, Indy Star. Real quick, let me do this.
So he's doing the hard thing with his hand?
You like that?
I like that you're here. I like that you're here.
I do that at my family after every game, so.
Okay, well, let's start doing it to me, and we'll be able to get along just fine. So.
That's not awkward. Good God.
Very.
He knows better than that.
Yeah, and you know, I'm be honest. I don't, like, he's weird. I don't think he really meant that in a creepy way. I think he's just
trying to be funny.
I think he was trying to be funny, trying to we were in a similar moment. Like, this did not happen. Nothing awkward happened, but when you're in those scrums and you're trying to maybe be affable or appealing to the interview subjects, you're trying to win them over a little bit.
Just sort of ingratiate yourself with the new person.
That's basically what it is. I could sense a little bit of that with J.J. Watt on Saturday with people who weren't around to cover J.J. Watt, right? We got new media members here who were not here in 2020 when J.J. Watt left. And so they're seeing J.J. Watt and they're trying, I could sense that or understand that, but this was just a little weird.
That's wild.
Yeah, and they suspended his ass.
And not only that, though, I think he wrote an article pretty much making the article about him apologizing and all. It was weird. He had a weird feeling to it.
I hate that. Well, now he's suspended.
Hey, he won the slime off when he was off.
I mean, I guess he's back now. He was suspended, right? Or are they announcing his suspension, or did they suspend him after that?
I saw it announced today on Twitter.
Yeah, so I guess he was suspended for the last for that 2 weeks.
Okay.
And then now they saying he won't cover any Indiana Fever game.
I got you. Yeah, that makes sense. And then, of course, this is what you do, right, Lopez? Once you create this viral moment, you got to generate more content. And what do you do? What's the self-serving thing you do? Write a column about it.
Got to.
So he wrote a column about himself. So he obviously wasn't suspended that day. The Indianapolis Star took that, right? They took his column about it and ran it.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Dang.
I got the internet going nuts.
Young man.
Oh, I know what you're going to talk about here.
Listen. I'm rooting for Jalen Green. I want him to realize his potential. And I ain't even really trying to be all up in the man's personal life, okay? Because you get to live your life. I've certainly lived quite a bit, all right? But this here, and another thing I don't like is unsolicited advice. I'm not a big fan of unsolicited advice. I've been known to take it a time or two, but I understand how that can be annoying. However.
Yeah.
Young man.
What is he doing?
What's my man doing? Okay, so we knew that Jalen Green, I think, at some point we came to understand that he and Drea Michelle, influencer, reality TV star, I'll leave it at that. But also close to twice his age, has a child around his age, that they have gotten together and are going to have a baby together.
Yeah.
I think we've known that for a while. Jalen Green even came out and said in a post-game interview, I think it was with Vanessa Richardson, mentioned that his baby was one of the things that was motivating him when he had that incredible stretch. I think it was in the month of March. But what I don't think we realize, and TMZ has now revealed, that my man has got project twins.
Yeah, I love that term.
My man Not only
one in this building, one in that building,
one in this building, one in that, one on this floor, one on that floor. Not only did he impregnate Drea, but also some other young lady that he's got
Maya
dealings
Jacopo.
with. Yes. That baby was born, and so apparently that was the baby he was talking about. That's the baby he was talking about.
That was the first one.
I don't think we realized that.
Yeah.
This man, he got a more famous woman pregnant that's gallivanting around the
Talking
internet
about it.
being pregnant by him.
Yeah.
And we assuming that that's the baby he talking about.
Yeah.
All the while, he had another baby on the way, and not just on the way, but being born.
Man.
Young man.
What is he doing?
Young man.
I mean, I know what he's doing.
Yeah, I know what he's doing, but but you might want to stop it or put a lid on it.
So they're going to be like just a month or two apart, huh?
Yeah.
These babies?
Yeah.
Project Twins.
Project Twins.
So, do y'all follow Black Sports Online?
Reluctantly. I used to follow him.
I used to.
He's lost favor.
I follow it just for the headlines.
The headlines are irresistible.
They write the greatest headlines. So here's the headline. This is immediately where I went for this news. This is you're talking about Robert Littall.
Yes.
Yeah. Black Sports Online. This is the headline. Green pulled a Tyreek Pete by getting them both pregnant around the same time. A Tyreek Pete.
Tyreek Pete as an adjective?
Yeah. Reports are Drea doesn't care as long as the check clears. Green pulled a Tyreek Pete.
Yeah. Drea made that clear in the interview, too. She was excited about her baby and all this other stuff, but when they asked her about marriage, she was just like, I ain't thinking about that.
Yeah,
which is a little backwards.
Some OG needs to sit down with this young man and figure some things out.
Young man. Somebody mentioned on the internet about, hey, man, he's rich. This ain't about money, man.
No.
This ain't about being able to afford babies.
Yeah.
This is about judgment, bro.
Yeah.
Judgment.
And it is about money. Let's not be mistaken.
No. It's about money for them.
Yeah.
I'm talking about for Jalen Green. He's going to be he'll be fine.
But that's his money, too, though.
But what I'm saying is he can afford children.
Yeah.
What reflects poorly on it is your judgment, young man.
Yeah.
My thing is, if he keep doing this, it will catch up to him.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It will catch up to him. If he get 4 or 5 more, it will catch up.
Yeah.
That's the internet going nuts. Coming up next, what's the downside of a J.J. Watt return? And speaking of returns, I think Ron Hughley's back. We're going to talk to the drive in Crosstalk. That's coming up next on In the Loop.
J.J. Watt said if D'Amico
Exclusions apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
A theme of this show, and a question that they like to ask a lot on In the Loop, Brandon Scott in for Landry Locker, by the way, but a question that Landry Locker and John Lopez like to ask a lot on In the Loop, and if you're a loophole, if you listen, you are a loophole, and we appreciate it. Well, it's what's the payoff?
Yeah.
What is the payoff? Why? What is the reason? What are you getting out of it? And I feel like the payoff in a J.J. Watt return far outweighs what the downside would be. The payoff far outweighs what the downside would be. To me, the payoff is J.J. Watt is rested, healed a little bit after a year off of football, fresh, if you will. Let's use that word, fresh. A fresh J.J. Watt can come in, play sparingly, situationally, and add some real value to a football team who, let's be honest, without J.J. Watt, we think is going to be pretty damn good.
Yeah.
We're expecting them to be pretty damn good, specifically the pass rush. What they've done between drafting Will Anderson last year and signing Danielle Hunter this year, we are expecting that Danico Autry, add him into that mix. We're expecting them to be good even without J.J. Watt. So the upside is you add him into the mix and you are dynamic as you want to be. I'm trying to figure out the downside. And Lopez, I've heard from you, man. I'm just not feeling it. I don't see it. I don't see the downside. Help me out.
Okay, so you're not wrong about, like, even if he's and this is what kind of I guess the word people like to use now is triggered me earlier when you said all he needs to be is a glorified Jerry Hughes. And that set me off because I'm like,
it was a little hyperbole there. It was a little hyperbole. I said it for effect.
I clearly got the effect. I clearly got your point. But my reaction to that is that there is no way, no how, no way in hell that anyone inside the building, maybe more so inside the building in terms of D'Amico Ryans and Nico and some of his teammates, but a lot of people inside the building, no one hardly outside the building, no one in the media, whether locally or nationally, will look at this and say, you know what? Let's just look at him and treat him and talk about him like a glorified Jerry Hughes. To me, that's the downside. There is no downside in terms of like what D'Amico would expect, what Nick Caserio would expect, and maybe he produces it and maybe he doesn't. They can handle it, and you brought that up earlier, and I totally agree. D'Amico can handle any of that. He can even handle the noise that might come from outside. But what I'm saying is, you're freaking J.J. Watt. You're coming back to Houston. You're going to be on TV every time you play on a national game or any game a lot. You're going to be one of the guys that gets the loud, if not the loudest, cheer coming through the tunnel at home games. You're going to be the guy that's focused on during the in-week interviews, the weekly telephone call with visiting media or whatever.
Yeah,
you're J.J. Watt.
Yeah, he'll be podium guy.
Yes. So the downside is you're bringing back the greatest player in the history of the organization, inarguably, I think. And then you're telling people, let's keep expectations to a minimum. That's impossible. That's impossible to keep expectations to a minimum. Even though reasonably thinking people like yourself and of course the coaches might know better, that's impossible.
But I'm saying, let's say we do the thing. I'm not disagreeing with that. But what I'm saying is, what's the harm? Like what? Like if we are irrational and illogical and everything that fans are,
yeah, so what else is new, right?
Sorry, no offense, guys.
What else is new?
But newsflash, breaking news, y'all don't be the most level-headed folks out there sometimes, okay? So we just letting y'all know.
Yeah.
I think that, yeah, there could be some overhype. Maybe there could be some, and we talk about this in the business quite a bit, some over-promising and under-delivering, which you don't want to do.
Yeah.
You want to under-promise and over-deliver.
Yeah.
Like, that's normally the way you want to go about it. I do see that. But even if so, like I think you asked this, Lopez, what if he sucks?
Yeah.
All right. Like, if he sucks, the only issue there will be if you end up paying him a bunch of money. Like, to me, that's the only downside is if you pay J.J. Watt
Like, and I don't know what the figures would be, what he would cost. I've got no idea what the negotiations are.
Yeah.
What an opportunity like this means to him, because he's a rich man already. So it's like he could play for whatever, but would he? I don't know the answer to that. He is JJ. Well, like, I don't know if I would. Like, I would view my services as having a certain level of value. I'm not playing for no minimum. You're not signing Tyler Boyd.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? This is JJ Watt. So, like, I don't know what that looks like. To me, there could be some disappointment in maybe not getting your bang for the buck. Like, if you were to pay JJ Watt $15 million or something.
I don't even think it'd be that much.
I don't think it would, but I'm just throwing out a number out there. Okay, now I see the conversation of, well, wait a minute. I don't know if this is still a $15 million player. In fact, I would bet against it.
Yeah,
being a year removed from the game.
Adam's playing, it's not my money thing.
Yeah, but to me, that is where the expectation meets sort of an accountability factor of, it's not my money, but it is Nick Casario's job to be a good steward of the money and how they allocate resources for the salary cap and all of that. It is, I believe, incumbent on the McNairs to spend, like, we want them to spend money, but you don't want them throwing bad money at places, right?
Yeah.
So I think there is an accountability factor. Even if it's not your money, whoever money it is, it all is, supposed to contribute to the greater good of the team.
Yeah.
Are you wasting money on an older player?
That's fair.
Which I don't think the answer is yes. I think that is the one downside.
One other thing that I haven't really thought about until literally when we're talking right now. You think J.J. Watt, how big of a factor, to put it that way, how big of a factor is resetting his Hall of Fame clock? If he comes back, that's 2024.
Well, I think it should be something that maybe is it shouldn't be an overwhelming, prevailing thing.
I mean, he'll have to you have to be out of the league 5 years.
I think it's something he should think about wanting to do. Did we forget
reset it?
Did you forget who he retired?
Yeah, Brady.
Yeah, but he's getting in.
No.
But Brady gonna take the spotlight.
Obviously, he's getting in.
It's gonna be the Tom Brady Hall of Fame.
We don't want to go into that tangent because I don't even think that those guys should have committee meetings. There should be a presentation.
Hell no.
Like, what conversation are we having about Tom Brady?
Did you?
Let me present Tom Brady's Hall of Fame case.
Yeah.
And J.J. Watt, too, for that matter. Like, they should just be automatically let in. There should be no discussion about it. But if you're J.J. Watt, if I'm J.J. Watt, and if I got a little bit of an ego, I mean, this man just had a roast on Netflix for no damn reason at all.
Yeah.
Like, I was trying to figure out, what's the relevance?
Yeah, but
why are we doing it? Because he's Tom Brady.
But he wants to get into the Hall of Fame, and Tom Brady's going to dominate that. But J.J. Watt is not going to be taking that big of a back seat to Tom Brady. Tom Brady's going to dominate, no question.
As far as the media,
Lopez.
Yes. Oh, he's taking the back seat to Tom Brady.
Oh, I didn't say he wasn't, but J.J. Watt is an enormous star.
You?
Yeah.
Tom
He's been
Brady,
on Saturday Night Live, national TV, all that.
It'll be one of the bigger Hall of Fame classes ever.
You're going to reset your Hall of Fame clock 2 years, basically.
What matters to you?
Because you don't want to go in with Tom Brady?
If I can add a Super Bowl ring to it, absolutely.
Well, okay, well that's different. But I'm saying, like, I'm thinking it should.
But that's
be a
the
factor.
whole point, though. Like, he's coming back to win a Super Bowl or for a chance to win a Super Bowl, and I think a byproduct of it is, hey, I'm resetting my Hall of Fame clock. We talk about him being old. He ain't that damn old. He should be able to make it to see himself get in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
So he gets his ring, he gets his Hall of Fame,
and his own stage,
and he doesn't have to share stage. Honestly, let's be honest.
Yeah.
They ought to probably just make Tom Brady go in by himself.
They probably should.
Who is that fair to? Who could fairly hold, especially if J.J. Watt can't do it?
Yeah.
Who could fairly stand in the room with Tom Brady and say that they're not going to have the spotlight stolen from them?
Did I ever tell you the story about Joe Montana, how he was presented to the Hall of Fame voters?
Yeah, I've not heard this story.
Because he was Tom Brady. He was the guy that everybody was like, what are we even doing here?
That came up in the roast too.
Yeah. So there was a writer from San Francisco, and I forget who it was, but they have like this meeting, and John McClane might have even been there back then. I got to believe that he was. They go up and they present each candidate. And so there was a whiteboard behind the guy. They called up this writer, and I wish I could remember his name. And he walked up there, and he wrote on the whiteboard, Joe Montana. He said,
that's the case.
He said, that's it. That's it. That's all you need to know, and sat down.
I mean, what else needs?
Let's
to be
not
said?
waste everybody's time.
Just wrote on the board.
What needs to be said?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
Yeah.
that would be the same thing I do with Tom. It'd be
Yeah.
the same thing I do with J.J. Watt. Like, maybe drop a highlight reel or something. Like, hey, watch this in case you missed it.
Dude just wrote his name on a whiteboard.
ICYMI, in case you missed it.
Just wrote his name on a whiteboard. So that's it, fellas.
I mean, I don't know what else needs doing.
That's what they're going to do. But no, I think it might be somewhere on his mind. Not in terms of like avoiding Tom Brady, but just like you're resetting your Hall of Fame clock again. All of a sudden, if you do that,
Yeah.
Now
I think that could help him.
it might in terms of attention that weekend. But he wants to get in.
We got Ron Hughley in the building. After spending some time, an older Ron Hughley now. Feels good to be the only guy in his 30s in this room right now. I gotta say, man, I'm feeling.
Hey,
I'm feeling young, baby. I'm feeling young.
One of these days.
I'm feeling young. Now, don't look at this gray hair in my beard. Don't do that. But I am feeling good.
That's
I am
all right.
feeling good. How you feeling?
I'm good, baby.
Old man.
You're gonna love it.
Good and refreshed. No, I mean, just let
You're
me
gonna
go.
love it. I'm telling you.
Just let me go at my own pace. We're trying to force it into me.
No, anybody, oh no, May 5th dictated. You did go at your own pace. Yeah, 40. Yeah, man, we didn't rush this.
Clint, you're gonna love it. You're gonna love being 40. Lopez, you're gonna love it. Many people.
You're gonna love it.
I am. Just let me go at my own pace. I still feel 39.
Yeah, you know
If it
what?
makes you feel any better, you were born the day before I started in this business.
Yeah, I saw you. I saw your post. I saw your post, and I thought of that.
I was gonna say, does that make you feel young again?
Yep. Under 40.
There you go. There you go. Not quite, man. You have a good time though in New York. I imagine. I was getting some of the photos, seeing some of the images. Man, it feels like it was a good vibe.
Good times, man. It was good times, man. Down wine, do the 40. Shout out to the wife.
Okay.
Set it up. You know, everybody came out. We had a good time.
Yeah, man. Did you?
I had never been to NYC. That was my first time.
Well, that's a good time to
Get
go.
out.
Yeah,
Good time to
first
go.
time.
That's
first
cool.
time, man.
I haven't been either, so I might do it for my 40,
Oh,
maybe
you
before.
gotta go, man.
Maybe before.
Hey, when you hit 40, you start going at your own pace. You know?
Yeah, that's true. I got that now. I got the going at my own pace now.
Yeah, so you already getting adjusted. You look like a well-adjusted 40-year-old man.
Yeah.
Hey, look.
I started wearing my hat backwards a lot. Just saying.
Oh man.
Oh no, you were doing that in the last days of 39.
I know it. I continued it.
I saw that.
I'm a young 40.
You can't say it slaps anymore. By the way.
Hey, look.
Yeah. Hey,
That's
did
done.
you?
That's off the table. You can't say it slaps
I'm just
anymore.
putting two and two together. I mean, you missed your workout this morning, didn't you?
I had to. Yeah.
You starting off your 40s, right?
Yeah.
Man.
This is 40.
Huh?
That's what he said too. This morning.
This is 40.
Yeah. At this.
Hey, look, I've been wanting to say this to Ron for a long time now. You look good for 40.
I mean, you're really leaning in. Okay. I'm good. I'm good.
Hey, as somebody who
you got some body 40 tendencies.
I do.
You got some ailments.
I do. Look, hey, I'm here for a good time, not a long time. I've been telling y'all that forever. I got to be honest, man. But look, as somebody who is 14 days away from 35, I'm going to milk this, man.
Yeah.
Is that it?
14 days from 35, man.
Oh, man, have your day.
So
man.
You're mid-30s now.
Yeah. Well, I think 34 is still mid, but I'm
But
right.
now you're definitely in.
Right there in that mid.
35, you're definitely in
He's
it.
still one of the more young ass punks.
Hey, but look, but
Young
35,
punk over there.
still young, but I ain't no kid no more, man. You ain't no kid no more when
No,
you're 35.
there's no potential anymore.
No,
you jump past potential to that's where he is.
Yeah, he just is what he is. He is the bull and warmer.
Oh man.
You are listening to
I was ready.
KILT HD2 and Odyssey Station. And I got to tell you, man, the drive is indeed live.
The drive is live. I am back, fresh off the little trip to NYC. 40 years old. I see Tyler in the building. Tyler already got his new Houston Texans gear. That's the first time I've seen. I mean, only God knows what packages have been showing up at his house. I know he had ordered a whole bunch. A few things. I bet he has. Clint's in the building. It's going to be a fun day. Now, I am going to piss people off, especially the Fighting Brandons here in just a bit. But before we get there, hold on, so. It's Ron. But, hey, I missed you, fellas. I did. Some of the listeners, but I missed the fellas. We missed you. I know.
Absolutely, man. I mean, he's gone. Seems like he's gone forever, man.
Felt like it. It felt like it.
You took your old Diva Day, too, didn't you? You took your old Diva Day on Monday.
Yeah, your travel day.
The travel day, is that what it is?
Travel day. Had to come in, travel day, yeah.
Well, I can call it a Diva Day. We were in crosstalk yesterday, and somebody, I said, yeah, old Ron took him a Monday. You know, got to get the kids, blah, blah, blah. He said, something to the effect of Ron needed that extra day, huh? I said, that's old Diva Day. Ron's a little bit of a diva.
I snuck in right as the show started, coming out of Hobby Airport as the show started.
Yes,
ready to rock and roll. No, man, it's good times. Good times out there. Can I first send a shout out? Because I got a couple of things. Can I first send a shout out to Big John? Since I have left, what has gotten into Big John Singleton?
He is settled in, my friend.
Look at old Big John. Now, listen, I will say this because people like to text this in. I do not owe John an apology, okay? Now, I will also say I think John got a tad bit aggressive on the bat flip.
Which one?
On the first one. On the first one. The other ones, go ahead, do your thing. You can't be as bad as John was and come right out the gates with your first homer and hit a bat flip like he's been playing in Japan.
Hey, Tyler, this is a take that really gets me.
I'm just saying, and you know how I am.
Because Ron is the guy.
I am fun guy.
No, but Ron is the guy that be 0 for 50 and hit a home run and bat flip and strut and peacock and dance. Hey, he do the little pause step before he crossed home plate. Do every bit of it in that moment.
No, I would not. If I was 0 for 25,
yes,
maybe.
You would.
If I was 0 for 25,
yes, you
if I was
would.
0 for 50, hey man, I got to be running that piece out. I don't know if it's going. I don't know if that thing's going to land. I just thought. Listen, after the first one, do what you do, John. I just thought it was a bit tad aggressive. You have been hot trash for a season plus, and you hit one out.
Been rough. John, I'm gonna tell you what John's doing.
And it was great.
John is leaning into my.
He's pipping somebody.
Well, he's leaning hard into my thought of like, hey, let a guy play, give him a little extended time, let him get in the groove, let him get in the rhythm, and see what happens. Big John just needed a little time. He just needed some consecutive starts. Is all he needed.
Baby. I'm telling you, like I said, I don't owe him an apology because John sucked when he said he did. All right, just because he turned it around and has played the way he has swung the bat. I'm looking at John. John got 2+ in that H category every time I look at it. Has gone deep a couple of times.
Clutch bombs too now. They ain't just bombs, clutch bombs now.
Hey Doc, he hit that first home run with that bat flip like he's been hitting them all year.
Yeah.
That ain't the first one in a year.
Well, Big John's getting a late jump. He's wasted some years here. He's got to make the most of every damn opportunity. He hits that bomb. If he gets the right launch angle, hey, that bat is flipping, son.
Man. He's going to do it every one of them.
Absolutely.
He's going to do it
I'm here for it, man. We talked about it, I think, before
I'm
you
here
left,
for it
Ron.
now after the first one.
Look, I think we talked about it before you even left of like, hey, man, Big John, I mean, the Astros are going to be infinitely more fun to cover if Big John is hitting bombs and bat flipping and legging out, bloop hits. This is great, man. This is absolutely beautiful. Nothing like the big fella.
Text line real quick, Ronnie. It's Ron. You need to go back on vacation. Your mama. And second,
we'll keep an eye on that, Ronnie.
And I mean that to you. And second to that is, do you understand the amazing delusion you have to react that way after hitting a home run as bad as you play? Like,
maybe it was like, man, this monkey's off my back. Ah!
I would have felt that one. It was like, of course I'm going to do that. Of course I'm hitting it out.
No question. I absolutely love it.
You might as well have Sammy Sosa hopped out of the box.
Man. Who is it? Somebody I think it's Ozuna, or no, maybe it's Ron Acuna. He does this little shift thing at third base before he steps on it. I'm like, go ahead, Big John.
He does a Euro step.
He does. That level of delusion, that is fantastic. I love it. So shout out to you, Big John. I've been wanting to say that. I almost called in to talk about John. Then I said, well, let me stay on vacation.
Yeah, I almost spent a lot of time talking about John until Hater happened.
well, I'm not here. I'm not here to talk about the negative yet. Okay.
All good vibes.
Well, I mean, you didn't like the bat flip, so you kind of indirectly.
I just thought
you indirectly.
I just thought, boy, that was aggressive, John. Like That was aggressive, John.
Yes, it was.
That was something else. All right, before I do want to get to because I've got some thoughts. I want to see what your thoughts are with this number one talked about thing here. I told you, I texted you guys. I don't know if you share with the audience. I text you guys when it happened that I need to share with you all an airport story that occurred.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you do.
In which I just text you guys the finish that I got a standing ovation from everybody in the terminal. Me and Courtney, you know when you go on the trip, you're feeling good, right?
Oh yeah, on the way out.
His birthday.
Yes, indeed.
Get in,
excited. Got your friends.
Hey, want to grab a drink? Hell yeah. Let's go to this place called The Spot right here. Let's do it, baby. Sit down, grab us a drink. I told you I was going old fashions. I said, let me get old fashioned. We sitting there and had a drink. You know me, I'm just talking to all the people around us, pissing off Courtney, just talking to everybody. Got a nurse right next to me. Another family's supposed to be going to Cancun. We're really having a good conversation. And my silly ass, we're kind of up on a stool. And I'm feeling myself. So
oh, no. I see where this is going.
I'm feeling myself, and I've kind of got to lean forward in this bad boy. And we're going, having a good conversation. And next thing you know, that puppy gave out on me. And I went to grab onto the thing in front. Couldn't get to it. Slipped. Bam! Right on my back. My legs straight up in the air.
No.
Like H's.
Was it a pretty loud thud?
Like a goal. Oh, the chair went. The chair went.
The chair was loud as hell.
So the way I'm set up, this bar, we're facing out. There's a packed Chick-fil-A across, if y'all been in that area. A packed Chick-fil-A with the terminal over to the left and everybody down. I mean, I'm in open space. The chair flew almost to the Chick-fil-A. So this is across
the terminal.
Across the thing. And I just kicked it and just kicked my legs up and kept them there. And the nurse lady, she gets out, tries to help me out. And I get up. I hit my back pretty good. I get up and I look around. This black couple dude looked at me. He said, mouthed it to me. You okay?
You good, bro?
He said, dog, you okay?
Sound like it hurt, bro.
And I look up. And everybody is looking at me. So I got up, I just put my hand up. I said, I'm all right. I'm all right. And they all go, hey,
he's all right.
And they all stood up and clapped. Everybody at the Chick-fil-A. And then the lady's husband, who we were talking to, he was on the phone doing work. He was somewhere on the side.
Right.
And when I did this, he sprinted up and gave me a high five to not let me hang. And the whole place stood up and clapped. I said, "Oh,
damn!" So
this is great. Welcome to 40, baby. Welcome. Hey, 40 years of sitting on bars and taking trips, and it took you now till the chairs flipped out underneath you.
It was. I mean, for a normal person, including me, it would be one of the more embarrassing moments that you've had. But I looked around. I said, everybody's looking. I mean, they're all looking at me with grave concern.
Right.
This guy.
I mean, did you just pop up or did it take you?
Well, I stayed and then really kicked my legs up straight.
Right.
And I thought about pulling the Shawn Michaels kick up, and I knew I didn't have that in me.
Right.
So then I just kind of spun up and got up. And Courtney's like, God, are you all right? This nurse was about to put me in concussion protocol.
I would love to know. I'd love to see Courtney's face.
Oh, my God. I'm glad you weren't seriously hurt. I mean, that was before the trip had actually started, right?
I said, God, how did my legs end up?
I mean, how did you fall out of the damn chair?
I still don't know, because I wasn't leaning back. It would make sense. I was leaning forward, and I think when I tried to grab hold of it, it took me back, and I just somehow, I don't.
He doesn't know how he ended up on his back.
But I know my legs are straight up in the air like a couple of goalposts, and just it was that
is great. It was start to trip off like that. Everything go all right?
It was all uphill from there.
Yes. It was aggressive.
Oh, that's great.
Oh no, it was hilarious as hell. I said, boy, I hope nobody recognizes me in this piece. I mean, not that anybody, but no, it was good times. All right. I have been listening to this, and this has been the story of the last couple of days, it feels like, fellas. This J.J. Watt thing.
Yeah.
Can we stop this?
No.
Oh, God, this is the part where you're going to piss people off already.
Can we please? Listen, this is my thing. Right now, the Houston Texans are a real football team.
Yes.
This is a real football team that doesn't have fake relevance. They are relevant as hell. They're going to get, whenever this schedule comes out, 4, 5, at least 4, probably 5 primetime games because they got relevant players and a relevant team. This is probably, in most people's eyes, one of the top 3 teams in the AFC.
Hold on, show.
They don't need this. Okay? J.J. Watt is the best player in the history of this franchise. J.J. Watt is a first-ballot Hall of Famer. I don't know if there is any other named celebrity person that has done more for this city. J.J. is a hell of a dude. J.J. works for CBS Sports. J.J. has not played in 2 years. J.J. is not coming out of retirement, and the Texans don't need him to. Okay? That's the big key is they, like, the early part of our time together here, hey, man, anything to take the nasty stench off of some of the stuff's going on. Hey, let's hide this Jack Easterby thing by, hey, let's bring in JJ. Let's talk about JJ. Let's talk about a bunch of ex-guys. Let's talk about Andre. They don't need that now. They got CJ. They got Will. They got Stingley. They got Christian Harris. They got Stephon Diggs. They got Nico. They got Tank. Shout out to you, Tank. They got them all. They're good. Danielle Hunter, he's here. They're good. They don't need this non-real story. Stop this. It's not going to happen. This is Forrest Whitley territory of him coming in and being a starter. It's not happening. He's been gone for 2 years. He is not coming back to play. And Pat McAfee, you could stop it. You see how D'Amico's reacted to this? Just laughing the whole time every time he says something. It's not real. The Texans don't need JJ to be on the field. He could be continue to be the greatest ambassador. You got an ally on CBS Sports. It's good.
Wet blanket.
They're
He
good.
come fresh out of New York, wet blanket.
Let's just have
First of all,
let's be serious.
No,
here.
be serious. First of all, he's only been out 1 year.
Is this 2 years?
This is 1 year.
This is his second.
This would be the second year. Would be when he played. You bump your head when you fell off that stool.
This is 2 seasons.
12 and a half sacks a season ago. Beyond Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson.
2022.
Beyond Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, he would absolutely be an upgrade.
And Danico Autry.
Well, Danico inside. He'd be just like Danico Autry, for being honest, being able to go inside and outside. I love it. I think it's a real possibility.
You think you honestly think it's a real possibility?
I do. I mean, look, I don't know if D'Amico's gonna go for it.
He's laughing, man. He's not even taking it serious. Right? Do you see that? He's not even taking it serious.
I think look, here's the deal.
I mean, he don't want to be disrespectful to JJ.
Sure, there may be some of that too. There may be some of that
Come on, man.
Now, here's the deal is what I disagree with is the thought that this is if the Texans lose a couple of defensive ends and they're in an emergency situation. Like, to me, that's silly. Like that to call on him to save the defense and save the season would be crazy. But if I firmly believe that J.J. Watt wants to play, I don't believe that he's got it out of his system. And if the Texans could add J.J. Watt in a way in which includes training camp and includes the anything before a rash of injuries, then I think it could be a real possibility and it could be a huge win. You're a wet blanket. Come back in town, throw a wet blanket on
I want to have serious conversations. Like for me, this is
let me ask you this. If Aaron Donald sat this year out and next year said, hey, I want to come back, are the Rams crazy if they bring him back?
No, not crazy. But I think the injury situation with JJ is different. I think he's been injured a lot, and I think the Rams team has not replaced Aaron Donald at all. They don't have anything there. Like right now, when he start over, he moved Will to the bench.
No. He would be a depth guy. He would be a guy that
Aaron Donald wouldn't go back to the Rams for a depth guy.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what he would. I don't know what he'd do. I don't know that the two defensive tackle are the defensive tackle that they just drafted, I don't know. I don't know exactly what they do. I'm just saying. I mean the it's just the thought of if Aaron Donald, he had 8 sacks this year in his final year, he retired. If he sat a year, would McVay and the Rams be crazy if they said, "Hey man, we want you to come back. If you're interested in playing, we want you to come back and play with us." I don't think it'd be crazy.
Yeah, I when you look at the Rams team and the Texans team and where those two teams are, I think they're in completely different places, especially in the position. There's still a hole there where Aaron Donald lived. Like there's no rookie that's going to stop them. There's not a hole where he plays. Like as you said, he is going to be a depth guy. Listen, they are to this point where it is, and I'm not even going off into the space of, all right, here we go. Now JJ wants to play again when the Texans are a real Super Bowl contender. I know there's some people who are saying that. I'm not even going to that point of it. My thing is, my man has been out a full year plus, has not played for this team in 3-4 years, however long it's been, and they do not need him. They don't need, like, he's not, like, at D tackle, you damn sure, that's where they need it. You damn sure don't want to have him just playing D. He's not just a every down D tackle. And J.J. Watt is a depth guy. And if J.J. Watt's going to be a depth guy, and you're going to bring him in, like this story,
JJ's not healthy enough to not be a depth guy. Like JJ is at a point in his career where he can't play. I mean, he has to be a low snap count guy. He has to be a situational pass rusher at this point.
Like people texting in JJ would take Jerry Hughes' old role.
I mean, JJ would fit in a passing situation. Obvious passing situations would be a no-brainer, and would be in the package of the 4 down: Danico Autry, JJ Watt, and then your 2 defensive ends. But he would be a rotational piece that is second to only Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter at this point in time on the outside. And Danico Autry's obviously in that conversation. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out how the hell they're going to use him inside and how much they're going to use him inside. He's obviously in that conversation.
Because him and JJ are both like tweeners.
I think, Ron, for me, the reason that you believe it's silly is exactly why I would say that it potentially could work. Is like they don't need him. If the Texans needed J.J. Watt, it would be a J.J. Watt, man, come fill this void. You got to stay healthy. You got to get double-digit sacks. You got to start. You got to play 70% of the snaps. I mean, that's just unrealistic. Yeah, like that's silly. That's not ever going to happen.
And and I heard B. Scott say this earlier, like the best thought is him come in mid-season. And no, man, that's not how they built this. That is not how they've built this.
Yeah.
To have JJ just come in because he's JJ on a team that they don't need. They don't need him.
Well, I don't think his body would, like, to me, the only way that this makes sense, and it's a long shot at best, but is you sign him and you bring him in the preseason. You bring him in. His body needs to go through training camp. To your point, he sat a year. He hasn't done football things in over a year. He needs to lean on 300-pounders. He needs to come off the ball from a three-point stance. He needs those things. And, hell, I'd be willing to say, hey, don't even play in the first month of the season. Go through training camp, go through practice, get your body right, get ready, and then make a decision whether this guy can go out there and affect the game.
The great philosopher Jonathan Cena.
John Cena, I like this.
Said, my time is now. Your time is up. JJ,
I like that.
We love you. Your time is up. It's CJ's turn. It's Will's turn. It's Stingley's turn. It's Nico, Tank. It's their turn. They have been the ones to get this team into relevance. They don't need this story. And that's what it is. He's not playing football. Forrest isn't coming up again to start. It's over. Just stop with this nonsense and let's talk about real stuff. The Ravens aren't trying to hunt down Terrell Suggs. Ooh. Stop this. Somebody's trying to hunt him down, though. Coming up, there's an update from Dana Brown on an important piece with the Astros. We'll let you hear what he had to say coming up next.
Hey, don't be a wet blanket. Go to Twin Peaks. They got top shelf bourbons, top shelf tequila.
Find them all on the free Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to the drive. All back, full effect. Get to Dana Brown here in a second. General manager spoke about things. We've had a couple of things here. I'm with Clint. Bring him in from the start, not as a savior. I like this one. Don't listen to the show. I listen to 610, just not your show. I'm guessing that maybe it's the gimmick type thing, but doesn't work for me.
You just happen to be listening right now, though, didn't you, bud?
Y'all could do better
Dumbass.
with B. Scott in there permanently.
I told you yesterday when Ron was coming back today. I mean, why'd you listen, damn it?
Get out of here,
I
warned you he was coming back. He can't even sit on a damn stool on the way to New York right.
Shout out to B. Scott, who I heard
Skeezy
stepped in for me. Great. B. Scott is great. He was great today as well, in for Landry.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
Texter not going anywhere yet, though. And you listen. You know you listen. You sit there entertained as hell and pissed that you are.
Our words entering your ear hole every day. You know it.
Text line, rerun. You can kiss my ass with that one. I'm going to tell you that right now. We'll stop the line right there. I'll draw the line. You stop laughing so damn hard, because if you grinning, you in it, Tyler. And I swear to God, is right about JJ. I agree 100%. Best, I don't know what that's supposed to be. Best take by rerun came up with in months. It's Ron, not rerun. Shout out to that young man who I thought for a long time. Who's the guy? Kurt Menefee. I thought he was rerun.
You thought Kurt Menefee was?
Yeah, I thought he grew up to be Kurt Menefee, and I found out they're two different people. Because he really favors him.
I mean, that's not. I don't know how their ages line up, to be honest with you, but I mean, it's the look is damn near spot on.
I'm just saying, man. Let these boys eat, man. Let these boys do their thing, man. It's their time. All right, Dana Brown was on MLB Network earlier today with Brian Kenny, and he gave an update on Christian Javier. He still ain't back.
Really slept wrong, man.
Did we get a diagnosis of
just
that?
sore neck?
No, nothing. But
I need more.
He did throw a bullpen. The last I heard, he had thrown a bullpen.
Good. Well,
don't know how many pitches it was. Don't know how many he spun. But I do believe it was a bullpen on the field with batters in the batter's box, just standing there. It wasn't live BP. They were just standing there. No, they were just standing there.
Ow. All right. Here is Dana Brown, an update on Christian Javier.
We want all the guys to come back healthy, of course. Hopefully, Javier will be back toward the end of this week. That would be huge for us, and then we will have all of our starters back. We didn't predict that our rotation in its entirety would go down, the course of this spring prior to May 1st. All of our guys in the rotation had an IL stint, so that's been difficult.
All right, so he said by the end of this week, which means everybody will be there, and they can take Hunter Brown out of it. Right?
Yeah, man, I'm still hopeful for Hunter, but yeah, he needs to get sit down and go work on some stuff, something.
I mean, I guess they could go to a 6-man rotation, but
they've hinted at that.
But I mean, Hunter this is rough. My man.
Very.
Yeah.
And then when you say send him to the bullpen, that's tough for me because his trouble innings are the first ones. Like his troubled innings are when he first steps out. Like, it'd be one thing if, all right, man, Hunter's really good the first time through the lineup, and then the second time around, once they've seen him, they get him. No, they get Hunter's ass right off the bat, and you definitely don't want a reliever coming in and getting hit. So that's going to be one to watch to see what they do when Christian Javier comes back, as Dana Brown said, could be at the end of the week. What they do. Spencer Getty has pitched better than Hunter up to this point, but at least having these guys back, Clint, and having, the starters that you were hoping, at least the top 4 you were hoping to have in the rotation, especially now that Blanco's come on.
Yeah, look, I think it'll be big. It will be interesting to see, who that last starter in the rotation is. It'll be interesting to see if they go to that 6-man rotation. Hell, who the final 2 starters are. I don't know how you go to a 6-man rotation. I don't know how, if you're the Astros right now, you don't go, hey, we got to get our 5 best out there and rotate them through as many times as we can to see if we can't dig out of this hole. But look, I'm not as worried about the starting rotation as it pertains to being able to get back. I know when you're able to roll Fromber and Christian Javier and now Blanco out there, it's a different. Obviously, it changes the game drastically. But, man, you look at it right now, they got to figure out.
Well, they got a few things to figure out.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to figure out between Montero, who had been better, but he's still just not – it's still rough. But you got to figure out the Montero, Abreu, Presley, Hader thing.
Yeah, there's not a single person out of the bullpen, especially the guys that working late in innings, that you feel very comfortable with walking.
Yeah.
Last year, even though Presley started to show some signs, I still think when Abreu and Presley walked out there, you felt pretty good.
Yep.
About what was going to happen. Not now. Not at this point.
Well, Ron, they've got so many guys that have been bad. We talked about this yesterday. You got so many guys that have been bad. Like you'd love to say, "Hey, Josh Hader, man, we're gonna give Presley that 9th inning, and we're gonna see what you can. We're gonna let you get this thing right. We get you a little work in. We're gonna maybe we'll work in the 7th or the 8th.
Can't afford it, man.
Can't afford it. Well, I mean, you can't afford it, and you don't have answers. You don't have the ability because the other guys have been so bad. So, yeah, I mean, look, I would like to sit here and agree with Dana Brown on these starters, and that's fine. But I mean, I just don't think that's going to make a huge difference in their ability to make this run. Because you look at, they've lost games where Verlander's gone 7 and given up 2. I mean, you look at Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown was not great, obviously, but he went 4 1/3 and gave up 2. I mean, he gave you a chance. He put you in a position to where when he came out of the ball game, you still had a shot. I mean, it's the starting pitching can be better, no question about it, and will be, and will change the game. But man,
I get the back end of the bullpen. It's just when you think about, all right, they're going to have to get a 8 out of 10 stretch, a 15 out of 10 stretch somewhere, a 15 out of 20 stretch, somewhere to get back in it. The number one thing you think is, all right, can we have good starts every time out to give you a chance, and getting maybe Hunter Brown and these young guys out of it to give you a better chance every single night, that may help. But as you said, it won't matter if them dudes on the back end can't get anything done. All right, coming up, I think the answer to this question for many guys is going to be completely different than maybe years ago. I know my partner next to me, it's going to be different. We'll discuss that coming up next.
J.J. Watt said if D'Amico called, he'd absolutely
KBB.com. Visit KellyBlueBook.com to get the journey started.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right. Good to be back. Good to be back in the building. Trip to New York was interesting.
The showman.
Trip to New York was interesting. I have to give some thoughts on it here in a bit. I do want to pose this question to many of you. Clint, Tyler, you can jump in this too because your perspective's different. Anyone out there on the text line 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, hello, what's good? Man, I'm telling you, I don't know what that is, Tyler. I thought that was a tall boy. I was Monster. I thought Tyler had a tall boy that he just took to the head.
Just breaking the law.
Tyler said, I looked over there, I thought that was a wolf killer over there. I said, Tyler, sit to hell with you.
Brought one of them and didn't know me one, boy, I'd be hot.
Hope the FCC isn't watching YouTube.
And he would just say tamales.
Good point. Well played.
Oh God, I'd forgotten about that.
Don't worry, I won't let you. But hey, man, did you see what happened with Rudy Gobert last night?
Nothing happened. He wasn't there.
So Rudy Gobert, this is game 2 of the Western Conference semis. They're playing the defending champions. He actually has a matchup of great importance. As many times in the game, he's going to be matched up against the best player in the world right now, Nikola Jokic. Firstborn. His wife's going in labor, going to have the baby. Game 2, same night. My man flew it on back from Denver to Minneapolis to or wherever they live to go ahead and have the baby. He missed game 2. Now, they beat the hell out of him, which is a real concern if you're a Denver Nuggets fan. They were down by like 35 at one point in that game. But would you have pulled the Rudy Gobert? Would you have pulled the Rudy Gobert? Would you, game 2, playoff game, skip town and go on with your wife to watch your firstborn come on out the womb? Would you have pulled the Rudy Gobert?
Ooh. Right now, yes.
So you would this is different from before you had Liv. Before you had Liv, you'd be looking like, nah, I wouldn't have done it. Because you're the closest one.
The only thing I can do is obviously be like a quarterback missing a game in football, playoff game in football, is significantly different than a
That's true.
A guy, Rudy Gobert missing this game, especially in hindsight after you saw what Minnesota was able to do. So I don't know, man. Like, I absolutely would have done it back in the day.
You would have skipped it.
Absolutely.
Lauren would have had that.
Well, what I would have done was I would have said, hey, have a jet sitting on go wherever we're playing, and if it happens before the game, I got to go, and if it happens obviously during or after, I'll jump the jet and get the hell out of here. That's what I would do now. Right? I would be willing to miss the game and not blink an eye. But in my playing days, no, I'd have been playing ball and showing up and seeing the baby after it's born.
Text line rolled through. Nope, send me pictures. My experiences and thoughts are completely different after having a child.
Yes, absolutely.
The first one too, and especially her first one. Right, there was like, I'm not saying my wife needs me, but I felt like that day she needed me. Hell, she threatened the hell out of me when I went to a wedding and she almost skipped it, and I almost missed it. But like that like I felt like I needed to be there. Like that is
you went to a wedding and almost missed one, not a playoff. It was
20
game.
days. All right, we were well, we were good. 20 days out. All right. I just like, for me, I couldn't miss it, especially having it. Now, I'm going to say I probably would have gone to the game. If I probably would have played in the game if I were a player before having it. And I would say, Clint, if it were The second, third, or something else, I would probably play. The first one, I would kill myself if I missed that experience. After going through the experience, that is more important than game 2.
Well, I tell you, in hindsight, for me, the way Liv, my first one, Liv was born, it was a traumatic birth, right? And she didn't take her first breath until almost 5 minutes being out. It was just under 5 minutes, and obviously being there for that. But then the part with Lo, I mean, the way that the mother is obviously can't get up. She was very reliant on me to tell her what was, even though I didn't know, because my first one, I didn't know what the hell was going on. But she was very reliant on me to tell her what was going on. She was very reliant on me once the baby was walked by her, not breathing, was like, hey, go with the baby and get back with me and let me know what's going on. Like, I couldn't imagine my wife sitting there having gone through that by herself. There's no playoff game. There's no nothing, and I don't care if it is quarterback. There's nothing that would put me in after experiencing that. Now, the second one, boom, she was born, everything was fine. We was back in recovery in about 15 minutes. Now, if my first one went like that, I'd probably play in that playoff game. I'd probably go ahead and collect that check. But after going through that first one, Ron, there ain't no way, man.
Someone texted in, what about if game 2 is a reason why it was easier? What if it was a game 7?
That is a good point. You wonder if it were either a one-game series or a deciding game in the series. Them being up 1-0, stealing game 1 against Denver, probably made that decision a lot easier.
yeah, they're still in that. Yeah,
and now in hindsight,
and now he may even just sit this one out here.
Hey man,
he may sit game 3 out just to be close.
Yeah, hell, you might as well. You take it easy, man. Get you another day with the kiddo, man.
Yeah,
I mean that was wild. What was old buddy's name? I was on a plane with his mama when he was at LSU. The dude that played for Rudy last night. Something is. It's Tez, Dez.
Long.
What's his
or
name?
Reed. I'm sorry.
Reed.
Yeah.
Nas Reed. I was on the plane with his mom, and this is when old buddy was because he was at LSU with what's the coach that got caught talking about paying him?
He's at McNeese State now. Yeah.
Yeah, we I think LSU had just played Arkansas, and I was coming back. I think anyway. We was on a plane. I'm sitting next to her, and she, you know, proud mama. She can't wait to tell me who son is and what's going on, and she got to telling me their story and how I can't remember the whole story, but where they were from and all this yada yada yada. I said, well, where are you headed now? I'm going to head home. I said, where's home? She said Baton Rouge. I said, oh, you and the hubby moved down to Baton Rouge, just randomly moved down to Baton Rouge, huh? Hey, look, Nas said, yeah, I'll come to Baton Rouge if you move mom and dad down.
Yeah, I get that. That was a lot of people doing that.
Yes, indeed. Hey, it was great. It was great. A proud mom. We talked about her son the whole way, and I didn't even realize. I didn't realize that he was in the league. I mean, I assumed
6th man of the year.
Yeah, but he was undrafted, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I didn't until they started. He was going off last night. I was like, damn, I'll be damned. I wonder how his mom's is doing. She looked. By the way, moms looked like she was young enough to be his lady, not his mom.
These teams and fans are just like corporations most of us work for. They don't give a damn about individuals. I would respect someone missing a game to see their firstborn.
You and me both.
Yeah. No, that's one that I completely feel different about after having it. All right, Uncle Glenn, you got some thoughts on this. Go ahead.
Hello, y'all. How y'all doing?
We're good, baby. How you doing?
I'm doing it. Is that my boy, Ron?
That's right, baby. I'm back, baby.
Yeah, Ron and Clint T. I just got off my aircraft carrier in Corpus Christi, and I'm glad I can talk to y'all. But let me tell you something. I don't give a mother duck about no playoff game when it comes to the birth of my child or grandchildren, my mother, my sister, or loved ones. Now, y'all got to think about life. And God bless you, Clint, with your baby. God bless you. Gobert did the right thing. And I don't really, like I said, I could care less about Gobert or the rest of them. But he needs to understand the most important thing in his life is that baby. So he ought to tell them people to kiss his backside.
Yeah, I
think... I've been to 2 wars. I've seen people die. And all you can think about is your family. And God bless you, Clint. You got a little girl. That's the most important thing in your life. I love all of y'all, but I can say, like, think about this, and I'm going to let y'all go. I'm talking too much. Yeah, does it really matter the last World Series, the last Super Bowl, the last NBA playoff, and you see that little boy, a little girl there that you're going to see for the rest of your life? Does it really matter? And I think y'all already know the answer. And that's all I got to say, nephews.
All right, appreciate that, Uncle Glenn.
Yeah. That's the crazy thing is it's not even like in the moment. Like I made some poor decisions when nothing like that. I wasn't faced with this obviously, but I made some poor decisions and missed some milestones, brother's wedding, the birth of my nephew.
You talked about your regret.
Yeah, and I look back on it, and that's in the moment, man. I mean, I'm fighting for a job. I'm playing in Europe. I'm fighting for a job. In my mind, I'm thinking, man, I can't miss a game, man. These dudes sent me over here to get 10 games in. I can't miss one of them. I can't. And you miss 2-3 days of practice because you got to fly. I mean, if depending on when it falls, you could end up missing 2 days of practice for the next week, and so you miss. Coach gets it bad side of the coach, and you end up missing 2 starts. And boy, I just really, it was an easy decision for me to be like, hey, I can't make it. I'm gonna be selfish. And I'm gonna take care of myself and handle my own business. But boy, in hindsight, I look back and I'm like.
Yeah, and he's getting crushed harder because he's Rudy. Because it's Rudy. Rudy is a fringe cat anyway. Rudy was during the COVID thing. He was doing a lot of stupid stuff. People view him as soft and stuff like that. Like Gilbert Arenas and them, they were on his ass. The hell? You skipped a playoff game? You gotta send me a picture. Yeah. I can't. I think it changes once you have kids. Some people, but as you said. When you took that, I'm trying to hold a job. This thing is, I've worked this hard for this, but like Uncle Glenn said, man, none of it ultimately is as important as that. All right, coming up, Dana Brown had some comments about the Astros and some updates. We'll let you hear that if you missed that. And they got a big series against the Yankees. We'll get you set up and ready for that. All of that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
I got a message for those Yankee turds.
Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, as Espada the right type of manager for this group? They've watched a lot of leadership go out the door. And Espada, at least 34 games in, seems to be the ultimate player's manager. It's a very talented group, but it's not one that I look at and I go, okay, there's an alpha, there's an alpha, there's an alpha. Like, to a degree, I wonder would they be 12-22 if Dusty Baker were the manager?
Wake up with Sean and Seth, 6 to 10 every morning. FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, here we go. Let's get some Astros news out first. Let's go with the pitching staff. This is the latest, fellas. Concerning news, this according to The Athletic, Chandler Rome, concerning news for the depleted Astros rotation. J.P. France has a shoulder injury that could keep him out, quote, a while. Sources tell The Athletic as it begins its stretch of 29 games in 30 days. Houston has 5 healthy MLB starters on its 40-man roster. So J.P. France, and as we said, you never know what happens. I know he is he was sent down, but apparently he is going to miss quite a bit of time with this shoulder issue. So that is bad news for the Astros there, because even though he's got sent down, there's obviously a clear possibility with the injury situation they've had this year that they may need a J.P. France again. So now we're probably looking more into the, what's my man's name, Blair Henley. Potentially, if you have to go dig down there, you might have to go that route. But that is the latest there. J.P. France, a guy who was a huge part of this team in the second half last year and was thought to be a part, is going to miss, it looks like, quite a bit of time.
Yeah, look, I'll be honest with you. That one doesn't concern me too much. I mean, knowing that J.P. France could potentially be there down the stretch, I think is somewhat important.
If the stretch matters, yeah.
Well, I mean, I just like right now. I mean, because you're obviously not talking about Javier Fromber or Justin Verlander, right? You're not, or at this point, let's be honest, Ronel Blanco. You're not talking about O'Neill either. Those 4 guys there, I believe, have earned to be in a conversation by themselves at this point in time. I mean, everybody else is like, okay, let's figure out this Hunter Brown experiment has got to come to a head at some point, right? Spencer Arrighetti, like I like what I've seen from him. I want to see more of that. I want to know what we're dealing with down the stretch here. Now, I say all that to say, I just don't think starting pitching, as bad as it's been in terms from an injury standpoint, I don't think that has been the problem of why the Astros are where they are right now. Could it be better? Yes. Will it be better? Absolutely. Do I want to spend a bunch of time experimenting with these guys? Absolutely not. But I do. For me, I'm more interested in seeing who Spencer is, who Hunter Brown is. I'm more interested in that than rolling J.P. France back out there.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens there. It's just, if something else does occur, they just have to go deeper in the bag to find starters. But good news, that was bad news there. On the J.P. France front, Dana Brown addresses Christian Javier, and we're getting reports off of this. But this was Dana Brown talking about the return potentially of Christian Javier.
We want all the guys to come back healthy, of course. Hopefully Javier will be back toward the end of this week. That would be huge for us, and then we'll have all of our starters back. We didn't predict that our rotation in its entirety would go down, the course of this spring prior to May 1st. All of our guys in the rotation had an IL stint. So, that's been difficult.
All right, that's Dana Brown saying he could come back in the end of the week. And now Will Conkle has just, our guy, reported Javier will start this weekend versus Detroit. So he will be back this weekend. So that means Verlander, Fromber, Ronel Blanco, Christian Javier, and to me, the 5th would be Arrighetti over Hunter Brown. Because Hunter Brown has, to me, struggled, and I think Arrighetti has pitched better. And right now, it's got to be the better.
Have we heard the latest on, because Dana Brown just said all of our starters will be back. Have we heard the latest on Urquidy?
Yeah, I hadn't heard.
When you were out, he threw a bull, but he threw BP. Wasn't that who that was, Tyler?
He didn't mention. Yes, I knew that. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that when I was off, that he had thrown as well. So we'll see. That would even be better if he could slide into, and maybe Arrighetti, you get him.
Well, if Hunter Brown or Spencer Arrighetti, whoever it is, again at this point in time, I want to see both. I want to see more of whoever it is. But Jose, he is indeed healthy. If I miss something and he is going to be in the rotation, then or at some point at least they plan on him being in the rotation sooner rather than later. Then we're talking about the 6th starter being one of those 2 guys.
Yeah,
potentially
could be. Yeah, so that's big to get him back on the mound with that neck injury that he suffered that kept him out. So he should start this weekend against Detroit. Chas McCormick, who went on the IL, is not going to play in Sugar Land. There were some reports that he was seen in Sugar Land, but he will not play tonight. Could join them soon. So they're trying to get healthy ahead of this series against the Yankees, which starts tonight, Clint. And we know they swept them 4 games here in Houston to start the season. They'll play 3 in New York. Verlander goes tonight, and I think I heard you guys talking about this yesterday when I was driving. I completely agree. Verlander starts have to be wins at this point. Like to try to get back in this thing, Verlander starts, you got to win them. Like his starts, you have got to win because it's disheartening if you don't. Because if you lose this one, now you got Spencer Arrighetti coming behind him, and now it's shaky.
Well, look, the thing is, Ron, is I mean, especially when he gives you 7 and 2.
Yeah.
You know, when he gives you 7 innings, 2 runs, I mean, you got to win that game. I mean, if it's a game that if you lose a Verlander start, it's got to be because Verlander's wheels came off and it just wasn't a typical Verlander start. It can't be when he goes deep into a game and puts you in a position where 2, hell, maybe even 1, but 2 pitchers other than he has to toe the rubber. You got to win that game. I mean, you got to find a way to make that happen. So, and again, I know it's baseball. I know typically it's a long season. I know crazy things happen. But given the Astros' current scenario and the situation that they put themselves in, this is where they're at. Verlander goes 7 and gives up 2. You got to win that ball game. If you're going to give yourself a puncher's chance to win this division, you've got to win those. You got to put those to bed.
Yeah, if he gives you a chance, you got to find a way to win those games, man. And hell, even that start he had against the Cubs where he went 5 innings and danced his way out of trouble and gave up, I think, 1 or 2 runs, maybe 1 run. You got to find a way to pull those games out. So that is the latest there with the Astros. They'll take on the Yankees tonight. Tyler, how you feel about this series?
Would love a sweep.
Okay.
What?
I'm with you. That'd be huge. They got to start. They're going to have to start doing this. Yeah, they're going to have to start doing this. By the way, I did go to Yankee Stadium, did go to a Yankee game. I'm not going to lie to you. The stadium, the experience was amazing. That would be one I would recommend if you have never been. And I know it's the new Yankee Stadium. If you've never been, it's a great spot, a great stadium. They ought to be ashamed of themselves with their food.
Is that bad, huh?
That bad. I mean, when I say that bad, Clint, it's annoying because they didn't even put in the effort. And to me, it feels like, oh, we're Yankee Stadium. We don't have to have cool stuff or anything. They just got them lazy-ass hot dogs, and they're lazy. They're not even
It's just bun and
it's not even like a plump, good-sized one that you can get
about the bun or the wiener?
The both of them.
Oh.
These look like they could be dollar dog nights. I mean, it was awful. My friend Steve got a burger because that's, what he could find. Yes, they ought to be ashamed of themselves. I mean, I give it. That's
supposed to be one of the bright spots of going to a game.
Like it's as if they said, "I don't give a damn." Here, go look at.
We're the Yankees.
Go look at Babe Ruth's plaque.
Go look at a statue, huh?
Yeah, but food.
Take this nasty ass hot dog. Go check out our history.
They could just let AMC Theater come in and just take over. Hard ass chicken fingers. They did have an idiot working up there that just gave us too much food. I mean, a real idiot. And he's the worst kind of idiot.
He didn't do it being cool.
Nah, man. And he's the worst kind of idiot because he looked down at his coworker like she was the dumb one. Courtney bought the tickets. They all came with food vouchers. So we went up there to use the food vouchers.
Right.
We ordered chicken strips, fries, 1 foot-long hot dog. That was me. A beer and a bottle of water. We left with 3 hot dogs, cheese sauce, 2 sets of fries, 2 sets of chicken fingers, and a beer and a water.
That was you.
For one price. No, he just kept bringing it. He ran it, and then he brought back more. And then we were just sitting there like, what the hell is he bringing all this food back? said, "Here, Brandon, take this box.
Take this, see if he'll bring another one.
And walk off." And like we walked out, I'm just like, and he looking down at her like, and he telling us, "I got you." No, you dumbass, you didn't. You didn't give us. I still don't know where he got the third hot dog. He just started bringing stuff. It's like, all right, man. But it was ridiculous. So eat before you go. I'll say that.
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
All right, last night NBA playoffs, entertaining. The Knicks games in the Garden, that might be atmosphere-wise the most entertaining watch the NBA has right now. Like they are like those games there that the intensity level in the building is crazy. And now Jalen Brunson is going crazy. 43 again last night, 4 straight games with 40-plus points. It's just you can find stars anywhere.
Yeah.
This thing with him. And I'm not saying they're not easy, but they found him, and in Dallas they're probably kicking themselves right now, even though they're still alive. But it's crazy what he's done there. And then we talked about it a little bit yesterday. I am downright shocked what the Minnesota Timberwolves are doing to the Denver Nuggets. I mean, I think many people thought the Nuggets were just kind of playing around with the Lakers and then turning it on when they wanted to. I think they played this way, and Minnesota just does not allow them to turn it on. Like right now, I would not be surprised at all if they just swept them.
Yeah,
and that is crazy with Jokic out there on the
it's wild to watch. First of all, the Pacers Knicks game, and that's going to be a straight shootout the entire way.
Absolutely.
I mean, that is going to be as fun a series.
And by the way, I've heard of swallowing whistles, but my God, they're just throwing them. Yeah, they're just walking out there.
the Timberwolves Nuggets game. I mean, the interesting part about that game is you talk about whistles, right? Is if the Timberwolves, or let me put it to you this way, if the Nuggets don't find a way to get a couple of refs that are going to call the tic-tac stuff,
call it tighter,
they're done. They're done. I mean, the Timberwolves, my only question is, can the Timberwolves play what we watched last night? Can they play that level of defense for 4 games this series to win it all? Can you, because they expend some energy now.
I thought it was
Good
2000 Ravens.
Yes. You thought Ray Lewis was out there?
Yeah, I thought Ray was out there. I mean, but they did it without their best defensive player.
Yes,
that was the crazy part.
It was unbelievable, man. I mean, they had Jamal Murray,
who should be suspended, and they frustrated him so much he can't do anything.
No, it was unbelievable. But look, the quote unquote best player on the planet right now was shook too. He was rattled too.
Oh, he could. I mean, they have wave of size that they can throw at him.
Well, it's just one of those deals where they're moving so fast. When somebody penetrates, a defender comes off of another player and strips the ball before they even get their eyes on it.
Reggie said it, and it felt like he said it looks like it's 7 Timberwolves out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
They cover so much ground.
And so you got one that's going to be an even matchup. It's going to be a shootout in the Knicks and the Pacers, and then the Wolves Nuggets game is it's your old school. I mean, if you're an old school basketball guy and you like the old school way of playing ball, watch the Timberwolves play defense.
It's scary because Anthony Edwards doesn't even look like he's going hard. No. Like last night, he looked like he was just playing at whatever pace he wanted to play at. That Minnesota, that team just, grew like that.
Ron, I don't know, and I know. Look, I'm guilty. I'm dead ass wrong most of the time when I watch one game and go, boy. I mean, I think I've watched every one of these teams in the playoffs so far. Minnesota.
No, there
ain't nobody playing like
Minnesota. They
did
a number on them like this in Game 1.
Yeah.
They did it. I mean, the Suns could do nothing.
Ooh.
The Suns lost the game where Booker had almost 50 and KD had 35, and they lost bad. It's just
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, a move in the division, Clint, and I think we'll find out a lot about what kind of player this kid is in Tennessee, because I don't know how good Will is, but they're certainly putting a lot of stuff around him. The Titans have added Tyler Boyd. A lot of people talked about him potentially being somebody the Texans looked at when they were looking at another receiver. Tyler Boyd, who had been with the Cincinnati Bengals, he comes over to Tennessee, and now they have Calvin Ridley. They have DeAndre Hopkins. They have Burks, who the kid who played at Arkansas, who they drafted #1 a couple years ago, and now they add Tyler Boyd to that group. They have a lot of weapons over there in the passing game.
Well, they've entered the conversation of wide receiver trios in the league. To me, it was the Bears and the Texans were in a league of their own. I think when you look at the top 3 wide receivers, enter the Titans, and if you want to throw that fourth one in there, and I know Treylon Burks has not lived up to even remotely close to the expectations, but to have that guy as your fourth receiver, boy, if he flourishes at all, if he develops and stays healthy and becomes the pro that if he becomes remotely close to the pro that they thought he was going to be when they drafted him, their top 4 is going to be ridiculous. But they've entered the trio, the best trio in the NFL conversation with this sign, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, if Will Levis is anything that they think he can be,
well,
if he is anything they think he can be.
Here's the deal. With this group, if they stay healthy, and if Callahan is as good an offensive coordinator as they think he is, he's going to throw for a ton of yards. He's going to put up some big-ass numbers.
And you're right. Like, that's offense. This is the offense that is damn near every quarterback has had some level of success.
Well, when you put that level of pass catcher around, because don't forget about their tight end now.
Yeah.
I mean, their tight end specials, in terms of running routes and catching the ball, run after catch, they've got some dudes, and they got 2 backs in the backfield. Tony Pollard is got to be as motivated as anybody to go out there and go for 1,000 and catch the ball in the backfield and do special things. So, I mean, it reminds me of the Justin Herbert L.A. Chargers. I mean, they're going to put dudes around him like Justin had. He can throw it 90 damn yards. He can spin it all over the park. He is going to throw for a ton of yards, but when it comes to the playing the game, little intricate details of throwing the ball with touch and the accuracy issues and being on time and not taking sacks, at some point that catches up with you.
Yep.
And I think that catches up with Will. But Will's going to put up big numbers, and people are going to love him.
All right, GM Dana Brown got to talking again. He got to talking again. And some Astros fans are going to be with it. Some are going to be, come on, Dana. Come on, Dana, get real. We'll discuss that if we let you hear what the general manager had to say coming up next on The Drive.
All right, if you're
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, just a second. We'll let you hear what General Manager Dana Brown had to say, and I wonder if you with him. How you feeling about his thoughts here, his comments here? Before that, the lineups are out for this game today. The Astros go with Altuve, Tucker staying in that 2 spot. That pissed me smooth off when they announced that.
You leave town and two old Tuck shows up.
I've been pushing that for years, and he's in that 2 spot. But Alvarez, come on, Jordan. He is the DH tonight in the 3 spot. Bregman, Pena, John Singleton is in the 6 hole. And by the way, you two are, y'all, all three of y'all are some absolute fools. I died laughing. Because y'all probably thought Victor Carantini and maybe Anthony Rizzo would be kicking it before the game.
Ain't no problem to it, I thought for sure.
Talking real smooth to each other with a similar background. Till we saw that interpreter come out with Victor Carantini.
And Carantini is not Italian.
That's what I said. Him and Anthony Rizzo ain't kicking it like you thought they would.
I tell you what, he ain't even trying.
No.
Like he never even looked at Julia. He looked hard at the interpreter
And got it.
Straight to him and gave him the answer. I mean, I definitely thought I thought that he was more low profito than Maldonado. That's
I thought him and Anthony Rizzo. I thought there's something there. There is not.
Ron, we want to talk about this. Now may not be the time because I know you got a little something you want to get to, but this Bregman stronghold in that top four is getting me now.
Yeah, with Dubon out the lineup, as Caratini is batting seventh, Cabbage is in at left field, Myers is in center, with Dubon sitting on the bench.
I guess we're done with Dubon being Verlander center fielder, huh? Pop fly guy.
Yeah, I just don't know. It's a day off. You had one yesterday. He should be what? I mean, right now you just got. I mean, you got to win. You got to put your best lineup out there. I mean, there are multiple guys in this lineup that I think he should be in before.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, Diaz ain't even in the lineup.
Yeah, no Diaz. Yeah, no Diaz or Dubon.
No Diaz, no Dubon. I mean, no low Perfito. No, I mean, in Cabbage, I get it. I mean, I guess he's.
Yeah, get him.
I hadn't seen a ton of him, but whatever.
But if you're gonna have Cabbage in there, I mean, Dubon got to be in there. Like, it's an interesting lineup Dana Espada put together, but that is today's lineup for the Astros as they try to get out to a good start in this 3-game set against the Yankees. All right, General Manager Dana Brown talked about where his mindset is in terms of trade deadline and where the Astros and how they'll be operating when it comes to that.
No, I can't envision that. I think this ball club's too good. We have a really good rotation. We have a really good bullpen. Our bats are a little bit off to a slow start. You know, we haven't got much production from first base. Bregman's off to a little bit of a slow start. You know, we haven't got much production from left field and center field. So, you know, with that said, I think the production's coming. I think our guys are true professionals. They're good players. I can't predict any scenario where we become sellers. I think the team is too good. I think the key here is win the series, get back to 500. Once you get back to 500 and you start to roll, you get a winning streak of 5 here, 7 here, 10 there. Before you know it, you know, you're 8 to 10 games over 500. And so it's a long season. I'm reminded of when I was in Atlanta, we were down 10 games in June, you know, to the Mets, and we ran them down. So I don't see any chance of us becoming sellers. I think the team is too good, and if guys start to turn the corner, good things will happen.
Well, this should be, and hopefully this is just one of those flat-out lies that a lot of coaches, general managers, front office people in any sport say. They at least has to be in a planning thought process. Not saying that you want to get to it, not saying that the Astros are going to act on it or they should, but Dana, you are 10 games under 500, Jack. It's May 7th. I'm not saying to give up on it, but there has got to at least be conversations or at least thoughts of what are we going to do if this thing continues? Like, you don't see a scenario at all? Like, you don't see – and I am one who still has the towel in my hand. I have not thrown it in like Lopez. I think I heard Brandon Scott throw it in today.
Oh, B. Scott's throwing it. He's convinced too. He's almost disgusted when you ask him if he has or not.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's in.
He's I don't know.
Done. Have you thrown it in, Tyler? I know you're still holding.
Nah, I ain't throwing it in.
Don't say no that confident. You had thrown it in.
No, I mean it's a lot of baseball left. That's what I hear.
You're still holding, right?
Oh, I'm still holding. Look, for this trend to continue, there's going to have to be 5 to 6 Astros have the worst season of their career. It may happen. I mean, Jordan. Here, I'm not banking on Jordan staying cold. I'm not banking on Bregman staying cold. I'm not banking on Dubon continuing to come off the bench. I'm not banking on guys continuing to get hurt here as we roll. I think guys are going to get fresher or get healthy, and they're going to be fresh because they haven't done anything in half the damn year. I don't see Presley, Abreu, and Hader having the worst year of their damn career. I just don't see it happening. So yeah, I'm holding on to hope here. This isn't, I don't know. I just they played better of late. I hated that they dropped the series to the Mariners, but I feel so much better right now than I did, say, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 games ago. with the Astros.
No, and yes, I would say I feel better too. Like John has played a lot better. I like the young kid Joey. He looks like it's not too big for him when he's been in. They've shown some signs, but hell, man, we still sit here. They're 10 games under. They're still 10 games under 500. And what I'm saying is, for you, your job is not to give up or not to but you have to at least. Dana. Yes, but you have to at least be.
Prepare yourself.
Yes, like we got to at least be having the conversation of what is the and I believe they're at least to that point of at least having a game plan if this thing doesn't turn. If they don't run him down like they did when he was in Atlanta, if they don't go on 5-7 game win streaks, like they should at least be having ducks in a row or game plans on what they're going to do, because that's too late. And I believe they do, but I think, although when I hear him there, boy, he sounds like he really believes it. Like he
can talk it now.
I mean, he sounds like, boy, I'm telling you, man, like, we haven't got very much production in center field or in left field, and we're running with Jake Myers and Cabbage today. But anyway, we've not gotten there, and these guys will hit better, and then here comes Bregman, who's gotten off to a bit of a slow start.
Ooh.
A bit, huh?
Bregman shouldn't be hitting above 6.
Is that where you are?
Absolutely. I'm done. I can't watch another pop up to second base in clutch situation. I can't.
Is Breggy being ridiculous?
Yeah. That's a rough one. That's a rough one. So we'll see. Hopefully they don't have to, and they do catch fire, and they go on a run, but you at least have to be prepared for it. All right, coming up, let's move on to the Texans, Clint, because I know the next big thing on the calendar is when we get to see this schedule, when we get to see where the Texans are, and I know people have been talking about it. I think the number one thing I'm looking at with the Texans schedule, I wonder how much that's been a conversation. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, if the last couple of years has taught us anything, y'all, it's you got to value the things that we can control. One thing.
eczema. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for details.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Went to a comedy show in NYC, Tyler. Tyler, you seem like the guy that would try to do this. Don't sit on that front row. Don't sit on that front row.
It's more fun that way.
Oh, my God. That Victor kid, whew, he ate it, boy.
He got destroyed.
Oh, my God.
Who'd you go see?
We just went to like just one of those comedy clubs. So it's, it had like now like a couple of them are recognizable. I've seen in movies and stuff.
Yeah,
and on late night and stuff.
Yeah, New York City's got a good comedy scene.
Oh
for sure.
yeah, it was cool. But man, that Asian kid Victor, they kept wondering, what's your name? Victor. What? There was two Asian guys. One's name was Drake and one's name was Victor, and that just every last one of them, that just threw them on off. Your name ain't no damn Drake.
Where were they from?
I think they were from Hartford, Connecticut. Yeah, man, it was good times. Yeah, Tyler, you seem like a guy that would sit on the front row.
I've been to a few stand-ups.
Yeah, you look like Tyler. Yeah, Tyler's got that level of confidence. I dig that. You would be, because you know they ask you, and you like nah, man, I'm good. Them guys up there, I mean, front and center. I mean, just every single one of them hit them. Just nailed them. Said, boy, man, I'm out, boy.
I'm always down to get roasted a little.
Yeah, I bet you are.
There ain't no question.
See, I'm now. Well, I'd make the mistake of trying to compete, and I would get my ass slaughtered by comedians.
Like Eddie Murphy and the Nutty Professor.
Like I could go against some regular folks, but I remember Kevin Hart got this guy from my school. This was Kevin Hart when he was touring.
Right.
Like I'm in college, so this is like 05, actually 04. And the funniest dude in the school, like, you know, that people knew. He went up there, he thought he was going to give it to Kevin Hart. I mean, Kevin Hart undressed him with like 3 jokes that just put him on his ass, man. Them dudes is pros. They do this thing, so. But no, man, it was good times, man. Good times. I would recommend that. Hit that comedy show. Hit a comedy show if you're ever in NYC. If you're going out there,
it's been a long time since I've been to a comedy show.
Really?
I need to go. I need to go to one.
Yeah, and not just one like where, you know, I'm going to go see, you know, Dave Chappelle or
yeah, you talking about kind of underground, kind of underground type stuff.
Yeah, where you got it's like 5 comedians,
right,
in one, and they're coming out and enrolling. Yeah, like the first guy, he didn't even seem to have a set. He just went through the audience.
They're just picking on people.
He just picked them all off. All right. I don't know when this schedule is going to come out. Thought it might come out this week. It sounds like reports are that it may come out next week. And Clint, obviously, I think one of the first things to look at is, are the Texans going to be in that Thursday night opening game against the Chiefs? I've been talking about that since I could see that the Chiefs and the Texans were both division winners, and then saw that the Texans were going to have to go on the road to Kansas City. That's what I am hoping for that, because I think the Texans are a perfect team to be out there to showcase the two quarterbacks against each other, the guy who's on the top and the guy who may be the number one threat to come after him, at least of the young guys. I think that would be a great matchup. But
it comes down to Baltimore, Cincinnati, and Houston.
Yep.
And I just, for the first time, when I say that, as a football fan, not a Texans fan, just as a football fan, being aware of what's going on around the team, which I believe is a lot of it's hype, but what's going on around the team, I genuinely and sincerely, Ron, the football side of it, not the Texans side, feels like C.J. Stroud and the Houston Texans is a no-brainer. Over Lamar and
yes.
over Joe Burrow in Cincinnati. Not that there's anything wrong with those guys. The Burrow injury, I think, is going to play into it a little bit. But, like, the world has seen all that.
Yep.
If you're going to build up a Thursday night game.
And it worked so well last year with Detroit, the up and coming.
Yeah.
Like the Texans are the most sexy team.
Yep.
And the number one reason that the Texans are the most sexy team is why? The quarterback.
Yep.
God bless, brother.
And you have that against those, those two, and we have not seen that matchup at all, as you said. But like that's the first thing. But the other real number one thing that I'm looking at this schedule, fellas, is what's going to be the tough 4-game stretch. There's
that would be a few of them now.
That's what I was going to say. There may be a 5-game stretch. There may be a 5 out of 6. They play so many teams that look like they're going to be good teams, playoff level teams. Like they're going to have a 4-game murderer's row. There's just, as you said, they may have 2 of them that they're going to have to run through where you could look at it and say, all right, that stretch of games right there, that stretch of games is going to be critical. What do they look like going into that? What do they look like coming out of that? They've got to go bam, bam, bam here. Because last year, I don't even know if we could really look at what it was when the season came out, but ultimately their tough 4-game stretch was the first 4. It was Ravens, who were the number 1 seed, Colts, who finished above 500, Jags, who finished above 500, and the Steelers, who went 10-7, made the playoffs. That was their toughest run through the year. They're probably going to have 2 stretches that are tough as this or tougher than this. That's one thing, and how that thing shakes out. Are they going to have some sort of Kansas City, Dallas, Ravens, Jets, Jacksonville
Bills
run? You know what I mean? Like they're liable to have that's going to be like one of the first things my eyes go to is what is going to be the tough stretch of games that they have in a row where they got to get up for it.
Yeah, it's going to be a monster, man. I mean, we were looking at that the other day. I mean, you look at take the 6 division games, just the 11 games outside of the division games, and who was it, Tyler? Minnesota, obviously, with J.J. McCarthy and not knowing really what they're going to do there. There was one other team on the schedule. No, come on, Caleb Williams.
I know. That's why I said I guess Chicago.
There was one more. There's
the
one
Patriots,
more.
Right?
That's exactly who it was. It was the Patriots. Those are the 2 teams.
Job.
Those are the 2 teams for me where I go. I mean, that's you got a little softer.
Where's that Minnesota game at?
Okay, I'm not looking at it right now.
If it's in Minnesota, that's a weird one too.
Yeah, but you look at the others, man. Miami, Buffalo, New York, Dallas, Mahomes. I mean, Lamar Jackson. All these that you just rattle off. The quarterbacks they got to play this year it's wow. I don't know how you avoid. I don't know how you. I mean, you could potentially have one of those murders row like we had. What was that? 2 years ago?
Oh, 3
when
years
it was
ago.
seven of the first 8 or something like that was ridiculous. Yeah, you could potentially have that again this year.
I mean, there's so many. You could see a route of Packers, Dolphins, Bills, and Colts.
Jordan Love, yeah. The Packers and the Bears turned that thing around, made it even.
Somewhere the Lions have to fit in there. Like it is. It is
right.
That like it is. You named it. They've got what those 2 teams that you named. What the Patriots and the
Vikings.
And the Vikings, I guess the Bears are one of the weaker teams, too, for them. But there's only so many ways you can spread it out. There's
Yep.
But there's not Atlantas and Carolinas and those, like, teams on the schedule where you can spread it out. I mean, and Tennessee seems like it could be one of your weaker teams, but don't tell them that. They are pushing for it. So that is going to be one that I am really, really looking at is what is the tough run of games for them? Because last year that is doable. If I'm gonna tell you, man, Ravens, Colts, Jags, Steelers in a row, man, that's gonna be your tough stretch. All right, because the next toughest one was like the Bucks, Cardinals, and then Broncos.
Yep.
And Jags, like that was the next. Like, it is a different world.
It's a different year, man. This is what scares me more than anything.
That's hard to dictate, right? Because like you've known it even from college, where like you spread me out, Alabama, and Georgia, and all, like you can spread them out, but when you got a stretch where you got to play Tennessee, Alabama, and Auburn in a row, or in Florida in a row, like you got to get up every week for those. That is,
it's a different animal, man. There's no doubt about it. To me, that is the big concern, if you will, that kind of keeps me tempered on all this hype that's around the Texans right now. Is you had a lot of young dudes contribute in a big way last year and benefited from a softer schedule, including your head coach as a defensive coordinator, including Bobby Slowick as an offensive coordinator, C.J. Stroud as your quarterback. I mean, you're just going to see some different animals this year, and it's 90% of your schedule is the different animals I'm talking about. Not just you got a couple more difficult games. No, I mean, top to bottom, this is going to be an entirely different season relative to the caliber opponents that you're going to roll up against.
Victor said, I'm thinking 10-7 this season. I don't know. I'm not necessarily saying that they're going to just, crap the bed due to this schedule. I'm just simply saying, like, yes, they got better. They are a better football team than they were last year, and I can understand the hype. But now it's going to be – now we got to see what it looks like when they have this. And it's just the grouping of the schedule. And you mentioned it. That first year where Deshaun came back, that COVID season, it was like Chiefs, Ravens, Steelers, like all of – like we looked at her and said, Jesus. They had Aaron Rodgers. That was like one of the weaker games against the Packers. Yep. And like week 5, it was nuts. And they got off to an 0-4 start, right? And then they fired their coach, right? And then all of that.
It was that year, wasn't it?
Yeah. So I mean, it was something. It was something to watch. So that's going to be the thing that I'm looking at. What you got coming up at the 4th?
All right, the drive is on the road Thursday. We're going to tell you where. Yes, indeed. We're going to tell you where.
Little peeks.
And we're going to highly suggest that you show your ass up. And number 2, we just talked a lot about that schedule. And I'll be honest with you, I've kind of set the division aside multiple times we've had this conversation. I got to looking at the divisions, or the division opponents. They got significantly better, y'all. Let's take a look at these division opponents that the Texans are going to play twice next year, right after having the conversation, Ron, about the schedule being significantly more difficult. We'll do that next.
All right, before we do that, soda weight loss, it helped me.
Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Speaking of a good time, speaking of a party, Twin Peaks Kirby location, right down the street here, 59 and Kirby. I believe it's actually Lomitas is the actual street it's on. Little cut through right there when you exit 59. If you wanted to cut through to Kirby and dodge that light, I believe you can do it. But nonetheless, the Kirby location, come check us out. The Drive Thursday will be live at Twin Peaks.
It's one of our favorite spots.
There you go. Ain't no doubt about it. We frequent that spot before and after work sometimes. So
better have the salmon ready.
Yes, indeed. If you see us in there, don't be scared to buy me a Coors Light, or just say hello. I'm cool with either.
And the tenders.
Yeah, get Tyler.
Better have them tenders ready.
Get Tyler a half order of tenders because he's only going to eat 2 of them. So well, get that half order.
I like taking some home.
I don't blame you, man. I would too, man. When I was 10. But we're going to be there.
Disgrace.
And I can't tell you what, but I'm just going to urge that you get there. You plan on hanging out for a while. As you know, we like to give it back to the people. The Drive, we're always giving things away. And this is one of those times where you probably want to be there. Just letting you know. If I were you, I'd plan on being there. It's going to be a hell of a day. But there might be a couple of giveaways that turn you on a bit. So.
Secrets. I like that.
Yeah, Kirby, 59, Twin Peaks. I know there's 5 lodges around the city, but this Thursday, you need to have your ass at the one at Kirby. So come on through. All right, we've talked a lot actually, Ron, while you were gone, and a little bit today, just coming off that last segment, talking about the schedule for the Texans. This thing's got to drop sometime in the next, 3-4 days probably, I would think, somewhere in there. But we've talked a lot about the schedule as a whole, and talked a lot about the schedule as the quarterbacks that are coming in. Baltimore Ravens, Lamar Jackson. By the way, these are the opponents. If you attend games here at NRG Stadium, these are the quarterbacks that you're going to get to see. Baltimore Ravens, Lamar Jackson. Buffalo Bills, Josh Allen. Miami Dolphins, Tua. Chicago Bears, Caleb Williams. Detroit Lions, Jared Goff. And then every time I have this conversation, I get to the last 3 teams on that list, and I say, and the division opponents, right? Well, the teams you're going to go on the road against: Dak Prescott, the Dallas Cowboys; Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers; Minnesota Vikings, don't know who's going to be there; Pat Mahomes, the Kansas City Chiefs; Aaron Rodgers, the New York Jets; New England Patriots, don't know who's going to be there. And then we get to the division opponents. And, Ron, I'll be honest with you, I've kind of disrespectfully done that. Tyler, I've kind of disrespectfully done that. Just in my mind, the division opponents, the AFC South is a weak division. I am one of those guys typically. I realize that. I recognize that. Hell, I'll be honest with you, I appreciate it. If I were the Texans coach, quarterback, player, I'd want to live in a weak division too.
That's what Tom Brady did for years.
Yeah. And I look at it, and I'll be honest with you, I dismiss them when it comes to these kind of conversations. But I got to doing a little digging, and you just look at, because we talk a lot about the Texans with the receiving core that they have, right? The top 3 guys. There's a short list of teams that have a trio of receivers that are going to be hell to deal with. And right now, I think the Texans are probably, on a national scale, I think most people are ranking the Texans just behind the Chicago Bears in terms of the trio, which I think is fair. Especially when the third is Roma Dunze, who they just added in this year's draft. I think that's probably fair. But there's a team in the division, Ron, that an announcement was made. I believe, was it last night or early this morning?
Today, I believe.
Today. The Tennessee Titans. The Tennessee Titans have added free agent wide receiver Tyler Boyd, and Tyler Boyd was, in the past, he was the third wheel in Joe Burrow's Cincinnati Bengals offense and played a pretty important role with T. Higgins and Jamar Chase, and then Boyd being that third guy, pretty active in that in that offense. This ad here, Ron, I think this puts the Tennessee Titans in the conversation with the Texans and the Bears as it pertains to best wide receiver trios that are out there. I think when you look at the Tennessee Titans, we're talking about DeAndre Hopkins, Calvin Ridley, and now they're adding Tyler Boyd, who is over the last 3 years has been in the 750 to 800 yard range, which again we're talking about the third best receiver in Cincinnati as well as in Tennessee. You're talking about anywhere from 10 to 13 yards per catch. You're talking about probably a 4, 5, 6 touchdown a year guy. But Ron, that Tennessee Titans group of skill players is a lot better than I gave it credit for. Again, DeAndre Hopkins, Calvin Ridley, Tyler Boyd, the tight end they have, Okonkwo, and then obviously Pollard in the backfield.
And Sharp, yeah.
That is an explosive bunch in Tennessee. That offense is going to look significantly different than really any offense that we've seen in Tennessee since they got Derrick Henry, I would say. I mean, I know when AJ was there, they were good, but they weren't able to spread 3 guys out around there. They weren't able to put 5 guys out there that could hit their head on the goalpost at any point in time.
And they have the potential to fit really well. Tyler Boyd, who is
talking about how complimentary they are.
Tyler Boyd in the middle of the field in the slot. He has been one of the better slot receivers in the game, right? And then, obviously Hopkins is a guy who's just always open.
Yep. They
kind of get in the intermediate stuff, and then Calvin Ridley can go down the field to stretch the defense, as well as Burks coming off the bench there, as well as the fourth. Their skills are coming together. It is this Will Levis kid. Like, what is he gonna be? That's where it is to me. What is he? Because he doesn't even he don't have to be great.
Yeah.
This isn't. They're going back, kind of to that offense they ran when they had Ryan Tannehill. Also, that's in a similar offense. If he's in the range of Ryan Tannehill with the weapons they have, if he's in the range of which this offense leads to, of just distributing and getting the ball in the hands of these guys and allowing them to make plays, but it's going to take him consistently more than not being able to just make those quick, throws, decisions to get the ball in their hands, because he's got dudes around him.
Yeah.
And he's got, the Texans don't have 2 running backs like that, right? Like that they're as confident about, and I think they're confident about Mixon. But Sharp he could do a ton.
Yeah.
As we saw last year, it's what is Will Levis going to be?
Yeah, absolutely, that's the big question mark. I look at Will Levis as a poor man's Justin Herbert. I think there's going to be.
If he's that works.
Well, there's just going to be huge numbers. I think he's going to run around and make a lot of mistakes, but he's going to blow some stats out of the water while he's doing that. I think it works against 75% of the NFL, and there's 25% of it that those not being able to anticipate, not getting the ball out on time, taking sacks, forcing the ball into coverage. There's 25% of the teams in the league that bites you in the ass, and you end up losing against better football teams. And I think that's who Will Levis ultimately is. It's who I thought he was all the time. Now they've surrounded him with talent. I think you're looking at a guy that isn't going to win a playoff game. Team's probably not going to get in the playoffs, but they are going to be fun as hell to watch throughout the season, and they're going to be dangerous to anybody that has to play them, and the Texans have to play them twice. Also, another team in the division, Ron, that I didn't, again, in all, we talk a lot about this team, but I just, again, disrespectfully kind of brush them under the rug. The Colts, man. Again, won 10 games last year with their backup quarterback. And all they've done is go out there, and Anthony Richardson is healthy. He's second year in the system. They've got Pittman, obviously. They had Josh Downs, a second-round receiver, the same year that Tank Dell was drafted, so he was a rookie last year, had damn near 800 yards last year, was a guy that a big-time target for their offense last year. And, hell, they added Mo City Mitch. Adonai Mitchell out of Texas, a big-bodied, 50-50 ball-catching, big-play receiver. And they got Jonathan Taylor in the backfield. So, again, I don't know much about their tight ends, but I know Mo Alley Cox is the one I know. I think he's there's about 2 or 3 other guys there as well. So, but you're talking about, again, the Colts having, along with Anthony Richardson being healthy, the Colts are going to be significantly, I don't know if they're going to be better in terms of winning more games, but they are going to be explosive and dangerous.
They have the chance to be.
Yes. Yeah, I think every team in the league right now, again, there's going to be one of these teams that doesn't win 7 games. But I think all of the opponents that all the division opponents the Texans have, Ron, are going to be able to hang half 100 if you mess around and let them. They're going to be unbelievably explosive.
And that's right now, I think, like, I'll be honest with you, when we look in the division, like, all of these teams have really, really good potential skills that at least mesh with what it is they want to do. Like, you think about the Colts, what they want to do, boy, you got Jonathan Taylor and Anthony Richardson in the backfield. Ooh. Like, what that could be to play off of that big-body receivers that can go and make, easy plays, and Pittman and Mitchell. Like, they've got what they would want. And Jacksonville, when you started looking at what they have received.
Rattle them off, Ron.
Yeah, they got that. They got the kid from LSU that dropped
Brian Thomas Jr.
They got
Gabe Davis.
Gabe Davis, with already having Christian Kirk, who's been really good for them there. Hell, they said we don't even need Zay Jones. Good.
Let him leave.
The Jaguars.
Hey, Evan Ingram, tight end.
Travis Etienne.
I'm gonna tell you, Travis Etienne last year was one of my and I didn't watch cover the Jacksonville Jaguars obviously and watch them consistently, but every time you turned the TV on, there was highlights being played. Etienne is explosive. Son.
It's all with all 3 of these teams, and this is why the Texans have the, I believe, very fair and reasonable advantage as the top team in the division, is because it's all about, like, what are you going to get from that quarterback position? Because if Trevor takes the step that we thought, I think many people thought that he would take coming off of the year where they made it to the second round of the playoffs and barely lost in Kansas City, like, people thought he would take that. If he takes that step this year, and if the Colts could be, the Jags could obviously be a really, really good football team. If Anthony Richardson figures things out and stays healthy and stays on the field and grows from where he was his first couple of weeks, that has the chance to be a really scary football team. And if Will Levis can just be cool and get the ball in hands, like, they've got a shot. It just really all comes down to the quarterback situation and how those guys are going to perform right there. And many of them, you would say, probably have pretty good coaching situations that they're in where you feel like they could get the best.
Well, I trust our guy.
Absolutely.
I think all 4 of these teams have the chance, again, the ability, if you blink, they have the ability to hang half 100. When it comes down to winning and ultimately winning in the playoffs, the way in which C.J. Stroud went about it last year and the way we expect him to consistently, there's no reason to think that he's not going to consistently do that. The hardest thing to defend is the quarterback that distributes accurately from the pocket on time and does it week in, week out. That's the hardest thing to defend. There's no reason to think that C.J. Stroud doesn't go out there and continue to do that. The other guys, I don't know who Anthony Richardson is. I know his ass is explosive. Trevor Lawrence and those guys don't scare me to consistently win, but they can definitely. We've seen them be explosive. Will Levis scares me none as it pertains to winning the division, but you get in a dogfight with him, can he outscore you? Can they hang half 100? Absolutely, with the weapons that they put around them.
Will Levis will probably be the only one that would, just really surprise me if his game, really took off.
Yes.
He's probably the only one. But do I think Will Levis can run that offense and be cool and be all right and give them a chance? Yeah. With those weapons, I wouldn't be shocked by that.
Well, I just don't know. He's got that every I'm going to make a play every snap mentality, and that's going to get his ass in trouble too much. And Trevor, we're at a spot with Trevor where you forcing the football into coverage consistently. I can't blame it on the play calling any longer. A couple years ago, I could blame it on the play calling because they're consistently throwing the ball into cover 2 over and over and over and over again instead of just running the football, right? At some point, we got to say, hey, Trevor, now it's your job to get out of that play and get in a better play. It's your job to game plan better throughout the year. At some point, he's got to do what C.J. Stroud did last year, which is what everybody's been expecting him to do for a couple of years and not turn the damn football over. But I'm going to tell you, man, it doesn't – the disrespect that I've shown to this division as we have the conversations, I've got to stop because there's clearly some bad dudes in the division as well.
Potential. Yeah, there is there is potential. I think that's the difference. Is I think you feel like you know more of what you're going to get from the Texans, even though it's just 1 year from C.J. Stroud. You feel like you know more of what you're going to get, other than the other quarterbacks. But the other teams all of the teams in the division are building around the quarterbacks in a major way. Coming up. Clint, you ask, you shall receive. You wanted an update on Jose Urquidy?
Come on.
There is an update. We'll give you that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, Clint Stoerner here for Generator Supercenter. Look, we can't predict when the next storm is going to hit Houston. Can't predict if it's going to cause major outages.
home of the judgment-free zone. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You missed it. We on Kirby. Thursday, baby. Little Twin Peaks action.
Yeah, I thought I done missed something that happened. What flashing in the studio over here? I'm thinking, what the hell's going on? What I missed?
What that was. Well, I don't know if Jesus was coming. I'm not sure what that was. That was a flashing light that jumped out in our eyes. But hey, come and hang out with us Thursday, baby. The Drive is going to be live on location. I had to put the kids to bed. Well, actually, help bring them out. As we'll be there 2 to 6. Come hang out with the fellas. The Kirby location over there, Twin Peaks. So we'll have a good time as always when we're out there. You earlier wanted to know about what's going on with Jose Urquidy, because we did get the news today that it's been reported that Christian Javier is going to start this weekend against the Tigers. He'll get back on the mound after going on the IL with that neck issue. And you said, well, what's going on? What is going on with Jose Urquidy?
Urquidy.
All right, Larry. Well, there is a report. Our guy Robert Flores, MLB Network, said Jose Urquidy threw his live BP today in Houston, and if he feels it tomorrow, will likely start a rehab assignment next. So that could be the next move with him having a rehab assignment, because he hadn't pitched in all season really, in any kind of game situation. So I wonder what Verlander, he got 2 starts in the minors. I'm wondering if he'll get 2 or 3 in the minors as well. So Urquidy, at least now we know we've moved past throwing on flat ground, throwing off the mound, throwing, would you say, BP with guys just standing there not even swinging. Yeah. And now he had live BP today, and the next step should be a rehab assignment. So he is getting close to getting back on this big team.
It's interesting when I hear Dana Brown say, "Oh yeah, once Javier gets back, we'll have all our starters back." I'm like, well, damn, what I missed with Jose Urquidy? So clearly he wasn't talking about the Jose Urquidy and down level of starters, because he's not completely back yet. But getting closer. I mean, look, I just don't view what the Astros have done as a starting pitching problem. Although I understand they are unbelievably thin given all the injuries, and they will get significantly better. Really, hell, with the return of about 5 guys potentially moving forward. But again, that's the other guys got to get right for this to even matter, if we're being completely honest. But good news on the Javier front, good news on the Urquidy front, which ultimately is going to lead to seeing some guys toe the rubber in starting roles that we're more used to seeing at some point.
Yeah, and I think from this standpoint, we're 3 guys who haven't thrown in the towel. Some of you have that are listening, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, those of you on the text line, some of you have thrown it in. We are 3 who haven't thrown it in. And listen, I'm going to be honest with you. We've been saying they got to get going here a lot here lately. And you look at it, and the crazy thing is, right now, do you feel better about the Astros?
I do. I explained that yesterday, Ron, in some weird way after drop series to the Mariners and losing Game 3 in disgusting fashion. I feel significantly better about the Astros right now than I did 8 games ago.
Yeah, I would say the last week and a half, I feel better about what they have done. John Singleton has lit it up for him, right? Joey has come in. He looks like he belongs, like the moment's not too big. Pitching has been, at least starting pitching has at times been better. I mean, we've got to a point where Hunter will at least give you a chance. Now, he's not going to go long, but at least give you a chance. Spencer Aggetti, I think, has thrown it a little bit better as well. I feel pretty better about this team. But damn, Tyler, you look up, these jokers is 10 games under 500.
Not ideal.
It's such a hard climb, and that's why I do think the starting pitching thing is a big key. I know you're right about the back half of the bullpen. If they keep blowing leads, and not giving them a chance in the back end like they did the other day against the Mariners, that's going to kill them. But
the best route to me in my mind that I could say, all right, what does this team need? They're going to have to go off on a run. They got to go and get you 8 out of 10 here soon.
Yep.
They got to go and get you 15 out of 20. And the number one thing that comes to mind when teams go off and break off runs like that is every day they get starting pitching that gives them a chance. Every day, they're in the game. It's not 4-0. They're coming out. And here a bit, you look at this, it's hard to say, all right, Spencer Arrighetti and Hunter Brown, they're going to get the ball every fifth day, that you have confidence that those guys are going to consistently give you, at least with this crew, and when Urquidy comes back, that's the most confident that you can feel about this Astros group, being able to get starting pitching that you feel will at least give you a shot in every. And that's why I think that's important. You tell them we're going to roll Verlander, Framber, Christian Javier, Ronel Blanco, and Urquidy when he gets back. I can say, all right, those guys can – I know what I'm going to potentially get in a positive fashion for them, where I can see this team potentially giving themselves a chance to win 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10. That's where I think the starting pitching coming back helps, to see that.
Yeah, there's no doubt it does. But I don't give a damn what they do with the starting pitching, Ron. If Yordan Alvarez doesn't turn the corner,
I don't know what the hell's going on.
They're going to have a problem. Right now, him and Bregman, which in no way, shape, or form am I banging on Yordan. Yordan is untouchable for me, but we do need to acknowledge the struggles, right? I just don't think that continues. At some point, he turns a corner. When he turns a corner, he is going to single-handedly, him turning the corner, I believe single-handedly puts the Astros in a position where they can do what you're talking about, winning 7 of 10, right? Winning 8 of 10, going and rattling off 15 of 20. That is an absolute game changer, because all the things that we've talked about in terms of hitting the ball with runners in scoring position, 2-1 ball games late.
Isn't it hard to see them winning games like 3-2s?
Yeah, absolutely.
2-1.
It scares
that one's hard.
We coming into this season, we thought we were going to be able to go get to the 6th and get through 6 and put your damn toes up. Instead, we get through 6 and we start biting our nails. We're nervous as hell. I mean, it's unbelievable. But if Yordan turns the corner and they get Bregman down in about the 6 hole and get these guys that are swinging the bat well up above him, I think there's a real – it's highly likely the Astros can make a huge run. Now, is it going to be enough? I don't know, because I don't know when they turn the corner. But I think they can make a big-time run. It all hinges on Yordan, not the starting pitching. However, I agree with you. The starting pitching getting better at least breathes a little fresh air into the clubhouse.
Because this number of under 500, like for real, it's hard to take it serious until they get to it. And them even like, oh man, we're gonna win a series here, drop another one, drop another one.
Yeah,
they've got to string together series wins right now. Even if they take 2 out of 3 from the Yankees, which would be huge, that means in this little 9-game stretch where they played the Guardians, the Mariners, and the Yankees, they would go 5-4 and be above 500. They'll still be 9 games under 500.
Yeah,
and they've got to get closer to that 500 to make it.
We're gonna be sitting at Twin Peaks for a sweep.
About that
little Yankee sweep. We're gonna be sitting at Twin Peaks waiting on that thing. Just let's sweep this thing.
I got a message for those Yankee turds.
I got a good feeling about it, man.
Just please.
I know it's hard to feel good about it, but I got a good feeling about it.
No,
I mean, as bad as the Astros have been this year, they're still, overall for the last 7-8 years, the daddy of everyone in the Bronx. I mean, it's just there. The facts are there.
Except for the 4 games to start the year. But other than that,
4 games to start a regular season.
Start now. We'll see. But they didn't face Verlander.
Nope.
They didn't. It starts tonight. They got to give some signs of life. We just got to stop. Can we get to the – Tyler said it earlier. They're not in last place anymore. Hell yeah. Baby steps.
We're looking for positives,
Baby
man.
steps, not in last place. The Mike Troutless knee injury, Angels are. And the next step, can that under 500 get to single digits?
Can you catch the A's?
Can you catch the A's? What the hell's gotten into this?
Start knocking them off, man.
How bad would you give to be the A's right now with their schedule? with their record. My goodness, the hell's gotten into them? All right, coming up, the number one thing people have been talking about in this city sports-wise has been the J.J. Watt situation. And I've got an honest take on this thing, and I may be alone on this. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Academy Sports and Outdoors, y'all. And when you shop there, you're going to get prices that you love. And check this out, Mother's Day, it's not too late, man.
AmericanEagleClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. Welcome back to The Drive. The Drive is live. It is good to be back, fellas. Good to be back in the saddle again with you. Thank you for holding it down as I was getting it in at NYC. Hey, get to my thought.
What were you getting in? What were you getting in, Ron? You said getting in like you
just
like
getting
you
in,
was,
baby.
like
Getting in a good time.
Renewing your vows or something.
Getting in a good time. Well, you know.
What was going on, bub?
Hey.
Huh?
It was a good 40th, I tell you that, baby.
Was it?
It's a good 40th, I tell you that. Hey.
What'd Courtney think of it?
Well, I gave her as good an effort as I could.
You're never gonna fail her for a lack of effort. That's what I told Lo. I said, "Hey, baby, I don't know what you think, but this one thing I can guarantee you: I'm never gonna fail you for a lack of effort.
I'm going for it.
I'm gonna try hard, baby.
I had a great time. I enjoyed it. I tell you that. But no, man. Hey, best restaurant, one of the best restaurants I've ever been to. Hey, it doubled. It opened in the front as a pawn shop. You walked in, it looks like a pawn shop. But then that bad boy opens up to a huge, like 5-star type restaurant.
That's tight.
It was sexy. It was sexy.
What was the pawn shop interest that you thought you were just walking in to get some old secondhand stuff, and then you realized it was. I mean,
it's a whole nother door. But the pawn shop is you can buy stuff out of the pawn shop.
Oh, so it's not just the doors. It's legitimately a pawn shop, and then there is a door in the back.
And then there's a door that you walk through.
Oh wow! The way you said it, I thought you were talking about like the front doors, and you just the street side is pawn. No, there's literally a pawn shop.
It's literally a pawn shop, but it's owned by the same thing. It's literally a pawn shop, and then you go to the pawn shop, you go to the restaurant.
I wonder the story behind it. Did you ask this?
I didn't.
Epic failure.
Little drunk.
There's a couple of speakeasies in town like that.
Well, I wasn't thinking about it. I was just trying to get to the.
No. But this could be genius. I mean, every city has people that. Here? Well, every city has people that are like that own the buildings that are 95 years old, and they don't want to do away with their business. It's their little darling or whatever. Well, I mean, you could always just shrink your square footage down to just the front 500 square feet, and then lease the back space to some millionaire restaurant place and make your money.
Yeah, because it was crazy because the place didn't even look like it was as big as it was
until you got in
it. They had upstairs spot. I talked to a DJ at another spot I went to. Shout out to Kevin. Appreciate that Jaeger bomb you hit me with. I had not had a Jaeger bomb in years.
And you're right. I haven't either, and I don't want one.
Well, I was feeling myself.
Well, when the DJ buys it for you, I mean, you've got to.
But he said it's got a whole vibe upstairs. He said they do it. They have like parties and stuff upstairs where the DJ is up there, and it's a whole different vibe up there. But man, them damn lamb chops. Them lamb chops was something else, man. Something else, boy. Woo.
They look good in them pictures you posted. Who's that? You post that or somebody else post that?
My cousin posted. I don't know where those pictures are. I did some real. Well, my brother-in-law started it. Tell you had a little of that sorbet and a little champagne.
I think I have had that somewhere.
It's a nice little taste right there. Had a little sorbet. Threw that into that champagne. It was a nice little.
We didn't celebrate your birthday, man. I feel like we've done a piss poor job of that with each other, celebrating as a show for your birthday.
You know that's fair.
I think the piss poor job we've done.
Listen, I enjoyed it. I felt the love. I really did.
All I did was text you happy birthday.
Felt it.
Lame as hell.
Felt it. Someone said that restaurant was probably owned by the mafia. Might have been.
My bride wants to know if you're talking about Beauty in Essex.
That's it.
That's it.
How did you know? Oh, how about that? Yes. Looking low.
I'm gonna go.
Damn, how's she pulling?
I've not been to New York with my bride. I don't think she's been there since we've been married.
Wow.
So I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that she's got a reality show that she watches and somebody films something.
Wow, that got me looking low. Hell yeah. I'm telling you, Beauty in Essex. I'm telling you, ever there, get that bad boy. That's a
Was the door guy or the DJ or any of them blonde hair, blue eyed?
No.
I'm still looking for baby number one. Got blonde hair and blue eyes.
No blondes, brunettes. Yeah.
Let that next Amazon man walk up there and be blonde hair, blue eyed. Amazon, FedEx, UPS, all y'all. Catch you slipping.
Oh, man, I'm telling you, man, it was a hell of an experience. Hell of an experience. What a great. Wow, whoa, with the pull. She had that there.
She had it, man.
Man, I wasn't gonna say the name of it, but damn, there it is.
She even called you Ron too. She didn't say show. She said it's Ron talking about beauty and Essex.
Respect. Like that from you.
So good, she said.
It is.
How the hell you know?
That lobster linguine.
Wait one damn minute. Hey, hang on, I got to text my wife. Y'all take this thing over.
Tell you. Well, here, you know what? I got something to say too. You cut the damn music. Actually, can you bring that back? That kind of took me to a place there real quick. That kind of took me to a place. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Took me to a place there. Took me to a place. All right. That was right when 50 was ruining lives. All right. You, Jeffrey Atkins, who we're talking about. But this J.J. Watt thing, the Texans are in, I just view them so different right now. They're a serious contender. They are, and I said it when they got Stephon Diggs, and this thing has continued. I said, Houston, how does it feel to have a real live Super Bowl contender? And that's where I think they are. And this group of players with the coaching staff, they have brought this to this place. And I don't think that we need to be having conversations that, to me, aren't real. J.J. Watt's not going to play football again. I don't think they're real at all. J.J. works for CBS, and he's going to chill up there at CBS, and he is going to roll there. And that's where he plays. I don't think this team needs J.J. Watt. I don't think this team needs to have the conversation of relevance. They are relevant. They are the hot, sexy football team to be talked about, and they don't need the J.J. Watt thing. And there are times before when this organization would dive to get the J.J. Watt conversation rolling. Now, they don't need it. They don't need him, and they don't need the relevance of having the J.J. Watt thing. J.J. Watt is the best player in this team's history. He is a great ambassador for the Texans. We were there. We enjoyed it when he went in the Ring of Honor and he put on his red jacket. Bam, the next jacket he wears is gold. They don't need him. There is no need. You go. You good, AJ. You go and work your job right now. Pat McAfee, you could stop trying to drum this up. D'Amico's not even serious. He's laughing every time anyone says anything about it. He is trying to be respectful of J.J. Watt. Yeah, man, maybe we can go back. Yeah, I'll call him. He's maybe I use that number. No, man. Stop. It's over. They don't need J.J. He's going to get a ring. Give him a ring if they get one. Here, J.J., here, man. You're an ambassador. Get this ring. Just kill with this. It's a serious football team that doesn't need to be having these conversations about things that aren't real.
I see you didn't leave your wet blanket in New York.
No wet blanket here. That's honest.
I'm here for it, man. I completely disagree. I'm here for it. Now, I think the reason I'm here for it is the exact reason you're not. Like the fact that they're a contender, the fact that they don't need him, the fact that it's not oh my God, what's going to happen to our season if we don't get somebody to replace this guy that got it. Like the fact that they don't need him and he wouldn't be an every down player and they're not depending on his health to be a good football team. I think that's one reason that it's even a conversation. I hate the conversation, Ron, of like the way the question was actually kind of spun into as well. If four defensive ends go down, then you're going to be by your phone. Like, I don't want that, JJ.
He's getting kicked out of gyms in the Super Bowl.
Yeah. He's grinding.
No.
He's out there grinding.
No, he's getting kicked out of gyms in the Super Bowl.
How many teams you think called him after he made those comments?
He's staying ready.
I don't know. Maybe somebody checked in. I don't know. JJ's not playing football anymore.
What if he wants to?
We would know.
We do. He just told us.
He was laughing and joking too.
Oh, you don't think he's serious?
No, I don't think he's serious. I don't. And especially for this team, like someone just texted, extra D lineman. who is good at rushing the passer. Okay, if you think that's how J.J. Watt's going to be, his handle. Oh, that extra guy. No, there's going to be a whole thing to deal with J.J. Watt coming back to this team, and I just don't think there's a need. And honest to God, like, especially if he were to come in just late and just be like,
don't like it.
No, they've established a culture here, and I'm not saying that JJ's a bad dude or anything. I think JJ's a great dude. All right, and that he would come in and purposefully ruin what they have built. But they have built this thing a certain way. And JJ coming in late, especially late, coming in, all right, I'm coming in the middle of the season.
I agree with that.
I'm going to do this thing. Like, no, man. Like, it is CJ, it is Will, it is Hunter, it is all those. It's their time. It's their time, man. JJ hasn't played in a year. Coming up, this will be the start of this next year will be year 2 from him being out. It's just this team doesn't need this. They don't need to be having this conversation to be relevant.
I love it.
They are relevant because
I think D'Amico should make that call right now.
I think D'Amico is telling you he's laughing at it. He's laughing at the conversation at every turn.
Now.
He's laughing at the conversation at every turn.
Get him in the building and start getting him right, man.
Yeah. Okay. Let him get in that hot sun right there in Houston, right there for that training camp.
Hell yeah. Lean on them big bodies.
How much do you think JJ weighs right now, Tyler?
I'm going to go with
270?
282.
You don't look that big.
Said he's been training. What did he play at, 290?
Probably around there.
I bet he's 275.
Text line, Ronnie, we all know your projections are always wrong. Are they? All of them? Just the ones you want them to be.
No, he's probably going to be right on this. The odds are JJ ain't coming back, but damn it, I'm here for it if he wants to. I mean, I am absolutely here for it.
Playing weight for JJ was 288, according to the old Google machine.
There you go, Bub. I knew I'd seen that somewhere.
The injury-riddled J.J. Watt. Let's bring him on.
Damn.
12.5 sacks last time he played.
I know it. Yeah.
Well, if they don't need him and he gets injured, then it wouldn't matter.
Full year off. That would be like J.J. coming in. I just don't even know. I don't even know why I'm even.
You don't want the circus.
It's just not going to happen. This is like Forrest Whitley pitching.
No, that's disrespectful.
That's disrespectful.
Yeah, hold on.
That's disrespectful.
It's not going to happen.
That's disrespectful.
He's a better player, obviously.
Oh, as in not going to happen. As in not going to happen. I got you. Okay.
Like it's not like.
Okay.
Like there are 4, here comes 4. Like Lance, here comes Lance.
I'm gonna have to get you some security.
Here comes Lance. It's gonna happen.
I'm gonna have to hire some security in the next hour just so you can leave the building. You keep saying stuff like that.
James Brown is his coach.
Who?
James Brown, JB, Black Ice, whose hairline, James Brown. Bill Cowher's his coach. It's not happening. Let's just stop.
Go get him. Go get him, D'Amico.
Yeah. Okay.
Could you imagine the first third down and long? 99 runs out there.
Yeah, and Will's on the bench.
No. Will would be out there.
Oh, they would be.
Oh, all the names. No, I'm gonna tell you who would be on the bench. The guy that started 35 games in the last 2 years or whatever the hell, and the guy that played 400 snaps. Those two guys would be on the bench. All right, those two guys would be on the bench.
Coming up, the latest news on the Astros. We'll get the lineups out for you as well, and a team in the division continuing to try to make moves to bolster their offense. We'll discuss that next.
Piece of positivity.
Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, as a spot of the right type of manager for this group, they've watched a lot of leadership go out.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, oh dirty, and the Dilf. The big Dilf. Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill have the latest, and the latest is 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. And the Astros are at Yankee Stadium tonight, and Verlander gets the ball. And behind Verlander, here is your starting lineup. Jose Altuve, how long is he going to keep this up? Kyle Tucker in the 2 spot.
You like that, don't you?
Eventually, I'm right. Alvarez, the DH tonight in the 3 spot. What? Will you please get going? Alex Bregman, is it possible for you to get going? Is batting 4th at third base. Pena at short, Singleton. Big John, bat flip Singleton, playing first and batting 6th. And Victor Caratini is batting 7th. The catcher, Mr. Cabbage in left field, getting a start. Myers in center. And, of course, Verlander with the ball. So no Yainer Diaz, no Dubon in the lineup as well. So the Astros are going to try to get a W against the Yankees in Yankee Stadium tonight. And they got to start rolling, man. They've got to start making some moves. And, Clint, at this point right now, you feel most confident that Verlander will give you a chance to win the game. And these Verlander starts coming down the stretch, boy. If he doesn't blow up, if he gives you a chance, they've got to win and perform in these Verlander games, because even with the other guys, there's less confidence in what you're going to get from a starter.
Well, I mean, here's the deal: is if Verlander goes 7 innings and gives up 2 runs, you got to win that game. I mean, you got a guy that is willing to. He's a professional. He clearly understands what the hell's going on in Houston. He's going to look at this thing and he's going to say, when I start, I'm not going to go 6 and be comfortable. I'm going to push this thing as far as I can, night in, night out, when I'm on the bump, to allow the Astros to trot as few pitchers as possible out of the bullpen when I'm done. And at the end of the day, if he gives you 7 and 2, you got to walk 2 guys out there. You got to get that W. If you're going to, I know in regular, it's a long season and the Astros are within a couple of games or maybe even up a couple of games in the division. Hey, it's a long season, not that big of a deal. No, it's a big-ass deal. If you're going to give yourself a chance to rattle off 7 of 10 or 8 of 10, 15 of 20, just to win several series, to win enough series in a row to where you can crawl out of this 10 games below 500, then you're going to have to take full advantage of Justin Verlander's starts and damn sure take advantage of the starts where he makes runs deep into ball games. So, look, I don't know how they're going to make these games up. Like, I don't know how many more you can afford to let slip away, like Game 3 versus the Mariners, or like the last time Verlander towed the rubber and went 7 and gave up 2 runs, and you lose in extras, I believe.
That game.
Yeah, I mean, those are like, there's the opportunities are presenting itself now for you to stay in the green or get moving towards the green. You've got to take advantage of those opportunities. Ryan, you mentioned the lineup, and look, I don't know how after an off day, given the current circumstances and situation that the Astros are in, there's a handful of things that I got to bitch about here.
Let's see if we're on the same.
Mauricio Dubon is hitting 275. Mauricio Dubon,
Jazz is on the IL.
Is a threat on the base pass. Mauricio Dubon is the best center fielder you got.
the best hitter when runners in scoring position that you have.
And he is on the bench to start the series against the Yankees when you're 10 games under 500.
Because he needs back-to-back days off.
Yainer Diaz is hitting 300, y'all. 274. I'm sorry, I must have looked at that backwards. Yainer Diaz is hitting 274. Mauricio Dubon is hitting. Hell, no, they're both hitting 274. I think I got it wrong. They're both hitting 274. Brings power to the plate. He's been clutch as anybody this year. He's one of a couple of guys that you can't complain about what they've done with runners in scoring position. He's the best catcher you have. I don't know how you start a series without him at the very least being your DH. No clue.
Coming off a day off.
Again, have no clue how that happened, Ron. I don't know how.
This is your number one. Alex
Bregman is still hitting in your top 4. I said this yesterday. The easy way that a quick way that I check. I'm on ESPN all the time, right? The website, whether it's baseball, football, whatever it is. I can go to the Astros stat page on that, and it's just the big stat, that batting average, on base percentage, slugging, OPS, WAR, those 5. You can click on those 5 stats, and the only player that's worse than Alex Bregman to date is a guy that you're tweaking his workout down in West Palm Beach, I think it is, Jose Abreu. And for whatever reason, he has batted in the top 4 in this lineup the entire season.
Are you ready to push eject on that, Tyler? Are you ready to push eject on that on Bregman in the top 4 in the lineup?
Right now, yeah.
You think it's time to drop him?
You can't just keep saying this guy's a slow starter and he's about to come around any second. No, I hope he does come around, but for now, hell no.
He can bring his ass around from the 8 hole or the 7 hole, 6 hole, somewhere down there. Ron, here's the deal. You know this. You and I have talked about this multiple times. We borderline argued about it. Like, I do not like taking hitters, and because they're struggling or because they're off to a tough start, or they're like all of a sudden moving them down the lineup. Like, I don't typically like that. But this is not a typical Astros team. This is not a typical situation that the Astros are in. And I'm in playoff mode in terms of moving guys up and down the lineup, Ron. 10 games below 500, I'm in playoff mode.
And it finds him.
Who, Bregman?
Those situations, it finds him. Boy, he comes up with runners and score position. I swear to God, it's all the time. I mean, yeah, you're right. There was a pop-up with the bases loaded with 1 out to second
Ron,
base.
when you were in New York, I decided this, right? I watched him do it one night, and I came in and I said, look, I'm done. He's got to move down the lineup. I can't watch another pop-up to second base with runners in scoring position. And, Tyler, if I'm lying, I'm dying. I'll be damned if the first at bat he comes up and he pops up to the second baseman.
It's true.
And Twitter just blew up. And then later in the game, he did it again.
Shout out to my guy Alex Bregman.
He did it again. I think it was in foul territory to the first baseman. Yep. I was like, man, I can't. Look, I love Bregman, and I want him to work his way out of it. I want him to be in the top 4 in this lineup. I want him to be a difference maker. I want this guy to be an Astro. But damn, man, he's got to work his way out of this slump. The situation they're in, they don't have the luxury of letting guys work their way out. Just like Abreu, you didn't have the luxury of letting him work his way out of this, whatever the hell was going on in the 5 hole.
Like, it's so bad right now with all of the things that Dubon can do. Like, it is hard to say that whoever it is at center should be playing over him, even if Chaz was healthy. Whoever it is that is in left.
I'm going to agree with that, by the way.
Who's playing Bregman at third. Like, there's just so many spots where you look at it right now, like, it's hard how to keep him out of the lineup with the long stretches of what these guys have been doing, how much worse they've been playing behind him. I'm not saying you should sit Bregman. I'm just saying, but when you got Dubon off an off day, when you got several spots that he can play for him to be in it, that is rough. Because you're right. I mean, 202, man. That's the thing. The on base percentage.
Bingo.
He's not even 16 strikeouts to 14 walks. Like, he at least walks.
It's not the same deal.
He has beyond pressing at this point.
Is Brady being ridiculous?
It's a tough watch. This is the first time
he's not come out with it. Maybe he needs to go with guacamole.
Ron, this is the first time with Alex Bregman that I've watched at bats and been frustrated myself. Even when he struggled, it's still quality at bats, man. He's still making that pitcher work, man. He's still, the on-base percentage is up there. This is the first time I've watched it, and I've just been like, man, I can't watch it anymore. I can't watch the kid struggle anymore, man.
If anybody needs back-to-back days off, it might be that guy.
Fair.
If you're going to double up the
Not to mention, you'd be putting Dubon over there, I would imagine, we've put a pretty good stick in his place.
Yeah. Hopefully he goes nuts.
I don't know if it's the same reasoning, but Espada did just a second ago while talking with the media. He said the reason Caratini is catching tonight is because he needs to rest Yaniel with this crazy stretch they're about to go on, the 29.
See that pisses me off.
I thought it would. Rod just threw his glasses.
Yeah, man.
Sorry.
I don't get it.
Sorry to report
I hate
one.
that mentality. I absolutely hate that mentality. Clearly, Ron does too. He just threw his
he can't see
pimp
right
ass
now.
shades across the Lokes across the room.
What is he saying?
10 games below
is he
500.
Just getting up. You just had a day off.
That's what he told Roflo.
So to start the 29 of 30, you're gonna start it now.
Got to be prepared, I guess. Something.
Hell, you know how I feel. You're 10 games under 500. Hell, go let Jordan play left field and let him DH.
Look,
What are you talking about? Oh my God!
I'm gonna catch the legs off of Diaz.
Dana told him to say it. That's what Dana told him to say. This is when you got a bench coach that comes out here and tells you, "Say HIPAA."
He's legit.
Say HIPAA.
He said because of a long stretch. I swear before God, Tyler Milner, I just knew you were going to come on here and say he has some sort of a soreness in the leg or something to give him a day off. No. We want to give him a day off tops, off the 29 out of 30.
Oh yeah, he said Astros are playing 16 straight days, man.
So we can have lettuce in the lineup. So we can
lettuce
or cabbage. Sorry, I knew it was a green. Cabbage in the lineup. John's in there. John don't need a day off. More
5 o'clock fire.
Thank you. Somebody had to do something. More news with the Astros. We'll just run through this. Starting pitching news. I cannot believe. I mean, they let a bench coach take over a World Series. All right. Joe Espada, the bench coach, said that Christian Javier will return and start this weekend in Detroit. Also, the bench coach said that Jose Urquidy threw his live BP today in Houston, and if he feels up to it, he will likely make a rehab start next. I'm going to assume,
Ron, he's the manager,
that the bench coach
He just called him bench coach like 5 times.
Joe Espada says that Chas McCormick is hitting, but a rehab start, of course, is not set yet. Also, I don't know if this came from the bench coach or not. Certainly wasn't his decision. J.P. French shut down for now. The bench coach said that the Astros still could go with a 6-man rotation at some point in this stretch of playing 16 straight days, 29 of 30. The bench coach goes on to say, with the guys here right now, likely meaning the current 5+ Christian Javier.
It's not ideal.
Got that, Creighton.
5 o'clock fire.
All right. When I say the Tennessee Titans skill position and their skills right now, Clint, that they're giving their young quarterback Will Levis to work with, are you concerned? Because they've just added Tyler Boyd to this group.
Yes,
they've got Pollard, who they got from the Cowboys. Sharp, who they drafted, was a good draft pick for them last year. Now they have added Boyd all the way already to the receiving core with Burks, your kid from Arkansas, and then Hopkins and Calvin Ridley. Is this a worry for you? or concern at least their skill position they're putting together in Tennessee?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, obviously it's a different Tennessee team. I mean, we've watched a team with Derrick Henry and the only receiver they just let him walk out the door. A.J. Brown, obviously, he wasn't good enough. They moved on from him. Look, while I know Derrick Henry had huge numbers against the Texans, that was the least explosive team in pro football for years and years and years.
You thought they were going to defend your ass and keep the game low, and that's how they were going to pound you. But you never thought they were going to run away from you.
Keep it close and wear you down. So the fourth quarter you weren't ready, right? Never thought they'd hang half 100. Never thought that they'd consistently threaten you, snap in, snap out. With their personnel and their approach. But they've got a gunslinger at quarterback in Will Levis, and they've got weapons around him. This reminds me, and this is what I think is going to happen. I think he's going to put up huge numbers. I think he's going to be a poor man's version of Justin Herbert, and a big guy that can sling it all over the park, that's going to put up big numbers. It's got a bunch of weapons, but just simply is not going to do the simple things savagely well enough to win playoff games. And that in itself is, when you're in the division with them, it scares you because they're going to have the ability to hang half 100. Now, they're also going to have the ability to throw 4 interceptions, and you can run away with it and beat them by 3 touchdowns. But you mess around and blink, not have the right game plan, have a couple of injuries, and Will Levis and company is going to be able to light the scoreboard up.
Yep. Yeah, they're putting something together. It'll all be up to if that cat has it, and Brian Callahan, the new guy running their office, their head coach, can get it out of them. Coming up, this is the thing. This is the thing that should be paid attention to when the Texans schedule is released. We'll tell you that and talk about that coming up next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
The Texans getting J.J.
Houston's sports leader.
Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, fellas. Y'all pumped up about the schedule release?
Hell yeah.
With those quarterbacks that are going to be on it, and with the expectations for this team, hell yeah, I'm stoked about it.
I'm pumped. The two things with the Texans schedule that I'm looking at, one is more important than the other. The first one, I think it would be just great for the Texans. I think it's the best decision for the league. I think it's the best thing to kick things off. You want to create stars, and especially new stars, and there may not be a star growing more than anybody in the NFL than C.J. Stroud right now. All right, after his amazing year last year, this thing that he has with Micah Parsons, he's everywhere. Like he was on Bleacher Report, had a spot for the draft. He's done well. He's got the smile. He's got the Amber Rose thing. Like, he has done a lot of things to help his star power.
God bless, brother.
What do you think he did with Amber? If you had a bet on it, what do you think happened?
Hands.
Hands of what?
Up top.
Mm-hmm.
Hands up top.
Little Philly feel.
Y'all can't be serious.
How can I?
I mean, Amber Rose is not I just made out and bounced.
But it's CJ.
Clearly made out. Hands to the top portion of the privates. And
of the privates.
I think a little suckage.
I'm gonna be honest with you, boys. I don't think. I mean, that is if
your hand gun to my head, hard to scroll. If that's where I think it. I
mean, y'all got to be kidding me. If I stepped out of my truck and walked in the front doors of that hotel,
you can't put yourself as you. You got to put yourself as Siege.
Well, I mean, look, I wouldn't refer like I'm. I think I don't think she's going to allow anything to happen other than that.
Oh, so you don't think anything happened?
I don't believe Amber is the walk me to my room, good night kind of gal.
I don't either, but I think CJ has a limit.
Well, you are really seriously?
Yeah, that's where I am. If you're asking me, I think a little French kiss, little yum 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 yum.
You ain't laying down for nobody.
This guy, a little what?
Yum 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 yum. A little tongue, little pass interference up top. It's illegal hands, illegal touching to the top, and then a little suck it.
There's no way a grown man can do that and not just go all the way.
I don't think that's true. I think you're thinking of yourself, and most. I think there are a good 25% of men who can stop themselves.
With Amber
Rose,
your flowers. You go that far.
Listen,
think?
I'm not.
I don't think there is. I don't think there's 25%.
You don't think?
I don't think there's 25% capable of getting there that would then stop. No, I just don't think there is.
I can think of a couple of guys who work at the station that can.
What?
Yep.
That could stop themselves.
Name them.
I'm not going to do that to Ben.
That'd be me.
I'm not. I mean, Ben ain't getting there. I mean, let's be honest. Ben knows that.
Sean would stop himself.
No, he wouldn't.
You're right. Yeah, Sean.
Come on, Sean.
Pendergast? No.
It's a man's duty. Sorry. I mean,
I think you're wrong on this. I think I know he's an athlete, but I think he's got more of a major conscience.
Then that conscience needs to keep his ass in the car. That's the only way. Like, hey, but pull up, don't get out. All right,
yeah,
nice to meet you. Holler at me sometime. Holler if you're in Houston. Let's catch up. All right, boom. Later.
But when you have a little conscience mixed with curiosity, then you get to.
Amber Rose.
Illegal touching, 5-yard penalty. Yum, 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 yum.
Yeah.
Suck it.
No. Your conscience should have got you before you got that far with Amber Rose.
Yeah, but
you get that far with
But the curiosity comes in, and when you mix those two.
No. Ryan, you can talk till you blue in the face. It ain't happening,
man.
It ain't happening. Amber Rose ain't the kind of let's have a little foreplay and then go to bed. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
He's trying to stay pure, though, bro.
I don't care what you're trying to do.
Like, I think
you've gone too far. It's over.
I think he's in the Tim Tebow mindset. Like I think Tim's
yes, that's what I was
Tim
thinking.
wasn't doing it either.
I think come on.
He's a saint.
Tim was curious, had some fun. Then Gary Pettis, stop sign, and then he.
Okay.
Whoa.
That's as far as I'm going here.
Let's keep it above the belt.
But like you just give no way. If there is a kiss, it's on. I know for you.
If a man puts himself in a position to have Amber Rose in a private place where the top's off, that same man is not getting up and bowing out. Yes, I am. And any man that does, I don't want to drink a beer with you. Like if you want to be
that conscience gets to you.
If you got that level of conscience, don't get your ass out of the car. Is all I'm saying.
But the curiosity takes over that. It does. And they say no.
Curiosity. What they say? Curiosity killed the cat. Yep, that's what you got to do. You go that far, it's what you got to do.
Clint, what do you think happened up there?
Rock and roll.
What do you think happened, Clint?
I think CJ pulled up and let her out of the car.
And she just went up.
I don't know what she did after that, but I think CJ bounced.
You think he bounced?
Probably grabbed that thing
I don't believe that Amber Rose with all the guys that were in town to play in that event. I don't believe Amber Rose
shut it down.
Chose to sleep by herself more than likely. I mean, you come to H-Town. You come to a single woman that lives that lifestyle. You come to H-Town to play in an All-Star. What was that? What was that weekend?
From the text line, stop with the sexy talk. Let's get to the schedule release. We will in just a damn second. All right, we're trying to hash something out here.
It was the HBC softball thing.
Good point, man.
Not a good point. No,
Amber Rose. I'm out on Amber Rose. I'm done.
The guy that doesn't want sexy talk, I don't want to get a beer with him either. Sorry, bud.
Someone texted, bro, I don't want the cootie. I don't know about that. Would be bad.
No.
I don't think he went all.
Again, if you don't, then you should. Then you don't. You would never put yourself in a position where you're in a private place with her topless.
Somebody said, I think CJ went and got another vehicle, returned her home in a Honda Accord, so he wouldn't be recognized.
Piece of positivity.
No, I don't think he went and did all that. I think he turned in and did what he did. I'm just saying, hey, man, if you're telling me to guess, everybody's got different thoughts. Yours is he dropped her off. I stand by my thought. Now to the person. I promise we'll get to the schedule release. The number one thing that you ought to be thinking about. Now I know you're thinking about something else right now, but the number one thing you ought to be thinking about with this schedule release and Joe Espada. We were talking about it through the break. We're trying to figure out what the hell Joe's thinking right now. We'll discuss that next.
Before we do that, I got to tell you about QC Kinetics. If you're walking around out there with chronic joint pain, dealing with chronic joint pain,
highly logical. Learn about Navient's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills, too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Listen, as I said, the two things on the schedule, Clint and Tyler. One, I think the first thing to look at is, are they going to be the team that matches up to open up the season with the Chiefs? They seem to me like the number one team that makes sense. No other team is been talked about to this point as a sexy pick in the NFL, a sexy dark horse team to get to the Super Bowl. People have talked about the Texans all the time, and their young star quarterback C.J. Stroud could be the next one in line to compete with a guy like Patrick Mahomes. We've seen the Joe Burrow. We've seen the Lamar Jackson. We've seen the Josh Allen. The next guy in line, and people are talking it up, is C.J. Stroud. So I think that's the first thing. But I think more importantly than what's happening the first week is, Clint, when all we know right now is who they're playing and where they're playing. And for me, whenever I look at a schedule, I look at primetime games, and not just to see where teams are playing, but these are short weeks and what you have to do, what's around those short weeks. And then for me is what hell stretches, so to speak, do you have? What 4 or 5 game stretches do you look at where the schedule comes out and you play kind of a gauntlet of teams? If your schedule shakes out that, what is your toughest 4 or 5 game stretch? And that's the number one thing I'm looking at. And Clint, it is almost unavoidable for them not to have one. Hell, it's damn near unavoidable, Clint, for them not to have 2 different set of really challenging stretches of 4 to 5 games. And if basing off of last year, when you look at the schedule, their number one 4-game stretch was at the start of the year. It was against the Ravens, the 9-8 Colts, the 9-8 Jags, and the 10-7 Steelers. That foursome was the toughest that they ran into. This year, that's the first thing the major thing I'm looking at is, boy, what kind of stretch? Where is it in the season where they have just a gauntlet of teams that they got to play in a row? And hopefully, Clint, for the Texans, that the schedule doesn't just screw them into the ground where they have some 6-7 game stretch. Like, what would be bad is something like Chiefs, Lions, Ravens, Jags, Cowboys, and Packers. Like something like that would be awful. But Clint, when you look at who they have to play and who's on their schedule, there aren't that many. Yes, they should easily win that game, or they should win that game comfortably. You feel like there are a lot of games on this schedule where that's a tough game. That's a tough matchup. So that's the number one thing of importance to me is what are their tough stretches and how many of them are.
Yeah, Ron, look, man, I don't know how they don't have multiple stretches of, I'll be honest with you, more than 4 games. I mean, I'm looking at this, man. New England, Minnesota.
Like, what are the 4 weakest games on their schedule?
New England, Minnesota,
Tennessee,
and Jacksonville.
Or would you say the Bears?
No. The Bears scare me more than Jacksonville and Tennessee right now.
Okay, that's fair.
I mean, they're loaded, bro.
I know they're loaded. They got a rookie quarterback and a new coach. We'll see. Like,
To me, I think their bottom four, we're close. I'd probably put the Bears instead of Jacksonville. But the Bears being like that, that could be a tough game, especially depending on when you play them, right? If you play them later on in the season, they're probably more established, and he's got more reps with these cats, and that could be an even tougher game. So, I mean, this is going to be something for us to really watch to see how the schedule takes place and how they have to negotiate through this.
I remember the last time we looked at a schedule and it was the word Murder's Row was thrown around, right? I believe it was the 2020 Texans. Is that correct?
That feels right. Where they started off opening the season in the first game of the year against the Chiefs, and then they played the Ravens, and then they played the Steelers, I think.
Yes, it was Pat Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Ben Roethlisberger, Kirk Cousins.
The Vikings in there, yep.
Who was quarterback in Jacksonville at that point in time? It had to be his. Was it? No, it's not his rookie year. That was he was the one that was in. Gosh dang, my mind just went blank. The kid that was in Indy last year.
Oh, Gardner Minshew.
It was Gardner Minshew, and then Tennessee with Derrick Henry, and then Green Bay with Aaron Rodgers. That was before leading up to the bye. That we were referring to that as Murder's Row. This schedule has the potential to be significantly worse, and you drop six of the first seven right there.
Like Buffalo's probably one of your easier. It's one of your easier games, right?
Yeah,
like
man.
you said, it's probably going to be multiple stretches. Like it's hard to break it up with. I mean, you got two Titans games that could potentially break it up, but. I mean, you could easily, like, this isn't an easy stretch. Packers, Jets, Bills, Dolphins. That's a tough stretch of games, and that's not even their tough ones. Like, this is that's what I'm looking at, Clint. Is
the biggest concern for me. I think the biggest, with all the hype around the Texans, I believe a lot of it. I believe Will Anderson's the truth. I believe C.J. Stroud is the best young quarterback in the game, and is again. I think he's going to prove he's a top 5 quarterback in this league. Look, we can talk specifics about liking or disliking certain players at the wide receiver position, but at the end of the day, not liking is not the right word, but maybe not buying into. Certain players at the wide receiver position. But at the end of the day, they've got as good a trio as anybody out there. They've got some serious firepower at the wide receiver position. They have done a tremendous job putting this roster together, Nick and D'Amico have. This team is coming together nicely. But the difference between last year's schedule, when all of these expectations and all of this hype was born ultimately, and the 2024 schedule is night and day. This is the biggest,
and how you're viewed is night and day.
Yes,
by all these teams.
But the reason you're viewed or even in that conversation is because of what you were able to do last year,
and what you've
with that schedule. And again, I'm not minimizing what they did. I just think it's reality. I mean, if you're going to analyze this team and report on this team and talk about this team every day, like not acknowledging last year's schedule versus what this schedule appears to be just based on the quarterbacks alone. I mean, woo.
Someone texted in, I'll be honest, how can you say what any stretch will look like and we haven't seen the teams with all their new players? I'll just say this. I think Baltimore, we know is going to be a good football team.
Absolutely.
I think home against Baltimore is going to be a tough game. I think we know that the Dallas Cowboys are going to be a good football team.
Yep.
On the road at Dallas, that's going to be a game. I think we know the Chiefs are going to be a good football team. On the road at Kansas City, that's going to be a tough game. I think we probably get a good feeling that the Miami Dolphins are probably going to be a pretty good football team with what they have. Like, maybe you feel like Buffalo may not be. Who knows? They do have Josh Allen.
Careful.
One of the top 3 quarterbacks in the league. that could be a tough game.
Yeah.
I think we know that the Detroit Lions are going to be a good football team. I think there's a pretty good feeling that the Green Bay Packers have a chance to be a pretty good football team. Like, we're just the Jets. If Aaron Rodgers stays healthy, they won 7 games and beat you 30 to whatever last year.
Yeah.
With Zach Wilson. I think there's a chance that that's a tough game. Now, I'm not saying they can't go through with it, and these guys put themselves in a position to be able to play against a schedule like this. Their team is significantly better than it was last year. Their schedule is tougher too. I still expect them to win the division. I still expect them to make the playoffs, but it is going to be different.
Yep.
I mean, you get a roll there of, home to Baltimore, at Dallas, at New York, home to the Dolphins. That's a hell of a stretch. You did not have to face anything like that last year. And that's before you get to division games that are really tough. I just want to see how it's grouped. If they could take the best break of breaking that up that they possibly can, that would be huge.
Yeah, you need the bye week to fall at the right time.
Yes.
You need any way you slice it, particularly to me it's the quarterback play. I mean, it's like Detroit's a really, really, really good football team. One of the best teams in the NFC, without a doubt. But they don't, like Jared Goff, and I know he puts up huge numbers, but like I'm talking about quarterbacks that have the ability to just put the game on their back and run with it. Like you got to space those guys out, man. You know what I mean? Like you got to just hope those guys don't hit you bang, 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 bang. Like you said, Pat Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, the Cowboys on the road, Dak Prescott. Like you host those games don't just hit you all back to back. I hope you can split it up.
Yeah.
And as anxious as I am or excited as I am to see Caleb Williams, that would be a good game versus a rookie quarterback to split things up. Yeah, man.
Early, too. Yeah.
I just think you're going to have to find a few. Minnesota's obviously going to be a good team to split it up. The Patriots, the Titans, those are going to be good games to split it up. But, boy.
Whew. Yeah, I'm really intrigued of what the stretches look like. Coming up behind us, Johnny Harris is mock 2024 Texans schedule. We just talked about the schedule. He'll give his thoughts on that as well. Then following them, Area 45, Sean Bijani and Mr. Patrick Creighton coming up 7-11. And they'll have the post game tonight with the Astros as they look to try to get a dub against the Yankees. Tyler, what was the reasoning again that BC Espada gave